turn, if you can, Palkia KO their pitch.
Yeah.
And just like go around their trunk, so easy for them.
And you have that stuff with sleep on. Don't forget that Fez is weakness. That's a big thing. There's a lot of like, for example, like against Bulls, even like bench cup, bench rookie, well, so like if you're against a deck that plays Fez, you could like dust more, put on some of that, so know your last try to catch your counter catch your Fez, and then like kill Fez, kill
Okay. It's not that common. I was thinking.
Alright, so we're live.
Oh, alright, I'll shoot Candy too.
You about to take a 6-prize turn?
Into. That's finals.
Yeah.
Go not
It's like
Rahul.
about to end.
Go not Rahul. I hope so. It's 1-0.
Hey, you dude.
What's his bench? DC Fed.
Lugia with like 1,000,000 damage.
Well, at that point, right, you just fucking. If I'm Dragon Ball, I'm just fucking into that.
That's all I want. I'm in luck.
I mean, just
Is that one any good?
like fully impressed.
Okay.
Bryce, do I have to keep the water running still back there? Oh, nice.
No. Kidding. I'm fucking.
Brian, did you get Bryce the script thing?
It's right here.
Okay, beautiful. So, Bryce, this is our general. Oh, I'm gonna kick it.
Let me know who wins.
Bryce, that's like our general game plan. So, if you have any images, I would say let's pull up those meta comparisons first, and we'll talk through that. And then we can talk through top 8 stuff just generally after that. And that will hopefully give us enough time. Next round, and we'll do winners interview after that. So, Emily, what we're gonna do is to start. It'll be the 3 of us. I'll start, like, introduce what we're doing, hand it off to each of you guys to introduce yourselves, and roll off.
I mean, oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying.
Can't
And
stack
then-
your deck on stream.
Once parents go up, Ryan, probably kick you out to go set. Come back and join, and then we'll just all 3 talk. Also, kind of trying to play-by-play. I'll pull you guys in, but also just jump in wherever too if you see something. And also, Emily, throughout all this, if there's something you see you should do differently, better, whatever.
Let you know.
You're the professional.
Yes, we will. Yes.
Something like that.
I want to learn from you.
I even had my cough drops. I had no soup. No soup.
Just go home.
Yeah, go home. Yeah.
Just call it a day.
I will go back home.
Bryce, on the screen, can you put on Emily Foreman as well?
FORMANE.
It's good to clarify.
I like
They almost did it at regionals, and I was like FORMAN, not the grill. And they were like, that was rehearsed. I'm like, you have no clue how many times.
Wait, is the YouTube stream off of like the other channel or the Pokemon channel?
It's the Nerd Rage main channel.
Okay.
Bryce, we don't have audio on for us right now for the stream, right? Everyone, welcome to the Nerd Rage Gaming $1,000 League Cup with the Stellar Crown format. We have a fantastic event for you today. We will have pretty close to 60, 70 people here, some high-tier players playing the new Stellar Crown format, just legal as of Friday. So, before we get started, we wanted to get the stream going and introduce ourselves as the people who are going to be with you wonderful people today. So first off,
My name is Dan Hugar. I'm here with Brian DeVeza and Emily Foreman, also known as Lyric of Wisdom. So I'm going to hand it off to them to introduce themselves. Brian, introduce yourself to the people. Why should they listen to what you have to say?
Oh my God.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Brian DeVeza. I am the stream commentator for Nerd Rage Gaming, so you can catch Dan and I here every Thursday to, go over some Pokemon. We have our locals every Thursday. So why you should listen to me? I mean, I've been talking over this for a little over a year now doing this. So I think I've picked up a lot as a commentator, and I can kind of see from from an overview, some good plays, good lines of play, and, how to become a better player.
And how'd you do at your cup yesterday?
I got second place.
All right, that's pretty good.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
I mean, the person I ended up losing to was Michael Davidson, who got top 8 at Worlds. So
Also a moderately good player.
moderately good player. I think he's a good player. So I'm just happy to have made it as far as I did.
Awesome. And then Emily, can you introduce yourself to the people?
Well, hi, everybody. I am Emily, or Lyric of Wisdom. Oh my God, it is truly her. Why you should listen to me? That's a great question. Because sometimes I struggle to figure out why people should listen to me. But I guess my credentials are that I cast the big leagues, we should say, for these regionals. Baltimore was my first one on the mic. So I am super excited to be here at a stream and at a commentary chair, because there's no desk, that I actually listen to every single week because I love watching the NRG streams in general. So I'm super excited to be here. And I didn't get top 4 or top 8 at any League Cup, but I did get top 8 at the challenge. So that's somewhat of a reason to listen to me, because these cups are crazy, like insanely hard.
Well, and I would say people should listen to you because you know what you're talking about. You're
Something like
incredible
that.
at being a
Thanks.
commentator. And like Brian said, Big Pika has chosen you to be
I've
one of
been
our
chosen.
commentators.
Yes,
Yes.
I have been chosen. It was certainly a gift, and to hold on to it for as long as I did, because I was chosen at Vancouver. So from March to September felt like the longest 6 months truly of my life. But yes, I was chosen, and I'm super excited to kind of like represent not only I would say like a newer generation of players, because I found I said this all throughout the Baltimore stream, that I found Pokemon very kind of organically through the Play Lab, and then going to locals, then regionals, then ICs, and I even went to Worlds as a spectator. I think I represent a very new generation of players trying to get into this game, and especially players who may not have ever played card games before, because this is actually my first card game too.
It's actually my first, too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Pokemon's a really great like first card game, so I'm really excited, and I feel like I get to represent like a new wave of players coming through. And honestly, it just seems like with all those players out there is experience from all across the board.
Yeah, and you're going to be the one to lead us through that, and you are the person at the forefront of it.
Absolutely. And we are kicking Brian out to go get our first
Leave.
round pairing set up. But honestly, Emily, this is also my first card game. So
Yeah.
clearly all of us are coming in pure Pokemon people right now. And
Very
so
true.
Emily is incredible at her role here. Brian, great speaker, great player. I am moderately good at talking and also reasonably good at the Pokemon trading card game.
How many top 8s last season?
Only one top 8.
But still,
I bubbled the top 8, and
good enough.
I do have, and I can say my credentials. I have 10 day 2s now at this point.
Holy.
A top 8 at a regional, bubble top 8, number 10 at a regional, and then also over COVID, I kind of had my first 2 big finishes of global top 16 in
Nice.
2 of the Players' Cups, and then day 2 at Worlds in 2022. So
That's pretty okay.
by the way, Robin Schultz, anyone on Limitless listening to this, please put my day 2 at Worlds on Limitless. I would really, really appreciate it. But all right, so while Brian is getting us set up, we're going to talk through a little bit about what we expect to see today. So we have 7 rounds of Swiss. Like you said, 60 to 70 players today. We will have a top 8 cut. And in that top 8, there will be a $1,000 prize to play for here. So there's some stakes beyond even just the championship points.
Yeah, I think not only do League Cups, I think for me, so coming from the fighting game community where you can really only like win money, technically, you come to a Pokemon tournament, and I always try to explain this from kind of the outside looking in perspective, that not only can you win money, which is like the big pull, but you can earn boxes, booster boxes with bigger pulls and bigger money inside of those play packs. And then, of course, winning a League Cup does give you 50 points And in this day and age, with our new kind of championship point system, 50 points is actually a lot. And you have a best finish limit of now 4.
Yes.
So you want to just get those done as fast as possible so you don't have to keep playing. And honestly, in this region, you definitely just want to get your, you want to get your 4 and you just want to back out at that point because it is way too stacked.
It is wild. And I will be very clear, in no way are we ever going to get in the conversation of which region is better because that conversation does not need to happen whatsoever.
I had no idea I even started that the other day. I was just like, oh man, like I got to go play in Chicago. Like everyone's really good here.
And so that's the thing. I will say confidently Chicago is one of the hardest places to play, but there are a bunch of other really hard ones too. So moving on from that, Emily, you're totally right. One of the big benefits, I think, of the new way the qualification process works is you don't have to win especially 6 cups. But the downside is because there are a smaller number, you have to be more efficient and effective with those 4 finishes. So you need to get 4 wins, 3 wins in a top 2, something like that to have a chance.
Yeah, it's especially, I think, a very stressful season for a lot of people. It's definitely a transitional season, if you will. We're trying to figure out, the most cost-effective way to essentially play Pokemon. And granted, like the bigger the bank account, the more places that you can go. But once again, these local finishes really do come in clutch at the end. I know Sky De La Cruz, for example, has 1 first and then 3 seconds for her challenges. And that, while on paper that may seem really great, you go down 0-1 at a challenge, you can kiss essentially that, first place goodbye for the day, and boom, no points for you.
And I need to stress, last season, I got 450 points at regionals and did not complete my cup finishes.
You're crazy.
It is hard to do that. So, all right.
That's crazy.
Getting on to our first game here. So, Brian is currently working on getting the deck list ready to go. Dude, Isaac, great to see you, man. Thank you for joining us. But we have 2 excellent players coming up. We have Josh Frink on the left, which, even if you can't see his name on there, we know his name. Fantastic player for the Shuffle Squad. Got top 4, I believe, last season at Orlando with Gardevoir EX. Versus Adam Whitman, who's a local player and who has been getting so much better at the game. And Emily, you said this, well, Chicago's a tough place to play. The problem I have now is we have 16, 20 people in the area who had their world invites last year. And all the other players that didn't just keep getting better. There are no free rounds, which is wonderful and so frustrating.
Yeah, it's definitely the wonderful thing because the more you come to locals, the more exposure you technically get from playing with these players, right?
Yes.
They're just technically your rounds at locals. I know my local shop had a ton of old regional top 8s and top, even somebody who won Secaucus in 2022, and that's one of your locals, right? So you get that practice just by going out to tournaments. But I definitely know a little bit about Mr. Frink on the left here. Had a great finish at late night with his Terapagos list, his colorless Terapagos list. And I think we'll talk about it, of course, when we talk about Dortmund and the meta share and all that stuff, that what is the best way to play this turtle? We just don't know at this point.
And we do see from the Dortmund results, we'll talk about those in just a minute after this round. But day 1, Turtle was 5-8% of the meta. Day 2, it was the #1 most played deck, which that speaks to the power and the, I guess, importance of skill with the deck to have that kind of conversion rate.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see, especially because Europe is technically a smaller region than NA, so it's a little bit more of like a sample size, if you will.
Yes.
But I'm interested to see because we know Tord actually played the turtle. We know that, of course, Josh is cooking with the turtle, and you can't ask for a better start than the turtle with the Fan Rotom start, especially.
Absolutely, and we are going to see Josh go first in this match as we get our first round started. And with that Fan Rotom, a fantastic ability that lets you search your deck for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. And that lets you set up Hoot Hoots, lets you get Noctowls into your hand. You can only use 1, so you can't Fan Rotom for Fan Rotom, but this is going to enable Josh to get a really good board turn 1.
Yeah, and this is been one of the hot new lists. Like if you've been paying attention to the Dortmund regional, a lot of people have been playing Terapagos. It had one of the higher conversion rates going into day 2, and it's like the hot new toy that everyone's really, really excited about.
Well, it just combines so well with the Dusclops and the Dustmore of having an efficient attacker with some kind of damage modification there. So, Brian, looking at Josh's first search here, what is his perfect board turn 1?
Yeah, I think the perfect board here is trying to get at least 2 Hoot Hoots down. So Adam's not going to really have that much pressure to like knock out many of those Hoot Hoots on turn 1 or even the Fan Rotom. So being able to at least get those set up as well as the Terapagos will give him a really good board.
For sure. And we do see the Nest Ball get that Terapagos. Fan Rotom likely to get, well, we actually already have a Hoot Hoot and a Pidgey in hand.
And a Buddy Poffin too.
And
to
a-
come
Yeah.
in. Yeah, there's a ton here, right? And exactly kind of what you want to see. Playing this deck is not only and you'll see it on Josh's search, like we're counting how many lines of each like evolution line that we have. It's very important that we're checking that diligently, especially because so many of these decks actually do rely on having all cards of the puzzle there. Sometimes you can kind of sneak around like, okay, maybe I prize like one rare candy, but when it comes to specific lines here, we have to count how many Hootoots, how many Noctowls, how many Pidgeys we have access to, but this is definitely a great start for Josh.
And being able to use Fan Rotom to search out the Noctowl, not just the Hoot Hoot, is so big because now Josh doesn't have to worry about finding a draw supporter or hoping he top decks. He'll be able to just search out 2 trainer cards next turn for each of those Noctowls.
Yeah, and he had a very advantageous start here because, being able to use the Buddy Poffin to get Duskull and Pidgey, and as well as already having the Hoot Hoot, like look at how big his board is already.
And it's just going to set him up so well for turn 2. And so, Emily, we have Lugia V-Star now. What does Adam's best turn look like?
Well, I can't see too much from the hand right now, so we are going to have to flip for it with Mesagosa, and honestly, that might just be kind of how this turn is going to go. It feels like a coin flip, and it is going to be tails. You hate to see it if you are a Lugia player. We see a Weirdeer in the hand, but the thing is, we're also starting with that Minccino in the active, and Duskull is already down with Terapagos and the double turbo energy, right? So, Josh, this could be a very easy line for a Dusclops. I always get them mixed up for whatever
Yes.
reason. A Dusclops pop. But I mean, it's kind of interesting, right? Because a lot of players would think, okay, well, he has legacy energy in hand. I can just go on ahead and attach it there. But it actually doesn't work like that if you pop the Curse Blast. It actually is doesn't even proc that way. So we'll see exactly what the line is going to be. But this is the most Lugia hand I've ever seen.
So, and this is the tough part, is Adam missing a Lugia V, unable to kind of get it set up where he would be able to attack. I don't know if I love skipping the attachment, though, onto either Weirdeer or Minccino, because you're right. Legacy Energy only activates if it's knocked out by damage from an attack, but you still want to be able to attack with Weirdeer next turn, if not Cinccino. But going to Josh's turn, we get that Noctowl, we get that Pidgeot EX. Brian, what's Josh going to do this turn?
Well, he's going to probably pop both of those Noctowls onto the board, and this just shows how powerful his board state on the first turn was, just because when you get the Terra Pokemon on the bench, that will enable you to use the Noctowl. That's a very important interaction.
It is.
That I've definitely made that mistake a lot more than I'd like to admit. So it's something we'll have to get used to moving on to this next format.
And I'll be honest, I do think it's going to be a lot of high tier, a lot of very interesting decks today. But there's probably going to be at least once or twice we see a Noctowl.
Yes.
This is going to be a very interesting line because I actually think Josh is just going to go for the 2-prizer here. We're going to see the Prime Catcher catch off of the Jeweled Seeker, right? So what I think our goal is to just move Fan Rotom without the attachment off, bring up Weirdeer, and then research and hopefully hit into potentially another Buddy Poffin. We have to fill up the bench all the way just because this double turbo energy here is going to be taking some damage off, but the Pidgeot here into the active, then it is going to be that Professor's Research. Fresh 7 cards. I did see a Duskull in there. So we're already 2 Duskulls.
Two
My
Duskulls.
goodness. And thanks to Area 0 Underdepths, if you have a Terra Pokemon in play, you are able to keep filling up that bench here. So honestly, what Josh needs to do now is evolve into Dusclops, have it popped the Curse Blast, and then boom, we can hit with Terapagos all the way.
So one thing to note, Josh, I think, was hoping for the Donk, but with even just getting those 8 Pokemon down, Josh will be able to knock out this Weirdeer, and regardless of ending the game here, without Adam having a Lugia V down, Josh is in such a dominating position here. Going up 2 prizes, Adam still needing to bench multiple 2-prizers. This could be a quick game, guys.
Yeah, it's not looking too good right now. I think Adam's just showing the hand.
Yep.
And there
Oh,
we go.
God.
And that is how Lugia V-Star just works sometimes. So unfortunate for Adam. I mean, honestly just a tough draw. Is there anything you guys saw that maybe he could have done differently?
I've flip
Not
heads on
really.
honestly, it's
Mezagoza.
just flip heads better. Like
Yeah.
that's unfortunately how the deck goes sometimes. You also have to kind of like call out in the prizes that there were 2 Archeops there, and then we had 2 Archeops in the hand. That could have gone a lot of different ways, unfortunately. But Josh will once again kind of take his North American online crown right now as kind of being the main driver for Terapagos. And we were talking about it a little bit earlier. How is the best way we played this deck so far?
So let's jump over to our game 2, and then yes, we can keep talking about this list because it is very, very strong. And talking about it, we actually see a very similar list on Dan's side, playing against Ryan, Nerd Rage Gaming, playing Bayonet EX. So, Brian, tell us a little bit about Bayonet EX. Why is Ryan even playing this pile of purple cards?
Yeah, so Bayonet EX's main objective is item lock. And it's a very interesting interaction going into this matchup because I feel like the Terapagos really does rely on items because, the Noctowl will grab you 2 trainers, even though you can grab supporters as well. A lot of it relies on rare candy and other items like that. So Banette's ability to lock your opponent from using those items is a really big reason of how it wins matchups.
Yes, and so we will be able to see that Dusknoir popped here. And then Emily, kind of talking about this individual situation, what do you think Ryan's trying to do?
Honestly, at this point, he's just trying to take away resources from Dan. I think the Hoot Hoots are such a key part of this matchup and just any matchup in general these days because Jewel Seeker from Noctowl is just such a strong ability here that I think Ryan does not mind giving Dan more prize cards if it means that Dan really can't just like go into the deck. The thing is, I think it's also very important to note that Sky did win I think it was Sully's Abode Cup yesterday with a list, if not the same, but similar to this, where essentially you're just kind of popping your Dusknoirs and your Dusclops around and then just saying, you know what, too bad. You don't really get to play the game or even have a bench. And now that Blood Moon Ursaluna is very, very stuck.
And so the Blood Moon Ursaluna is stuck, and also Dan doesn't have a teardown. The one thing that Dan does have going for him is
the fan rotom.
And we're going to see maybe a fan rotom knockout, but Dan does have an opportunity here because he is not item locked. But it's still going to require a lot to get into a position where he can start to come back if Ryan does put the item lock down next turn. So, Brian, what is Dan trying to do to set up this turn?
Well, I really like the fan rotom attack just because if you limit the amount of Shuppets, it's going to hinder Ryan's setup moving forward. He'll be able to, get rid of one of those Shuppets, and then Ryan will be left with one attacker. And he's just trying to further his board state by, trying to recover the Hoot Hoot, and then he's setting up his own Dusknoir line as well, so he can start taking out some of those smaller prized Pokemon.
Yes, and that attack from Fan Rotom doing 70 damage if there is a stadium in play is honestly ridiculously good for a set-up Pokemon.
Yeah, and if you look, it's honestly, like, even though his setup didn't look too good going into the turn, I mean, Dan's up on prizes now.
Right,
yeah,
exactly.
That's like it's like the give and the trade with the Dusknoir,
And I think that's why it's such a skillful card because you're not just doing what you do for free. You're helping your opponent accelerate their win condition. So, Emily, right now, we've got an Ultra Ball in hand, a Rare Candy in hand, and I can't actually see what the other card is. What is Ryan doing?
It's a tough call, right? Because I think a lot of players would just mentally be like, I don't want to lose this rare candy, but I'm going to flip the stop. Honestly, it's a sequencing kind of like argument here, but it is going to be the Night Stretcher trekking shoes. I would grab Pheasantipity if Pheasantipity is in the list, or if it's down, you might as well go on ahead and grab it. But I think our main goal right now is to just set up as fast as possible. But trekking shoes, we're really thinking long and hard about this one. It's a tough choice when you kind of just like sit there with the card and have a moment. It's like, wait, hold on, let me check my hand, let me check the discard. But honestly, for like we were talking about, Dan made a great comeback just off of Flip the Script too. I think he got the Duskull off of it and had the opportunity to get back the Hoot Hoot there too.
And it definitely is that kind of tough choice of Trekking Shoe. As a person who played way too much Lost Zone Giratina, staring at your board and those 2 cards at the top of the deck and saying, why am I doing this to myself every single tournament? Ryan had that moment there, but on the bright side, getting the Buddy Poffin is such a good pickup because now Ryan will be able to set up more of that board. And we do see, I believe, a Professor's Research and a Rare Candy Is that a professor's research?
I think that is.
Yeah, I think it's Asada's research.
And I do like that, putting the research in the discard pile, because he'll be able to use that Baby Banette on the bench to Lost Zone it and put that research back in hand to give Ryan more card draw and hopefully get him the energy to start the item lock.
And also, having the Night Stretcher in hand, Ryan will be able to Lost Zone that Shuppet and Bayonet, but then Night Stretcher out another Shuppet from the discard onto the bench before playing either Iono or the Professor's Research. And so we will see that Bayonet Lost Zoned, likely getting back Iono, it
Ooh,
seems.
Iono. I like that.
I love this so much more too, especially because if you're going to start the item lock here, you definitely don't want Dan to have access to Ultra Ball at all to find his Knock Towel. This is a very tough call for Ryan, because I agree with you that I think Professor's Research, we see more cards, but then it comes down to like that very, I guess, quintessential question a lot of card players ask, like, is it worth me seeing less cards, or is it worth my opponent having essentially their hand thrown out, but there's the psychic energy.
Yeah, he got both things he needed. He needed the energy, and then he got the second Shuppet as well.
Like, what a draw off of that Iono. Because also we have Blood Moon Ursaluna, which can reach and knock out the Terapagos, can knock out the Fezandipity. And this is one thing where you guys mentioned putting down Fez. I actually think Ryan was smart to not try to dig for the Fez, because putting that down would allow Dan to accelerate his game plan, since Terapagos can't reach on a Bayonet, but it can reach on a Fezandipity. All right, and we see the item lock, Everlasting Darkness, what a cool name, on the Fan Rotom. So then going over to Dan's turn, Emily, what are we going to see here?
Certainly feels like Everlasting Darkness sometimes when you're playing a deck that really kind of requires Rare Candy, Evolve into Dusknoir. But what we're going to see here, Dan, is a pass. And that's exactly what you don't want to see. But we see an Ultra Ball potentially in hand. And honestly, I have to say, this is a great Pokemon Autograph stuck in the active, because I believe Phantom Rotom has 70 HP. So we even get another turn of item lock after this. But it is going to be the Ultra Ball here. At this point, is it worth trying to go for something along the lines of taking the Hoot Hoot out of play?
Well, so I was actually going to mention one thing here. So having Fan Rotom in the active is good because you have a Terapagos not up there, but doing 70 damage per turn is actually more than twice the amount of damage Ryan is doing. So that Fan Rotom's applying a remarkable amount of pressure. And we do see Trekking Shoes come down. We see the Trekking Shoes likely played here because I gotta imagine Ryan wants to set up a backup attacker.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Shuppet in hand, and that was one thing that I was thinking about, was if he puts down the Shuppet as soon as he drew into it, or if he tries to find a different time of the game to put it down.
Yes, and that is such an important sequencing question, especially into decks that apply a ton of pressure, is when do I need to put down my attackers? When do I need to put down liabilities that could be threatened and accelerate my opponent's win condition? And right now, Ryan seems to be going pretty conservative with his decisions here.
It's very interesting because we also do have the Radiant Alakazam that is technically in play, and we can start moving the damage around. So we have a couple of choices and options here. I think Ryan just reading it. Technically, Unified Beatdown is one of those moves that you do kind of have to just read. But as long as you know your 3 times tables, you should be okay. But still, the hand's not looking too great, but we are going to consider benching this Blood Moon Ursaluna just to kind of throw the threat out there. But now 1 card in hand. It's another Everlasting Darkness in turn, but not really much else we can do.
So I'm curious if Ryan was going to move any energy off of the Fan Rotom, but I think just using Everlasting Darkness, setting up for a knockout next turn, is probably fine. And Dan responds just with another Fan Rotom hit. Ryan now having 140 damage on that Bayonet. That's not inconsequential. Oh, but we see the counter catcher on Blood Moon. So, Brian, why is that such a strong play here?
It is just because Ryan's still down on prizes, and that Blood Moon Ursaluna is really hard to get out of the active. It's got a 3 retreat cost, and even though it's got potential to attack, it's so hard to get out of the active.
And we're just seeing this pass back and forth, Everlasting Darkness over and over again, because like you said, Brian, Ryan doesn't want to take a knockout until he's able to either board wipe or set up for a huge play, since every time he takes a knockout, that Fezandipity will allow Dan to draw more cards.
Yeah, and I think Ryan's trying to like strategize his game plan here around taking multiple prizes all at once instead of like trying to hit little into each one.
Yes, and so Ryan counting his deck, 'cause he's got about 7 or 8 cards in there, which is fine, but with that double turbo energy now on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, things are a little more sketchy for him.
Yeah, we're talking about how honestly this Duskull into the Dusknoir line has kind of changed our perception of prize mapping here, right? Especially with cards like Briar coming into the meta now too, where you kind of have to play not only what we have kind of prioritized as this like 2-2-2 prize mapping, but now you need to play around Briar. Now you give your opponents prize cards with popping Curse Blast. So we'll see what happens off of the stop here. Night Stretcher, Psychic Energy, and an Earthen Vessel. Honestly, Ryan has been hitting these every single time for at least one thing that he needs. It's been working out pretty well.
It has. And so he's in a tricky spot because if Dan can attack next turn, he's going to go down to 1 prize remaining, which would prevent Ryan from being able to use that Dusknoir. So I think what I'm curious to see is there a way for Ryan to take 4 prizes this turn? And it's going to look like
spoons.
the answer is, we see the spoons. We see a prize taken by Ryan. It is an Iono, which is huge.
My God. Also with that, I mean, you have 2 cards left in deck at this point too. It's definitely what you need, but it is going to be the Night Stretcher here. We have Rare Candy into Dusclops, the Cursed Blast here.
Double activate of the Dusclops and the Dusknoir to knock
180.
out the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Ryan goes down to 1 prize remaining. Dan goes down to 1 prize remaining. And then do we have enough trainers in Dan's hand to take the Poltergeist knockout? Doesn't matter.
Oh,
Blood Moon
my
Ursaluna for the knockout.
Wow.
And Ryan, with a 4 prize sweep on the last turn of the game, takes down Terrapagos Dusknoir. What a swing turn there.
Wow, it happened so fast. I couldn't even process what was happening.
With 2 cards left in deck too, you have to like understand how much thinking goes into that exact mapping like that, right? Like just to like kind of have Blood Moon Ursaluna EX on the bench just ready to go at that point too. Such great play from Ryan. Honestly, really good stuff.
So Ryan is one of those players who I get very, very annoyed at because he does not play nearly enough Pokemon to be as good at this game as he is. But you see it right there. Ryan's favorite decks have been single prize, combination setup decks where you create this big monstrous combo to win the game. And right there, Dan didn't actually attack for more than 1 knockout.
Yeah.
Every prize Dan took and every prize Ryan took were by Ryan's own hand.
Yes.
That is insane.
Yeah, it's this different type of like control, if you will. It's like you get to take prizes when I say so.
Yes.
But the double Curse Blast to get knockout was absolutely insane. Love that stuff from Ryan.
So we're going to talk about the Dortmund meta in a couple minutes here, but I think this is a great transition to first bring up Dusknoir because this card is absurd and I think it's really cool, but I'm starting to get a little nervous about it. So, Brian, what are your thoughts on having this card in the format?
Yeah, I think this line of cards is going to torment us for a couple of years.
Yes.
So, I mean, it opens a lot of doors for very skill expression plays. You're going to see a lot of really high level play from it, and you're going to see some crazy things about like how did you even think about that? But at the same time, it could be very oppressive too. So there's 2 sides to it.
All right, and that's a very fair, nuanced opinion. Emily, what are your thoughts?
I think the card is so broken. I think it is just from fresh out of the gate, just from what we're seeing in Stellar Crown, you know, from just day 1 naturally of it being legal, but in previous testing, it's a little overtuned. It's definitely could have been toned down by just like 1 bit if it was just you can only use Curse Blast once per turn. But instead, we just saw how giving essentially 180 damage to something is just insane. I think, like you said, it is going to be a staple in a lot of decks. I think the most talked about it was placed was in Charizard because you have Burning Darkness that goes kind of hand in hand with Curse Blast. Because sure, like you knock some damage, you give your opponent a prize card, but that Charizard is only getting stronger while you do that.
And I agree, because I think that was the card everyone was concerned about Dusknoir being paired with. But,
Yes.
and as we're going to pull up Dortmund a little bit, there weren't any Charizard in top 8 or even top 12 of Dortmund. So we're going to throw up right here day 1. And this is why we're saying the best of the rest, not even the first screen, is because Terrapagos Dusknoir was only 5% of the meta day 1. But if we do, and Bryce, you mind throwing up the first day 1? We actually see that 5% has Dusknoir, but we also have Dragapult and Charizard at 10 and 17% respectively, both with Dusknoir EX more often than, excuse me, Dusknoir more often than
No, it feels
not.
like an EX, man.
It does.
It
It's
feels like an
broken.
EX.
So both of you have extremely fair and nuanced opinions, so
Sure.
I'm going to be a little more crass.
Go ahead.
This card is scary.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
not just because it's a creepy thing slowly moving into your bedroom, as you see on the cards, but just it is so powerful. And one of the only time Pokemon ever really bans cards or shoves stuff out of the format is if it stops your opponent from playing the game.
Yeah, that's
And
fair.
so this is where, because it has such capability, like you said, Emily, to kind of completely eliminate your board turn 2, I'm wondering if in a couple months we're going to be having a conversation of, is this card going to get knocked out of the standard format because of how problematic it is? And so, Brian, I guess since we have day 1 up here, looking at this list, what do you think was the best play for Dortmund this weekend?
The best play, I really liked Terapagos a lot. I thought that a lot of people were a little scared to, bring it to a major, especially this early into the format. I thought that was a really good play. I still think that Regidrago and Lugia were very good plays for this tournament as well. Raging Bolt, I was a little iffy on just because, sometimes it feels a little too linear and that people can take advantage of that. And I think that Dragapult is on Fraud Watch. I think
Yeah.
that.
I don't
Really? Yeah.
think so. It just won.
Yeah, it did just
I don't
win,
think
but
so.
I feel like you need the right type of list, the right type of player for it. And I guess leading up into the weekend, if you were to ask me, I would have said it's on Fraud Watch. And, it definitely proved me wrong.
So I need to stress again, and you'll hear this constantly, my skill set in the Pokemon trading card game is limited exclusively to playing the game. Never ask me for a meta call, never ask me for deck building advice,
fair.
because I would have agreed with you. Granted, I played Dragapult yesterday to my
Yes.
cup, but yeah, winning the event and watching, I think it was Ryu was the one playing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That man played brilliantly in
Mhm.
both his top 16 asymmetrical cup match and in finals versus Rahul. So
Yeah.
it seems like one of those decks that has such a high skill cap to it that it's going to take a little while for me to learn.
Yeah, definitely. And it's got a lot of moving parts to it as well. So knowing like it really rewards good sequencing. So
Yes.
if you have good sequencing, I feel like it's very similar to like a Gardevoir deck. Kind of slow setup, methodical, but really rewarding.
And I think that's actually a great transition too. Emily, do you think Gardevoir would have been a good play for this weekend?
Well, I think it's just riding the hype from. It's definitely just riding the hype from Baltimore. I definitely think like, oh, this deck won the last regional. Some players don't play as often, but they're like, oh man, I signed up for the regional. I guess I'll just like pop the winning list in.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of people, I think Baltimore was definitely hey, it's still here. It looks a little bit different, right, with Secret Box and all of that stuff, but it's still there. I do want to kind of continue on our Dragapult conversation,
Please.
though, just because we saw it start so crazy when it came into format literally months and months ago in Japan, and we had always asked over here in North America, why is it like not translating here, right? We've seen Dragapult played in Regidrago V-Star. We've also seen it played now in Lost Box, for example. But I think now that it's A-Spec, and honestly, it feels like it was made for this deck, Sparkling Crystal is here, and also other supporter cards like Crispin, for example.
Yes.
I feel like now it's definitely having it a little bit of an easier time coming into the meta because we have to talk about over 300 hit points, right? Then you have now the Dusknoir line to help you distribute that damage a little bit more. It also plays Radiant Alakazam. It also plays TM Devo 2.
Yes.
There's tons of ways that Dragapult is now being played that it's going to be on my Louisville watch for sure.
Yeah, and I think one thing that people forget to realize too is that the Dracloak is like a really good draw engine.
Airmail.
Yeah, it's a
Absolutely.
very good draw engine, and then it still takes advantage of Pidgeot.
And I agree with everything you
Yeah.
guys have said. I think Dragapult is one of those decks where, because there are so many moving parts, like you said, Brian, it is hard to get a fully refined, optimized list. And per your feedback too, Emily, like I also expect it to be way better early on in its lifespan. But whenever you have a list like that, it's going to be very difficult to win any game if your build is suboptimal because there's so many ways it can get picked apart, especially compared to a highly consistent, more straightforward deck like Raging Bolt, like
Yeah.
Regidrago V-Star, or I'm going to ask you all about the deck I hate most here. Lugia V-Star.
You hate Lugia?
I hate Lugia.
It beats itself half the time.
Which is why I hate it. Because the other half of the time, it just beats everything.
That's very fair.
Okay, bringing it down a bit, Dan. So let me ask you both. Lugia V-Star, obviously it got finals in Dortmund this weekend.
Got finals in Baltimore, too.
It did, and I was rooting for Kieran. Thank you, Olive. I really appreciate that. So, Brian and Emily, what do you guys think of Lugia V-Star? Is it a deck worth playing? Are you like me, where I want it to be lit on fire forever? Where do you stand on that?
I like to fly high. So
fair enough.
If people know me, they know that I really love the Lugia V-Star archetype. I mean, it came out around the time I started playing, so it's been a deck that's been pretty near to me. And I think even though it's got very inconsistent attributes about it, when the deck runs hot, it's really good, and it can beat pretty much everything in the room. So that's my take on it.
Emily, do you have similar thoughts, or are you on my end of where let's light it on fire?
I agree with Olive here.
Here's what I'm going to say. So like a lot of other people, Lugia V-Star was also like one of the decks that was kind of coming out while I was beginning to play, but I was an Arc Intel girly. But my whole thing was I was on the Miraidon train really early, and I was like, oh yeah, I love Miraidon. Even Scarlet Violet Miraidon. So no access actually to Iron Hands at this point. So I was just kind of like eating Lugias up for breakfast, right? They didn't really have the Minchinos, right? And like I said, half the times Lugia bricks to itself. I think now Minchino and Legacy Energy they truly carry the deck, right? But I think I like Rahul's kind of way of looking at it. I call Rahul's list like Rainbow Lugia because it plays a Lightning Energy in there. It does utilize a couple of more options that Lugia does have like available to it, like God, I'm totally blanking. Wellspring, Mask, Ogre Pawn, EX. There's tons of ways to like actually go on ahead and like play this deck differently now. But like we said, you could play the deck differently. But if your starting hand is 2 Archeops, a Weirdeer, and a bunch of energy, and you got Minchino in the active, there's nothing you can do about it.
Right. Absolutely. So I'm going to have an idea for a tech later if we see more Lugia come up. But I did want to reference Olive in the chat mentioning Arceus. Because, yes, it is still a word in the English language. And we have, in fact, 2 Arceus players at the Cup today. Now, granted,
2.
I don't know if we're going to see them on stream at any point. Because I can't
should
say,
be on stream.
I can't say that Arceus is in the best position right now. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Olive. But there are some other decks that I think are played in smaller numbers that can be really good right now. So, Bryce, if you don't mind throwing up the best of the rest, just before we get to our next pairings, I do think that you mentioned Miraidon. It is an interesting one.
Oh, I think Miraidon's spicy this format. I really do.
Yeah.
I'm a hardcore believer in this deck, especially with Surging Sparks coming out very soon with the Terra Pikachu.
Yes.
That means we can get rid of useless Mewtwo, because it really is. You're never attacking with a period point blank. You are just using it to take advantage of Area 0 underdepths. So now that we have a real Terra Pokemon that we can actually use, right, especially with doing 300 damage, so something like, I don't know, not maybe Glass Trumpet, but something like a Crispin, something like a Generator. Like, there are things that we can technically do with Pikachu EX coming out, but I think with everybody riding the Palkia hype, I think everybody riding the Duskull hype too, I mean, that is a very delicious Amphu very much target.
So one thing we should note is eventually when that Stellar Pikachu comes out, which just for those watching at home, Stellar Pikachu, I'm sure there's another fancy name for it, but it's an EX Pokemon, 300 HP, does 300 damage for I think it's Lightning, Water,
HP.
Metal. 200 HP,
Yep.
excuse me. Yeah. 200 HP, does 300 damage for, I think, Water, Lightning, Metal, or some combination thereof.
Yep.
Discard 3 energy, fine. The scary part is the ability that says if this Pokemon has full health and it is knocked out, it is not knocked out. It has 10 HP remaining. So,
for the VGC fans in chat, that is literally just Focus Sash. So.
Yes. Or Sturdy.
Sturdy
is a great ability.
Focus Sash, or doesn't go down because it doesn't want to make you sad, like in the games
Yes.
when you have like a high enough connection here. Ooh, we got pairing.
We have pairing. So there is a new Magneton coming out that has a
I can't
similar
say the
ability.
name that I call it, but yes.
That is fair. So Brian and Emily, I'm going to let you guys talk about
Sure.
that while we get pairing set up. And just if there's any other decks in the best of the rest you think we should really talk about here?
Yeah, let's keep talking about Miraidon, actually.
Oh, I love Miraidon.
Yeah, because I was actually thinking about it. I felt like Miraidon going into this format was a very good play, just
Sure.
because if like Terapagos was going up, it can hit that 230 mark. Palkia, Lugia, all these other things. I felt like that Miraidon could have a really good place in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very interesting because Miraidon was going to be my Baltimore play, believe it or not. I think it was a go first meta for a lot of decks, right? And with Lugia and Gardevoir kind of coming out on top, it's like, okay, well, we're going to see those decks want to go first. Sometimes Guardy technically wants to go second, right? For Arvin Buddy Poffin. But I think the more people that are starting to kind of look at, a Terapagos list with Palkia, for example. Palkia double weak to lightning. Terapagos EX 230 HP. That is literally just empowered up Miraidon with 3 lightning and a Zapdos with lightning symbol. So I think Miraidon has a couple of places to go in this meta. I don't think it wasn't shown that much in Dortmund Day 2. But I think we can cook. I think we can cook as Miraidon. It's just sometimes you kind of, I have to say it, like sometimes you just need the lucky bracket. Like
Yes.
you hit, as much as so many people tell me like, oh my God, like it can beat Zard. It doesn't. It technically doesn't, right? And especially because a lot of Miraidons are like, you don't need Raichu. You just need boss every turn.
Yeah.
And that's a lot to ask for,
It is.
with a deck that has 15 lightning energies in it, right? Like, granted, they're playing Lumineon, they're playing Pheasantipity now, they're also playing Radiant Greninja, right? There's tons of ways that we can draw, but if your generators are missing and you're not hitting those amps, you're not hitting Photon Blaster, not really much you can do.
Yeah, definitely. So when we're looking at like the rest of the meta, Emily, is there any other decks you think that we should really be looking out for?
I'm not necessarily looking out for anything. I'm looking at the decline of Ancient Box because I hate that deck. I'm going to be honest. I'm a big Ancient Box hater. The deck just takes too long. Like, it's too meticulous. Single prize meta, sure, like that's great. But I honestly just not really looking more so at Ancient Box. But for the first time, I think in my couple of years of playing Pokemon, I'm really looking at Control, honestly.
Oh, nice.
I'm definitely not going to play because I'm definitely not the Control player at heart personally. But Pidgeot's so good. Yesterday I played a player at the same cup that you top forward.
Yeah.
Top forward, nice.
Top 2.
Oh, my fault. My apologies. That you were finalist in
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah.
And I played a Control player with the Genaspect with
yeah,
the
we were
Ace
talking about
Nullifier.
that.
Yeah. Certainly a very interesting way that you can play Control. I think
Yeah.
Cornerstone, Mask Ogerpon also getting a little bit of play here too. The problem is now though is that Terapagos doesn't have an ability and you can easily just go on ahead and swing for it. But I definitely want to give that group who kind of like mastered Cornerstone Control or they called it what, Walls and Bats or something like that. Oh, Bricks and Bats.
Bricks and Bats.
Yeah, Bricks and Bats. They definitely like deserve their flowers because that was such a spicy deck to cast. And I'm super excited for Olive in the chat. Woo,
Yes.
Olive. To kind of like, honestly, there's certain things that you guys could do probably just to that group in particular to take that deck to Louisville. What's going on? Are we going down to the tables? All right, I'm so done filling. I want to talk about Pokemon. Let's go.
Definitely. So we
The Conk! Yes! Oh,
Ooh.
let's go. Okay.
then Bryce, you have to switch the names.
Yeah, just-
Ben's the one on the right.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah.
I am so excited for this. Ben Doberstein playing the Conkeldurr. You want
Yeah.
to tell me about that?
I have no idea what the deck
Oh
does.
my goodness.
All
All
I
right,
know
I
is
got
that
you.
all I know is that in the Champions League there was a lot of it there.
All right, here's what I'm going to tell you, okay? Conkeldurr, right? You get, your evolution lines. So I'm blanking on the attack name, but it does 250 damage, right?
Okay.
But if it's affected by a status condition, you don't need any energy to do it.
What?
Now, you also have the Brute Bonnet, which is a great start,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, and that's the one where you put the tool on it, right? And then
Yep.
it poisons? Yeah.
But then you play Radiant Sneasler. So that's
Yeah.
2 extra damage counters. So you can swing for a whole Regidrago V-Star with a Conkeldurr.
For
Single
free.
prizer. Yes.
For free.
And it's fighting type too. So things like Terapagos, for example,
Yeah.
weak to fighting types. So we are going to see Martin play, I believe this is Palkia Noir if I'm just
Yeah, I
looking
think it's
here.
Palkia Dusknoir.
But is there a Terapagos in there? Because that's a juicy, juicy target.
Yeah, I would hope there's a Terapagos in there.
Now, here's the problem, too. You want to talk about water Pokemon. You want to talk about Radiant Greninja. 'Cause
Yeah.
that is going to come into super big play here. I don't know if Ben's list is playing a Manaphy, but that's technically what we want to see turn 1, right? We
Yeah.
want to see the Arven for the Buddy Puff and get our Timbers going. Oh my god, you're the best. Thank you. Let's see. No. Okay, there is a Radiant Greninja in Martin's list, but is there one?
Oh, we don't have Ben's list right now.
We need Ben's list.
Yeah, but when we're talking about Manaphy, I feel like Manaphy has a weird spot in this meta currently.
Yeah, it's so unsafe.
It feels like a fake card to me, just because Dusknoir is able to just get rid of it.
It is, but then
Yeah.
again, like you also want to prevent. I mean, with people playing things like Greninja EX
Yeah.
now, just base Greninja,
Yeah.
right? And then you're also playing different types of. You're playing different types of bench snipe, right? A lot of people are going, no.
Oh, the
no,
Conkeldurr.
you're playing different types of ways to like kind of go on ahead and use damage to snipe the bench. But like you said, yes, it is a perfect target for something like, you know, just going ahead and blowing it up with Curse Blast. It's like it's a meta call for real. It's also with Phantom Dive as well, the 6 damage counters. But Arven on Ben's side, this seems like a pretty good turn for Martin here, especially because I think Martin's kind of goal here is to use these Duskulls and just start just getting the Timbers out of there, because honestly, that's kind of the way it's going to go. But it is going to be the Nest Ball for that Rotom. We see the
Yeah.
Forest Seal Stone in the hand.
And I
Thank
think
you
the
very
Force
much.
Seal Stone will probably try to get the Timbers all set up.
Yeah, honestly. 3 Conkel, 4 Timber, so that's kind of what
Okay.
you need. So it's a 4-2-3 line, which I don't think is anything terrible with that. The 2-2 Bidoof line and Bibarel line. So we're doing a lot of drawing here, but like you said, it's all about the setup.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that there is a good setup here. Oh, and an interesting thing that we're seeing in Ben's list is he plays the Grand Tree.
The tree, especially in a deck like this works out
Yeah.
completely well. I think a lot of players they saw the Grand Tree and they were like, all right, this actually goes in Charizard. And it's like,
Yeah.
no. Infernal Rain actually doesn't pop if it's evolved via Grand Tree.
Yeah,
so
so I
it
think people
actually
using
doesn't
it-
go there.
Yeah,
so
for the Pidgeot.
Yeah, they use it more so for the Pidgeot here. But you can also use it in a deck like this here too, but it will be the V-Star flip. I'm going to just assume it is going to be for the Buddy Poffin if we're going to be a little bit safer here.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
honestly, I would have loved to see hand disruption, because I'm looking at Martin's hand here. I see a Ultra Ball. I see an Iono in there too, so could go a couple different ways.
Yeah, and one thing that I really liked about the Palkia Dusknoir list is that it plays a lot of Iono. There's a lot of disruption in the deck, and it's able to take advantage of mixing disruption in with Dusknoir. So, you know, you get your opponent to lower prizes, and then you disrupt them.
The sauce chef, if you
Yes.
will.
Yes, so this is Dan. Hi, I'm back. Conkeldurr is a deck Ben, who's one of my good friends, is playing. And guys, if we get a chance to put Conkeldurr on stream, how do we not put
Yeah,
it
how do
on
we
I
there?
asked. I just want to let everybody at home know that I specifically asked for this, because I personally love when somebody comes to a League Cup, not with a deck that anybody sees coming.
Yes. All right, so I know you guys were starting off rolling while I was out. Keep going. Where are we at?
Going
Yeah.
into turn 2 here for Martin, I'd like the Earthen Vessel away the Pheasantipity. We really don't need it right now. And honestly, with Martin's side, we can just get up ahead in prizes as fast as possible here. But we did see the Greninja. We were talking about potentially the Greninja play that we saw a little bit earlier. The Nest Ball is probably going to be for that Radiant Greninja. We're going to keep drawing cards. We do have Iono in hand to technically refresh the hand, but we do also have an Ultra Ball there. So we could go on ahead and grab Dusclops. We could grab Origin Form Palkia V-Star. There's a lot of lines that we got, but I think concealed cards first, and then we'll decide that later.
Yeah, and I see that there is an Ultra Ball in hand already and the Night Stretcher, so Martin definitely has all the tools that he needs in order to get this like Palkia play down that goes into the Radiant Greninja to take out those Timbers.
And I think that's going to be the move. So Ben is reliant on those Timbers and Conkeldurr for his actual game plan to attack at all. So if Martin goes in, knocks those 2 out, he is buying himself a ton of time, especially knowing there is a 2-prizer on the board that he can clear out with that Palkia V-Star very efficiently. Oh, but we're getting a rare
Oh,
candy with Palkia,
we're
or with
going-
this Irida.
Yeah, we're going all the way. Honestly, we could be just taking out the Brute Bonnet here too.
Yes.
That's also a good choice, right? Because this whole deck kind of depends on having Brute Bonnet with that Ancient Booster Capsule reliance here on the bench. So Or we could just be going for, I think, the more optimal play here, which is going to be just taking out our little friends, the Timbers there. That's why you always want to just try and find 3. But honestly,
we're
we
doing
see a
both.
lot
Yeah.
more.
We're doing both.
We could
We
go
are
all
Oh,
seeing.
wait. He needs to put the V-Star down first before he does that.
Can you
Yeah.
stop him
yeah,
there?
Yeah.
He has V-Star in hand,
Yeah,
I believe.
he's got V-Star in hand.
Yes. So let's
Yeah.
just before prizes are taken. Let's hope the V-Star is in hand.
Please
Is
be
the
in
V-Star
hand.
in hand?
If the
Please.
V-Star is not in hand, this
That's
is going to be a very
bad.
interesting.
Pop it down, pop the V-Star down.
Yeah.
There's that oh
Okay.
shoot
We
realization.
did see the V-Star come out of the
Yeah.
deck with the Irida,
Yeah,
so
no,
Yeah.
we're fine. We're fine. If we can, the thing is, I think a lot of people are very quick to point for a DPL, like, oh my
Yeah.
god, DPL. But like, there are ways that we can fix board states, especially
Yes.
when it's just, oh, it's in hand. I just forgot to put
Yeah.
it on the ground.
So one problem for Ben here, well, one of many problems for Ben,
Many actually.
is he doesn't play any energy cards, which means it is a little tough for him to actually retreat this Rotom. The other issue is that Rotom is going to be very easily knocked out by that Palkia V-Star. So Ben is in a position where he's not going to have a whole lot of prize margin left, since Martin's only going to need to take one more prize if he's able to knock out this Rotom V-Star. So, Brian, what is Ben's move here? What is he trying to do?
I think he just needs to regain his board. I mean, he doesn't really have many things on the board right now. I mean, it's just like the Rotom and the 2 Timbers.
Yes.
So just being able to get, I would really like to see more than 2, but I don't really see Greninja play coming back. So
No.
it should be safe for now, but it would still be nice to see some more setup on the board.
We have at least another turn before Martin would be able to use Greninja play. And if
Yeah.
Martin does use the Greninja, what it means is we haven't, or attached to Greninja, it means we're not attacking with Palkia V-Star.
Yeah.
So there is some time. And yes, that binding Mochi is huge in this matchup because it will enable Conkeldurr to knock out the Palkia V-Star.
Not only that, but the Radiant Sneasler as well also does that damage too.
Yes.
Like you're able to just go on ahead and swing for the 280, just kind of all natural. But I like the tool kind of adding insult to injury there, because at that point, right, you're swinging a lot even on something like a Charizard EX with that 330 hit points here. But it's a big hand for Ben. Like we said, and we were talking about it a little bit earlier, and Dan, I would love to get your thoughts on where Manaphy is in this format.
I was actually talking with Andrew on the way up here. I don't think it has much of a place, to
Yeah.
be completely honest with you, because the deck you're looking at right here, that Palkia V-Star, is one of the very few decks that actually can use Radiant Greninja in a really effective way. Everything else is placing damage counters, spreading in that way. So Manaphy doesn't do a lot there.
Which is great for you, Dan, because I know you don't really like playing
I
that
hate
card.
Manaphy. I
What about
played
the spicy Rabsca?
So Rabsca is a different story, and I actually think, while I think Manaphy is overplayed, I think Rabsca is underplayed.
Sure.
Anything that plays a TM Evo and relies on evolving basics, man, Rabsca's probably worth the fit. We do see Ben go into a Timber, and I actually like that decision, because if you're going to give up a single prize, do not give Martin an opportunity to stick something. Go for that double attachment for Greninja to just try to close out the game next turn. And so we will likely see a instant charge for Ben, going back to Martin, and
Here's the
Emily,
problem.
what's Martin trying to do?
Honestly, Martin's trying to win the game on this.
Well,
team.
yes.
Let's just be honest here, right? We have 2 Duskulls, but the problem is for Ben is that he's got 5 prize cards, right? So
Yes.
honestly, Martin can just go on ahead and search out. We do also have Rotom on the bench, which is a very juicy 2 prizer, right? We are going to see the Dusclops there, Nest Ball here for the Mew. So we're going to even try to draw into it, but he's definitely going for the win, right? Subspace Swell can definitely knock out the Rotom if we're able to find a Gust effect or a Gust card here, but Trekking Shoes is going to be the one. We're going to find another set of shoes here. They do always come in 2. Going to pitch that Ursaluna, and we are going to see another Dusclops, I believe, just from our screen.
So we do have a Dusclops in hand, no rare candy to pair with it, and to be honest, I kind of want to see this Iono from Martin.
Yeah, I was about
Yeah.
to say, too. I really like the Iono here, too. I don't really like having to discard the Iono because...
Especially with
Yeah.
only 1 energy in deck.
We're trying to go for the whole thing at this point, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're trying to see just concealed cards. It's definitely a very you definitely make your choice. But the attach there, and then we restart for 2.
And getting that Irida is
Ooh,
insane.
Is Prime Catcher still in deck? Because if Prime Catcher's in deck, I actually think this could be win right here.
And so that really is the question. If we have not seen Prime Catcher played yet, that would lock this up. And I was going to say the only thing is
Big pinks in the prizes. That's
so Palkia V-Star, the only gust it has available is that Counter Catcher and Prime Catcher. So without that Prime Catcher available, Ben's going to survive this turn.
I don't know about all that because that's Rare Candy Dusknoir here.
It is.
So we'll see how this one is going.
And Martin will take out both Timbers likely. Oh,
he's just electing
leaving the Dusknoir, which to be fair is essentially to lock up game this turn if Ben does not knock out the Palkia V-Star. But I mean, if Ben
I get
it
once. I get
the Moki.
I get it once, right? Because we have the Radiant Sneasler in hand as well. But the problem is, what do we do after this? I mean, we could evolve into Bib, or we definitely need to evolve into Bib on this turn because that Bidoof is just kind of food for the Dusknoir.
So Bib would still go down with the Dusknoir anyway.
Yeah, but still, I mean, I'm talking about like Dusclops, for example, too. Like, there's a couple of lines here in particular, but
yes,
it's very interesting. You just want to evolve as fast as possible. But we will be seeing the knockout with the Conka 100%. But after that, looking a little shaky.
So the issue too is at this point, Martin is very, very close to winning if he can find another Dusknoir, because then he can just double pop and knock out the Rotom V to close out the game. And so that is tough because, man, Ben's in a point where he can at least use his main attacker.
Yeah.
And I would love to see the... I don't actually love that decision. So the reason being, if Martin does hit double Dusknoir, I guess he kind of goes down anyway. But now this leaves single prize targets that a double Dusknoir could beat regardless.
Yeah, I think Ben pretty much has the game locked up here because he doesn't really need the second attacker. Just because that Night Stretcher that he drew off the Iono, as soon as the first Dusknoir comes out, he can just recover it with the Night Stretcher and then just evolve manually onto that Dusclops and then clean up the game from there.
Absolutely. So we're going to see Ben hit with Conkeldurr. We'll first use Babero for 1.
Always got it.
Seems good.
Yeah.
We get an Arven, not the most helpful here.
Nope.
And then we will see the Poison. And then we will see the knockout with Conkeldurr for way more than necessary.
Yeah.
And now, does Martin have access to a
Oh
second?
my God!
All right.
Come on.
Wow.
To be fair, Martin had game anyway with that Night Stretcher in hand, able to reuse the Dusknoir, but just a very unfortunate showing for Conkeldurr with just that Radiant Greninja picking apart Ben's board.
Yeah.
That's just rude at that point.
It is.
That's when the stream goes top deck.
Top
Yes.
deck.
And just a brutal ending. And Ben was so hyped to get on stream with Conkeldurr.
I tried, man. I
to
tried.
have it go down like that. Bryce, do we have a second game? We do. So we're going to jump to some commentary on Conkeldurr. But first, we've got another interesting deck here in Lost Zone box.
Yeah, definitely a box here too,
Yeah.
right? If I'm looking on the left side, first of all, dare I also say that we were talking about Miraidon a little bit earlier. So I'm very happy to see this. But we're seeing Thorns in Lost Box. We're seeing a Raikou. So, old Turbo Lost Box with Raikou V and Dragonite V now being joined, with a different type of half dragon, half now electric Pokemon,
Yes.
Iron Thorns. But of course, I think Lost Box is still very good in this format. But the problem is that Comfeys are just, as we were talking about it, damage counter targets.
They're a little fragile. And Nick, it is best of 1 through Swiss, and then top 8 will be best of 3. And so, Andrew, kind of like you said, the single process being squishy doesn't matter too much in this matchup, except for that Iron Hands EX. So, Andrew, if he hasn't played a supporter yet, he does have an opportunity to use this Roxanne and really put Alec in a horrible position. But no Roxanne, we just see the knockout from Blood Moon Ursaluna on the Iron Hands EX. And right now, Alec does not have a route to knock out this Blood Moon. So, Brian, what's the move here for Alec?
I think... Ooh, this is actually tough. There's 4 Steel Stone in hand, and hasn't used it yet, so that could possibly find another Gust or something like that. I think what he needs to do though is to set up another attacker because I don't think this
Yes.
Raikou is going to make it to the next turn.
I would agree with that. He does have a lightning energy on a bench Raikou, which is good, but unfortunately, neither of those are going to one-shot this Blood Moon Ursaluna. So, Emily, I guess, what is the game plan here? What is he searching for? Is he setting up for a gust? What's the move?
I think we were talking about this a little bit earlier, that I think sometimes Miraidon's gameplay has now unfortunately come down to, all right, let's boss for 2 each time. Like,
Right.
Let's just go around the big scary option that we have. I do like how Alec definitely check the discard for how many lightning energies are already in there, right? Especially with Lost Box, it's just such a great deck for Miraidon to just go on ahead and amp every single turn, if possible, onto some of the baby Pokemon. But if I am Alec, I'm going to try and fill my bench and go for the Iron Thorns, get 2 of the, especially the Psychic and the Water Energy out of play there. The Psychic 2 for Lost Mine has always been kind of a pain here too. But like we said, it's just Gust, unfortunately. We do have the Mewtwo, so we're talking about Miraidon in current format. We were talking about this a little bit earlier because Mewtwo EX with the Terra Lightning, not that great, especially because it needs Psychic Energy to attack, and Miraidon is not going to risk playing anything other than Lightning Energy here. But I like how Alec definitely counting the bosses at this point because we need to just see boss. But we have tons of ways to draw, right? We have Radiant Greninja, we have a Fleetfoot, we can at least see 3 cards.
Yes, and so I think if Alec does get the boss knockout here, which he would be able to do so on the Raikou V regardless of any other bench development or anything like that, he's going to be in a tough spot if Andrew comes in, cleans up the knockout on that Raikou V with Iron Thorns, and we'll see if Alec can save that Forest Sealstone. We see a search for another tool card, and I gotta imagine we're getting the Bravery Charm for the active at this point, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think one thing that is good to note that Emily brought up is to target the Iron Thorns, because if you want to be able to stay on like a kind of good prize map, knocking out the Thorns first is fine, and then you can kind of clean up on any of the like really small Pokemon, because if you want to clean up with Blood Moon Ursaluna, if that's your final 2 prizes, it's not going to be able to work because the ability blocks yours out.
So the tricky part is, in order to go after that Iron Thorns and knock it out, we are going to have to see a double generator or
Yes.
2 energy from a generator on that Miraidon coupled with a Gust, because Andrew has done so well to keep his bench to 4 Pokemon.
There's a misplay that I see. So I saw Mewtwo in a deck, and I see Area 0 Underdepths in hand. There was a chance that we could have rondoed actually for the knockout on Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Oh,
here.
wow.
You are absolutely correct. And that is something where it's tricky to figure out the sequencing, because although we could get that Mewtwo EX out, I don't think Alec had much other search to fill the rest of his bench. So, in having his bench locked a little bit with the double Raikou, he kind of put himself in a tough spot.
Yeah.
Because how could he even fill for that knockout? And we do see the generator come down, and this is huge if he hits 2.
Hits
hit
one,
one.
though. Not the worst thing in the world, right? But
Oh,
like we said,
are we going for an amp for 2 prizes here?
could be.
Interesting.
Wouldn't hate it.
If there is an out for the Gust and another generator, Alec has an opportunity to pull this off, but that could be tricky.
If DTE is in hand, but I'm not seeing it right
Yeah.
now. It's going to just be the attach onto Iron Hands here. No Fleetfoot either.
So we did Fleetfoot momentarily, but actually, you know, Emily, you said this before of filling the bench. There's a nest ball in hand. Alec could have gone and gotten another Miraidon.
That's what I was talking about, right? So we saw the tandem unit and we saw the deck open, and I saw Mewtwo there, so I was kind of expecting a little bit more of like the, hey, let me tandem unit for Mewtwo, find potential, or you could have either nestballed also for Mewtwo and then played the Area 0, then
Yes.
tandem unit. You could have also grabbed something if you're not going technically for a, if you're not going for, you know, the big bench knockout, you could have also gone for the Pheasantipity too, like draw more cards, especially if we want to see a little bit more of the Gust effect that
For
we're
sure.
talking about. But we could also be going for an amp on 3 prizes here with that Blood Moon Ursaluna still in play, because it attacked last turn. It needs a refresh. I mean, granted, it's Lost Box. We see the switch card in
Yes.
there. But I like what Alec is going for here, just to kind of like set up a different type of play. But that Roxanne is looming.
Yeah, I think Roxanne is definitely going into play this turn. But yeah, definitely. I think part of this has to do with, new format, and these new cards actually impact the way that we play these decks a lot.
Yes.
Like, a lot of lines of play sort of change when you include new cards like Area Zero on there and stuff like that. Now we don't really know the order that we're supposed to be putting our Pokemon on the bench and all of that stuff. So it's definitely a really good learning experience.
So it's tough too because in these cups and local tournaments, they're great practice for major events, and at the same time, even though you only need 4 of them, you still got to take your opportunity. So what I would love to see here personally, and I'd love to hear your thoughts, is switch card on the Blood Moon, go into the Comfy, play the Roxanne, and then hope to find a lost vacuum, and then go into Iron Thorns to take the knockout on Raikou after getting rid of that Forest Sealstone, because with a bench of 4, Alec would have to raw draw into both double turbo energy and a boss's orders. So we'll see if he can.
Well, here's the thing too. There's also a weird play that you could also do, trying to like trap something into the active as well. We see how much energy that Alec is down here, right?
Yes.
So even going for something like, hey, I'm going to boss, for example, Gus that Miraidon, for example, on that bench, that one energy that we need to escape, not exactly great. I mean, granted, Town Store's still in place, so we could go on ahead, find a rescue board, but we could go for something tricky here. But I totally agree with the lost box guy sitting over there. The Roxanne play going right into Comfy. We're gonna see the maximum amount of cards.
And we see the vacuum, and that is huge because barring Alec having another Forest Sealstone in deck, he will not have a way to search out anything he wants. And so we're going to see the flower selecting. Is it something Andrew needs? Honestly, it doesn't matter. He's got what he needs.
Yeah, at this point, you just like keep all the energy to yourself at that point and get rid of like the buddy poffins right after turn 2 or 3.
Right.
Like, I should have everything I need at this point. I've thinned the deck down enough to just be able to draw into our baby Pokemon if we want them. But considering the lost vacuum, and will take out that Forest Sealstone,
Yes.
but we still have access to Town Store, which I think is a very interesting call.
So it depends. If Alec does play, and I think Alec's list is right over there if we still have it. If Alec does play 2 Forest Sealstone, the Town Store is important. However, most Miraidon lists are only playing 1.
Yeah, I think it was only 2 for Jesse Parker's list, but I think people have sort of gone back down to 1. Yeah, there's only 1.
So with that Forest Sealstone going down, and we see 2 cards off the Radiant Greninja, and now retreat into the Iron Thorns.
Yep.
Technically, an Energy Raikou would give the knockout here for Alec, but Andrew doesn't really care because it would only give him 2 prizes. And we move the energy from the Iron Thorns to Comfy, which is fantastic because now we have a pivot. And now Alec going into Raikou, not going to be able to Fleet Foot, not being able
Ooh, there's
to...
a catcher. There's a
There is
catcher.
a catcher.
Wait,
Oh my
there's a
goodness.
catcher.
You
If he-
actually just need to do the catcher.
Yeah, as long as
The
he
catcher is game, believe it or
Yeah,
not.
if catcher hits and he attaches for turn, he wins the game.
No! So, listen, I love the enthusiasm. Alex still has 3 prizes remaining.
Yes.
So we would need a double turbo energy on the...
Well, he has regular oh, yeah, that's true.
So we would need a double turbo for the Iron Hands because it only has 2 lightning and a bravery charm on it.
Oh,
okay.
that's bravery.
If there
Oh,
were
I thought
three
that was
energy.
3.
I thought that was 3 energy.
I thought that was 3
I'm
also.
just glad y'all are so hyped because
No,
Yeah.
wait.
it's definitely a good game.
That definitely says, I'm literally going to check right now. That definitely says basic lightning energy right here.
The one in the middle is a
Is
bravery charm.
charm, yeah.
Yes.
Players, please help your casters by putting the tools actually in
Yes,
the back.
Thank
You're
you for that
helping me.
feedback. Yes,
Please.
absolutely.
What are we doing here? Mewtwo.
So we have a single lightning energy in hand. So unfortunately, we can't search with Miraidon. There's no way to draw with Radiant Greninja. We can't fleet-footed. Alec will be able to attack. Oh, and actually, I like this decision. Going in with the arm press. And saying it is going to be very hard for you to reach on this Iron Hands. Now, unfortunately, if Andrew has out to either a vacuum or a gust, Andrew's just going to take this game anyway. So we'll see what he gets off the top deck.
There's
we
a
have switch in hand.
Yeah, and
The
Colress.
Colress can
So,
definitely get you there.
Andrew is going to be able to dig at least 7 cards. Oh, no, can't
no,
draw with...
How
Can you grab him, Bryant?
No,
and
no,
have
no,
him
no,
stop.
no.
So we do... Wait. All right,
No.
so hold on. Don't keep us... Stop him, Bryce.
He's going. Stop him.
So,
Misplay.
hold on. I'm going to go help coordinate this.
Okay.
All right,
Y'all
let's
continue
explain
talking.
why.
Yeah.
Let's let's explain initialization for everybody.
Yeah, so initialization, isn't that the ability where...
It's path.
Yeah,
for future
it's
Pokemon.
path for future Pokemon. So the only future Pokemon will have abilities on both sides. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
On both sides. That's why we
sides.
say it's path.
It's
oh,
path.
goodness. Yeah, you got to read that Iron Thorns,
Yeah.
everybody. That's why Iron Thorns usually doesn't play nice with others. That's what I like to
Oh,
say.
that's a good way to say it. Yeah.
Iron Thorns doesn't really play nice because it doesn't stop your opponent.
Yeah.
So you would have to switch. He would have to use the switch into hand into Comfy.
Yeah.
And then send the Super Rod into Lost Zone, and then send the Mirage Gate into the Lost Zone, and then find
Were you
the
able to
Prime
rewind it?
Catcher.
They are going to
Yeah.
be able to rewind it. They are going to have to randomize the cards into the deck.
Yeah,
It will be a 2-prize penalty. However,
That's so bad.
it's honestly not that impactful because if
Yeah.
Andrew doesn't win the game this turn, he probably loses the game anyway.
Yeah.
Right. But we're trying to explain, so their initialization, and back us up here, it's like path for future Pokemon. And that's why it doesn't play nicely with any other cards.
It is path except for future Pokemon,
Pokemon,
but yes, exactly.
Path
So
for future Pokemon.
initialization says any rule box Pokemon in play has no abilities except for future Pokemon.
Sure.
So in this case, unfortunately, Andrew had the win should he have drawn with anything other than Radiant Greninja, especially with the switch in hand.
Yeah,
But-
that's
now
what we
now
were
he's
talking
sequencing
about.
it the right way.
Yeah.
Yes. So likely he still has a really good opportunity to hit it. We'll draw with Radiant Greninja. We just need to see the prime catcher off any of these.
Oh, there's the vacuum.
We
for
have the vacuum. So actually with
Yeah.
the vacuum, we have win anyway here since we'll be able to clear the Bravery Charm off
Yeah.
of the Iron Hands and go into the Blood Moon Ursaluna. But Andrew, still digging for the prime catcher just to see if there's a secondary win condition, assuming he sees the Blood
Yeah,
Moon.
there
Oh,
is.
and we see the prime catcher anyway. So we do have game in hand. Prime catcher. All right. The 2-prize penalty does not hurt Andrew. And man, that was a heck of a game.
Yeah,
that was
definitely.
tough.
I mean, Lost Box is a deck that we don't really see anymore. So it's interesting to see it with all these different attackers. Like we see Roaring Moon there, we see Thorns, we see Raikou. There was like a lot of different stuff that can be used in order to win the game.
And that's one reason why Lost Box has been so strong in the past is because it's a box. You have so
it's a
many
box.
different attackers that you can use in any situation against any type of deck. However, right now, we mentioned Comfies being kind of delicate targets. If you are reliant on a bunch of 70 HP basics, you're going to struggle into some matchups.
Yeah.
So,
Very
Em-
interesting.
So, Emily, with that Lost Box deck, we saw a bunch of different tools. What do you think are key Pokemon to include in a deck like that?
I think at that point, right, you're starting to just trying to get the Comfies out of play as fast as possible,
Well,
just so you
true.
can. Honestly, the main plan, right? Hey, let me get to 7 as fast as possible, and then find a way to just eject the Comfies out, and then I just have a bunch of big Pokemon that work off of Mirage Gate, right? I think that's kind of been what Lost Box is kind of pivoting to. Personally, I can't wait for the deck to rotate. No offense, Dan. I just hate how long the deck takes. I know it's very, very meticulous. I know only some of the best players play Lost Box. But I think Phantom Dive, damage counter spread is very interesting right now. But my favorite Lost Zone partner is Dragapult these days. I
Yeah.
mean, it's just the fact that you see so many cards with Comfy and, like we were talking about earlier, Dracloak with Recon Directive.
So actually, I love Lost Zone Dragapult. I think that deck is so much fun. And also to add on the sorry, Dan, listen, ask anyone. Do you think I really enjoyed playing Giratina? At no point during that I was
definitely
ever
enjoyed
like,
when it
I'm
gave
having
you
so
money.
correct. I enjoyed winning.
Yes.
Winning was the best part of that whole experience. No, so I think you're right. And having those liabilities is a big deal. I love Lost Zone Dragapult. I think it's so much fun, but unfortunately, it's not the best
Yes,
play.
yeah.
So what I'm going to do is, Brian, if you don't mind, can I kick you out? Can you
Yeah.
grab Andrew? Because we were going to do a winner's interview. And to be honest, it seems like a great one to ask about.
Yeah, definitely. Let me go grab him.
All right, perfect. So Brian is going to go grab Andrew and get him back here because I kind of want to hear his thoughts about that deck.
Absolutely.
All right, so Emily, we have seen Rhydon. We've
Yes.
seen Lugia exist briefly. We have seen
Exist briefly is giving it a lot more credit.
well,
but yeah.
true, yes. We've seen Palkia Dusknoir, Terrapagos Dusknoir. We've seen Bayonet. Of the decks we've seen so far, which is your favorite? You can say Conkeldurr too, even if it didn't have a
can
good
I be
showing.
honest?
Yes.
Me as a player, so for a lot of people who may not know, I still avidly play the game. I still compete like every week. I'm not finding a deck that meshes with me right now.
Okay.
To kind of bring up Dortmund again, Yellow made it to top 4 with Goldengo. in a brand new format,
So sick.
which is super crazy to think about. I think for me, the deck I want to see fleshed out more, and the deck that I've been playing a little bit is Terapagos with the Palkia partner, and
Yes.
for me, the spice for the mirror, because I feel like a lot of people are playing it, playing the fighting type Greninja EX, because you can come over the wire. I think the Greninja EX is definitely starting to get a little bit more of a getting a little bit more of a, I guess, spicy play in there. But we have our winner from last round. Andrew, how you feeling?
Feeling good. Feeling good. That was a really close game.
Yes,
So.
it was.
Yeah.
And it was kind of you to help make it a little closer in the last turn there.
Oh, yeah, so close.
So I want to ask you, like, we only saw the latter half of that game. So how did it go? Did your setup work? Is the deck functioning well?
I led Thorns.
Oh, that's
Nice.
pretty good.
That's
Which
pretty
in
good.
that matchup was I had no idea who was playing, so I was like, I see Thorns. I'm like, okay, my hand was kind of bad because it was Thorns and nothing else. And I was pretty much just top decking until I drew into a Nestball to grab Raikou to Forest Seal for Chorus.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness.
But I was
The
just
line.
mainly attaching. But I had prized my 1 to Lightning that game.
Oh,
So-
no.
One of lightning
Yeah.
is bold with
But-
multiple lightning Pokemon.
You just gotta take risks sometimes, you know.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah, yeah. But it was a really close game.
Awesome. No, I mean, and you pulled it off at the end. And honestly, fantastic play on your end to put yourself in a good spot. Why did you pick, and speaking of only 1 lightning energy, why did you pick that set of attackers for this deck today?
I kind of just took yesterday I played a similar list, except I was playing a lot more lightning support. So I was playing Miraidon, Rotom V. There was one more lightning attacker in there. Oh, Iron Hands, I think. But today I was like, I just want to play something consistent because the deck fell short yesterday because I just kept like not really getting there. So I just took Andrew Hendrick's list and I just made some mods to it. And I was just like, you know, if I can get turn 2 Ninja against all the evolving decks, I'm good. If I can get turn 2 Moon against all the basic decks, I'm good. And otherwise, I'm flipping coins anyway, so might as well.
Where do you
Lost on
feel
some
that
cards.
Lost Zone stands right now in the current meta? Good pick to go to Louisville in 2 weeks with. Not that great. Are you afraid of any specific deck into Lost Zone? How you feeling?
Well, the big one's Drago. I think Drago is an awful matchup. I think it's winnable, it's manageable, but you're going in there with like a very unfavored percentage to win. But I think every other deck in the meta is okay. I think Lost Zone has some favorables for sure. It's definitely like a tier 2, tier 1.5 deck.
Sure.
I'm considering it for Louisville, but playing LZ for 8 plus 4 rounds, 12 rounds, it's just a headache. So I don't know if I want to put myself through that. Might as well just play Guardy at that point. I'm not sure,
That's
but
very
it felt good for these cups at least. But we'll see how the meta continues to.
So are there matchups
Go.
where you would want to see today? Or because you said Reggie Drago, probably not the one you want to see. Is there
Yeah.
anything else you're like, yes, let me have more of it?
Just evolving decks. I would want to face all the evolving decks because no one's playing Manaphy right now.
Yeah.
So if I
yeah,
can
we were
just-
talking about
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So we were saying that Manaphy, the only real threat in the format where you would need Manaphy is either Kyurem and Regidrago V-Star or Radiant Greninja. And we did not consider Lost Zone Box in that conversation. So is
Yeah.
this something you're trying to take advantage of?
Definitely. I'm trying to capitalize on the fact that everyone's cutting Manaphy, which I think makes sense if you're only looking at Drago. It definitely makes sense to cut it. So I think I'm trying to take advantage of that and just try to get a turn 2 Ninja playoff. It's definitely like very combo oriented at the same time. It's not like I just guaranteed I have to turn 2 Ninja, but at least I like going first or second. That's another thing I like about Lost Zone. So yeah, so maybe I picked Lost Zone today. I just love Lost Zone. I've been playing the
There you
deck for
go.
like a year and a half, unfortunately.
Everybody with their main deck is always like, yeah, I've had the most results on this deck. Unfortunately, it's been a pain, and like I go home and cry at the end of every single time I win anything. Yeah,
Literally,
totally
yeah.
get it.
No,
Totally
that
good.
sounds about right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's
So-
like I always call it like a crazy X. You just keep going back to it. Like
Yeah, it's true. Very true.
God, that is such a good description. Don't tell my wife. Anyway, so for this last question I have is we were talking about Dust Noir as such a key piece of the format right now.
Mhm.
Is Dust Noir scary for you at all?
Well, that's actually another thing I think LZ is good into is if I'm going against a Dusknoir deck, it's usually rare to get more than 2 Duskulls turn 1. So if I can just get Ninja Bop 2 Duskulls,
Yeah.
that's pretty good. I guess like Turtles, I can bump 2 of the birds. So I
Ooh,
mean, that can
yes.
stifle a setup. So either way, I can at least hopefully disrupt their setup to the point where hopefully it doesn't bother me. But I'm not too afraid of it, I think, because I think they're giving me a prize, and my board state can really easily go from like 1 prizer to 2 prizers, just kind of depending on how I want to build it. So I'm not too afraid of it, but I haven't really played the matchup, to be honest, so I guess we'll see how the rest of the day goes.
Fair enough.
Mhm.
Well,
Good luck.
Andrew, well done.
Yeah.
2-0, doing great.
far.
Thank you for joining us for a
Yeah.
little bit. We'll let you go get
Yeah.
set up.
Thank you guys for allowing me to speak today.
Of course.
Absolutely. So thank you very much. Bryce, do you want to throw up the Dortmund Day 2 results? Because I think this is a really good transition. Talking about the decks that have a good setup into the format and into other parts of the meta. usually see those transition really well from day 1 to day 2 at major events. And speaking of Turtle, that's a heck of a transition into day 2, Emily.
Yeah, it's definitely a very good turnover rate into day number 2, right? You're going from barely being played to some of the best in the world playing. We know that Tord was on Terapagos
Yes.
some point this weekend too. I also do want to just kind of bring up that I don't feel like Reggie Drago, V-Star, and Raging Bolt really kind of saw any cards for them come out in Stellar Crown. I feel like they're just like, you know what? I already played the Terra. Sure, bigger bench base if I want to. I still think those two decks are doing really well. But Terapagos EX, I think we were talking about this a little bit earlier in the day. I want to see where it goes, right? I think
Yes.
right now we're trying to figure out its like quote perfect partner, right? I'm playing specifically the water side of it with Palkia and Radiant Greninja, but I know a lot of other people are playing the colorless build with Bouffalon with its curly wall ability where it's going to take less damage. Problem is, Unified Beatdown can be a limited move, right? So at most you can swing for is that 240, which is great, but then you attach a double turbo
Yes.
to it, and then you're already kind of losing out on that damage. But also 230 in this day and age is not that big of a number for a lot of decks to hit, especially with Charizard roaming out there with
Yes.
the Dusknoir. I think we have to find better ways to protect our turtles, if you will. I just think, though, if we want to protect our turtles, Bravery Charm is not exactly what we're looking for here. I still think it's looking for its perfect partner, but definitely Terapagos is here. We just have to figure out how much it's here.
And I'm going to keep referring it to as Turtle because I'm going to
Turtles.
mess up Terapagos so much for the
No,
rest
you
of the
just said
day.
it correctly.
Yeah, listen, we're like 1 of 10 here. So I agree with the Turtle. I think, and this is actually something I'll give creatures and Pokemon some credit for. The math on Terapagos is perfect to
Yeah.
eliminate evolving Vs.
Sure.
And that's where it's going to have its best number fixing. So the tricky part is, like you said, it's not really that great in everything else.
Yeah.
Brian, do we have pairings or are they still going?
They're in sudden death right now.
Okay.
Whoa.
Oh, sick.
That
All right.
means there's Roaring Moons out there.
Oh, no, please sit. Yes, I'll go
Come
fix
back.
the next pairings when they're up. But, so kind of talking about Terapagos and Turtle, I agree. I think we don't quite have the perfect partner yet. And as far as partners go for Reggie Drago and Raging Bolt, there's really only one card that came out that really helps Raging Bolt. And guys, have any guess what it is?
It's Brian, but with half the N and it's an R instead. It's not a
Briar, yeah.
complete N.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it makes
Thank you, Brian.
attacking
Yes.
it makes attacking with Ogerpon like I essentially what I like to say feel less bad, to be
Yes.
quite
Yeah.
honest, because a lot of times when you're attacking with Ogerpon, you're like, oh man, I gotta attack with Ogerpon. I think if anything, Briar specifically in Zard is just so
Yes.
good
Yeah.
that I think now I was talking about this a little bit earlier. Prize mapping is just so different. Like being at that 2 prize cards, while maybe a format ago it's like, all right, man, I just need 2 more prizes. Now that feels absolutely terrible.
Exactly. And so that's actually the big thing for Raging Bolt is the typical way you would beat Raging Bolt is to go to a single prize board when they have 2 prizes remaining with either Radiant Charizard. If you're Ancient Box, you're just trying to clear through their board 2-2-2. Now, if you let them go down to 2 prizes remaining and you have 1 prizes on the board, Ogerpon can take a knockout and do it and take the last 2 prizes. Especially because for Raging Bolt, you don't have to worry about playing boss's orders or something like that.
Right.
Flip heads on a catcher, use prime catcher,
Yep.
you're golden. So it kind of cleans up matchups for Raging Bolts where it's harder to kind of meta call or call matchups against it, which again, I also dislike. In case you guys can't tell, really don't like Lugia, really don't like Raging Bolts. Big fan of the rest of the format. So
You're a fan of Zard?
I actually like Zard. I think as an old man in
Oh my
here at the
God.
age of 35, I harken back to the days of evolutions. I started playing in 2018. It's not that far back. But I love like evolutions, being able to enact a more complicated game plan other than big guy go boom. And I say that I love playing big guy go boom decks. I just don't know if it's great for the format to have those be the best decks to play.
Sure.
And so, Brian, looking at this list of decks here from day 2, what do you think, or why do you think these are the ones that made it through day 1 so effectively?
I mean, I think use of Briar and ease of play. I mean,
Yeah.
when you look at the every deck besides Terapagos, these are all decks that have been played in the meta before and have done very well. So like Raging Bolt, that got top 8 at Worlds. Charizard, it's been taking over
Yes.
the last couple of years. Reggie Drago has been like a staple in the meta now for a few events now. Same with Lugia. So all these decks are decks that players are very experienced with, and with the new tools that they have, they're able to just further, the experience of the deck and what they can do with it.
And that's often what you see in the first major tournament of a format is, especially normal people like myself who only play so many games a week, it's so much easier to stick with something you know well and do well with it rather than try to pick up and run with the brand new thing. So I am going to go get pairing set up and find our next round. So Brian and Emily, can you guys talk through the rest of day 2 and see if there's anything else that you would like? Maybe thinking about going into Louisville.
Yeah, definitely. So it's almost like we're doing like a little meta forecast here.
Oh man, I've been on a couple of those.
Yeah, and it's funny too because yeah, it's funny too because Dan says that he doesn't like think of himself as a meta call person, but he's been on a couple of them.
So many.
Yeah, he always gets invited
he's
back.
A good guy. He's
yeah,
a good guy.
He is a great guy. But when looking at Louisville, do you think that Dortmund's meta is going to have a big impact on that?
Absolutely. I think every regional, if you have a regional happening, quote, 2 weeks later, it's just, hey, this deck won. Okay, let me get some reps. Okay, it's broken. Bet I'm going to take it.
Yeah.
I think it's also very important to note that Latin America had Joinville this weekend too. So not just alongside Dortmund, but there's also another whole regional being played down there. I know we usually don't get like the big stream and production and casters and all that stuff, but not only do we have this tournament to look at, we also have Joinville to look at.
Yeah, definitely.
Too.
And I think Joinville is actually really important to look at as well, just because what's it called? There's a lot of really good Brazilian players.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I think it's very interesting because meta predictions always stress me out, right? Because I'm like, okay, well, Lugia and Guardy were the finalists of Baltimore. That means I can play Miraidon. And then I think about the one guy who's like, hey, Baltimore... Lugia and Guardy just did well at Baltimore. More people are going to play Miraidon, so that means I'm going to play Zard. And then a bunch of people are going to be like, hey, Lugia and Guardy just did well in Baltimore. That means somebody is going to play Miraidon, which means someone's going to play Zard, which means I'm going to play Raging Bull. And then it goes into this giant circle of quite literally anxiety for me that I'm like, you know what? I'm playing Control. That's it. We're going to get just down to Control.
We'll get Control on later.
Yes.
No, I was just talking about what potentially my
it's so funny because it's like a triangle.
Yeah, and it always stresses me out.
Yeah.
It just it's predicting what you should play, and I said this on stream at Baltimore. You are so much better off playing a deck that may not be the best into the meta, but you just have more reps on it, right?
Yes.
Especially because the sample size of players now is just too big. Like, we are so blessed in North America to have thousands of people that come through, right? 2-3K masters, right? It's so hard to predict what you're going to hit every single round. So I think I don't even know what I could be playing. Like, if you see me on Control or Zard at Louisville, just know I've given up at that point, right? Like, at this point, I'm just like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, I just don't know. Like, I'm hoping personally that my Palkia Dusknoir love sticks a little bit more, because I do think that deck is very versatile. I do think Subspace Swell, for example, with Area Zero is amazing. But for me, I can't tell. Like, it's always just going to be like, you know what, do I just sleeve up Miraidon? But then, Goldango just got top 4 in Dortmund, and it's like, oh, don't give me that hope.
Yeah, definitely. But I think it's an important fact that you bring up playing what you know, because I think with us and our background in esports, we're used to having a pool, right? You're used to having a pool of different things that you know how to do.
Right.
But I feel like with our transition into trading card games, it's kind of like rewarding to the one-trick pony a little bit more.
Yeah.
So it's definitely interesting to go into that and to try to emphasize that playing what you know standpoint. Yeah, so I think we're trying to transition here into our next round.
We are, and we have some interesting ones here.
Spice.
So we have, of our 4 players, we have a Palkia Dusknoir, we have a Lugia V-Star, we have a Palkia Turtle, which is exciting.
I want the turtle.
And we have a Regidrago V-Star.
No,
so
give me the Palkia Turtle.
we will see. We're actually going to start with Palkia Turtle versus Lugia V-Star. So
Mr. John Wangard coming all the way from Wisconsin here, taking the drive this morning, including
Yes.
the 1K. Big shout out to all the people that have traveled far, including myself.
yeah,
Including your-
and thank you for being a part of this, Emily. And also credit to John Wangard. So he is a member of the Lost Zone Kitchen, like Dan Ibarra, and we actually had a charity event early in the
did.
year this year, including the Lost Zone Kitchen, where we raised $2,100 for the Greater Chicago Food Depository, which is just an awesome event. And for all those who were here on the stream donating at that, thank you again, because it's an awesome community, and I love being able to do some good for the community via Pokemon. So we're going to get into this round here. We have as I mentioned, Palkia Terapagos versus Lugia. So, Brian, let me ask you, who's favored in this matchup?
I have no idea. I think
All right.
I think it depends on whoever goes first.
I
Emily,
was just about to say that.
All right, fair enough.
It's whoever's going first in the game, just because you ideally want to see your evolve as fast as possible and to start swinging. But the problem is, we saw this a little bit earlier, we have to see the rest of the hand. Is John Wangard's hand good? Oh my god. Do you mind if I see the list, please?
Have at.
Just because we were talking about it a little bit earlier. Playing Palkia, but also, and I was talking about this in the car today, this is why I'm super excited, also plays the Spirit Tomb, a card that we haven't seen now in like a couple months at this point with Fettered in Misfortune. So turning off things like Lumineon V that Lugia uses to kind of unstick the hand at times.
It is. And Isaiah Chevelle knows, Zaya Lee, that I asked him before every single freaking regional this year, do I play Spiritomb and do I play Manaphy? So Spiritomb, incredible card into this matchup. If Lugia does not have a good hand, unfortunately for Trevor, Lugia's hand is pretty good right now.
Yeah, there's definitely an out to getting double chops into the discard pile. So I think John is definitely enjoying where he's at right now.
Yeah, so we have the Nest Ball to get the Lugia V, Tails on Mesagoza, which sucks, but you still have plenty of march in there because we have at least one Archeops and, like you said, Brian, the Ultra Ball. So with the professor's research in hand, John could choose to use that Ultra Ball here to either get another Archeops to put in hand to research later, or he could just hold the Ultra Ball, hold the Archeops, Ultra Ball the Archeops away next turn for another Archeops, research away both of them, and just hope to see an out for Lugia V-Star.
Yeah, definitely. And definitely depending on what he had in his hand earlier, I could have definitely seen an out too. If he plays Squawkabilly, that could have been also like a potential
One
yeah,
in the deck.
Yeah, one in deck. I think it's prize, so Squawkabilly wouldn't be a play here. But I really do like the Wellspring Ogerpon that's in the deck.
Yes.
That's definitely something that I've wanted to try out in the deck. My only thing with it is, it's not really a consistency card. It's more like a win more card.
And it is a very, very good card into decks with Evolving Basics. We actually saw it on stream yesterday.
Yeah, it was actually in top 8 too.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So against Dragapult, Lugia player used Wellspring Ogerpon to snipe 2 Dreepy. And then the very next turn, after the Dragapult player put 2 more Dreepy down, the Lugia player gusted up one of them, and Wellspring sniped both of them again.
Yeah.
Which, that's brutal.
Yeah, and it's crazy too because there's also lines where you can, since the Wellspring Ogerpon's able to shuffle back the energies into the deck, there's definitely a play where you can go Wellspring, take down 2 Pokemon, and then you can transition into hands and take 2 more.
Yes. Retaining the legacy energy is so good. And so we see the V-Guard come down onto the Minchino. Not really helpful defensively, but good offensively. And then we get into Trevor's turn. So, Emily, Palkia, what are you trying to do turn 1?
At this point, right, we just want to go on ahead and start setting up here. Just looking over at Trevor's list, the ideal play that we want is to grab our water Pokemon and a Buddy Buddy Poffin here. So it is probably just going to be the Palkia V. That's kind of how that's going to work. But then Buddy Buddy Poffin for, and dare I say, oh wait, no, there's an arrow on the back. I was about to say, I'm like, I don't see Fan Rotom, but actually there's an arrow on the back. There is one Fan Rotom in this list, and that's the ideal, right? We do also have the Area 0 Underdepths in hand, so we do definitely want to bump the Mesagoza here too.
Yes.
But there's tons of things that we can do, but I have to say John's hand is pretty safe, right? Knows that Palkia is not swinging for that 220 on turn 2, so really didn't even need to overbench for a second Lugia like some players. Sometimes they feel like they need to do.
So
Yeah,
one
definitely.
of the big things that I think helps that is for the Terapagos EX, you are not allowed to use Unified Beatdown
Yeah.
on your first turn if you go second, which thank freaking goodness, because that seems very toxic to have that go back and forth.
What
But
would you rather have? Curse Blast or Unified Beatdown where you can do 240 on turn 1?
oh, I'm gonna ponder that. Brian, you had a thought you were gonna share here. Let's go with that first.
Yeah, definitely. But going back to Trev's side here, I think his main thing is trying to get his Hoot set up.
Yes.
Yeah, so being able to get that down and going back onto John's side, I think the reason, like we were talking about earlier, why you don't need to have the double Lugia V down is because Trevor doesn't have a clear out to taking out the Lugia V
Correct.
on his
Yes.
first turn.
Do we have a fan Rotom in Trevor's list?
We have a fan Rotom
There
in
is
the
a fan
list.
Rotom in the
It
list.
looks like there's not one in the deck if we're
Yes.
choosing to get a Hoot instead of anything else.
But
So
I really like the Spiritomb coming down here.
I agree. Now, is
Yeah.
it necessary based on John's hand? No.
No.
But that could be really huge later in the game, too,
Sure.
if there's a disruption and John's trying to find a Luminion V for search.
Or Weirdeer.
Or Weirdeer, yes.
Here's the problem, though. The thing is, there's a one-of copy of this Froakie, but the thing is, John's going to end up, if he can't find, like, Gust all the way through, he's going to end up having to kind of change his prize mapping a little bit here, too, where essentially you're now forced to, as people say, take 7 prizes,
Yes.
when Palkia is going to do its best next turn to fill up the bench all the way to start going on in and just swinging for 2s.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Oldfield, thank you for joining. Hello, glad to have you here. And so, though with that prize map, we do have the Iron Hands EX in hand, and John could have decided to bench it, deciding not to. And actually, I'm not sure why, because I think that
Yeah.
Iron Hands onto Froakie would have been fantastic.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, didn't necessarily whiff, but almost could have in that moment. If that Ultra
Yes.
Ball was not there, that was bad. But the problem is here now, guys, we either have a choice of grabbing Lugia V-Star or we have a choice of grabbing the big rat, that Chinchino there. But it is just going to probably be the attached retreat, and then we're swinging with Lugia for 1 prize.
And I think going in with the Lugia V-Star is okay here. Palkia will be able to reach. However, John intentionally keeping his bench low will help with that, because there's going to be less opportunity for Trevor to reach for that one shot. Although, doing math, it's going to be close. Palkia would do 260 with full bench on either side. So we would actually hit exactly 280 with 3 Pokemon on John's bench, assuming John does not attach a V-Guard.
This is exactly what we want to see, though, coming out from Lugia, because we actually get to use Tempest Dive and discard the stadium. So now we
Yes.
actually have to have Trevor find a whole brand new Area 0 for that. But I like how John essentially just getting reset up here, always going for things like board safety is just something that's really important, because you never know when those Archeops are just, people are just going to decide to turn on them randomly.
Yes.
But we'll see how it's going to go here. I mean, John with an okay position, right? If this Lugia goes down, I'm a little concerned because the rest of the hand seems a little bit off. I think I did see a professor's research, but what I did see was a lot of energy in that hand.
Yeah, a lot of energy.
And that's where you don't want it.
Exactly. So I think there were 2 gift in John's hand. One now attached to Lugia V-Star, so it could be a little tough. Now, on Trevor's side, Trevor's hand is not good.
No.
We will want to see a draw supporter if possible here. And we see a Terrappa Ghost, but we have no out to Noctowl. So we can fill the board and put down the stadium, but we don't have another water energy. We don't have a way to attack with this Palkia V-Star, and we could rule the region, but Palkia V probably goes down. No,
Yeah.
not at all.
No, at that
Yeah.
point, right, then you're going to just evolve into Chinchino on your next turn and then just start what is a very unlucky prize trade here. I do see a switch in hand. At this point, we might as well just kind of get rid of the Spiritomb and kind of say, kind of call it as it is and say C'est la vie. But the problem is, I do believe John has a Boss's Orders in hand. And when you want to talk about taking away resources here, going after the Hoodoo actually is the correct play. But, a boss stall of his own here has the Area 0, but honestly, we can't do much else.
And I think
Oh,
not
the
putting down the jet is a big deal, but there is no Gust in hand currently. So there's 3 energy cards in hand too. So John can use that jet energy. Lugia already has a bunch of energy. There's some energy in the discard. And if John does play this research, this energy is all going away, and he's going to be tight on resources the rest of the game.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to end up going for that attack first or if he's going to go for the arrow dive.
I was just about to say it. Arrow dive is actually, believe it or not, an okay play here,
Yeah.
right? Especially because it's just kind of what you do.
Yeah.
Well, I think arrow dive is actually his best play here.
Yeah.
All right, so we will likely see the double turbo attachment, and to be honest, we just see the jet into Lugia.
Interesting.
And now, do we see the professor's research? No, just the knockout.
Oh my goodness.
And
All these
I'm going to
DPs.
say that I don't think the arrow dive was a good play there because I feel like if you arrow dive, the Palkia V-Star could probably
Yes, and
return
that is
knockout.
a fair point. So now if we have Pheasantipity in deck, yes, and we do so, Trevor, we could be playing the game here. We have
Yes.
Terrapagos Turtle in hand. We have an Area Zero Underdepths in hand. All we need to see is some type of card to get a Noctowl or to fill the bench, and we're going to one-shot this Lugia V-Star.
Or we're going to just see the Noctowl, period, right?
Also, yeah.
We just want to see it at this point, right?
Yes.
And no matter which way we go, but Trevor giving that deck a lot of love on the shuffle here and kind of a Sabrina Carpenter. Please, 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 give me
Please,
something
please,
to work
please.
with
Yes.
here. 3 big cards.
Terrapagos V-Star and a
Oh, there's
water.
an energy.
I
Well,
think that's the Greninja EX actually. Oh no, put that. Where's it going? There
That's-
you go. Listen, sometimes playing on stream, I've always said that players who play on stream, naturally you have a 25% debuff because sometimes you're just
Yeah.
you're under the cameras and all that stuff. Figure it out.
let's
but-
not talk about
Yeah.
me forgetting that I have my V-Star available in Milwaukee. Like, nope, that's certainly not relevant at
No,
all.
I totally don't know what you're talking about. It's fine.
All right, so we do see the Palkia V-Star hit into the Lugia V-Star, and that would have been good
boss
except for the
top
fact that John just top decked boss. And that is catastrophic. Except, and this is a big except, Lugia V-Star is currently doing 200 damage
Yep.
because there's a double turbo on
There
there.
is a double turbo on there.
So, Emily,
Yes.
what is John's play here?
You boss the hoodoo, actually. You keep taking these resources away, but instead we are going to just see more cards of the research. I also agree with that. My goodness, John has had a handful of energy
Yes.
this entire time, right? And we have yet to see a Chinchino. Like, that Chinchino is just kind of waiting in the wings, and a lot of the times in Lugia V-Star now, you kind of use the rats. I know some people call them, I know in my home region we call them the squeakies, to take
Squeaky.
out,
That's
you know,
adorable.
those big Pokemon, like, you know, the 330 HP guys. But honestly, the Lugias are doing a lot of work.
Well, actually, looking at the amount of energy left in John's deck, I don't know if the Squeakies are going to be doing much this game because there's maybe 1 or 2 energy left in deck, 2 energy in hand. I don't know if we're even going to be able to reach very well with a Cincino. Now, granted, we do have the Lugia V-Star that can hit for 200. We have the Jet energy in hand. Oh, so there's some energy in hand.
Yeah, there's a lot in hand.
It's so much. He's like researched into energy every single time.
All right, so we see the draw for turn. Trevor is less
my
hyped about that. But we can, at this point at least, get down another couple Hoot Hoots and not a Fan Rotom anymore, but at least a Hoot Hoot and something else to help him play the game next turn. And Trevor will also be taking 2 prizes here. Now, the downside is it's going to be very hard for him to reach for a 2-prize knockout next turn. Oh, we see the Bidoof and a Hoot Hoot, and I like that decision to just give himself a way to set up to play the game.
Yeah, I think it's really important here too, right? The problem is, though, like you were saying, Dan, is that we don't really have a way, and let me
Oh, yeah,
check the
go for
list
it.
here. So since this is like kind of what I'm kind of calling my deck here, Trevor is playing the Glass Trumpet, which does take the energy out of the discard and attaches to your benched colorless Pokemon.
Yes.
And does play 1 energy switch. So what we essentially need to do is hit what I like to call that wombo combo, essentially, right? Hits the Glass Trumpet onto Terrapagos and a Noctowl, and then energy switch it onto Terrapagos. Boom, you have an attacker. But the problem is that's a very specific amount of cards, and we understand that John's going to take the knockout next turn. The prizes, I don't think, are too crazy here, though, for Trevor.
So John has a handful of energy at this point, but we do also have a Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is huge because it can one-shot that Terrapagos EX should it hit the board.
Yeah.
And the one tricky thing, though, is unless this is a heads, we don't have a Lugia V-Star. Well, it's a head, so we have a Lugia
We have a
V-Star.
Lugia
All right.
V-Star.
And in case anyone was wondering why I hate Lugia, it's if
This.
we hit heads there, is the best deck in format. If we hit tails there, John is scrambling. And so we see the Lugia V-Star. Is there anything John wants to accelerate to here with Archeops?
I don't think there's much to accelerate because I think all of his energies are in hand.
I would tend to agree with that, which it's weird to say we hope Trevor does an Iono, but I kind of don't want Trevor to Iono here.
Yeah.
And so Trevor right now with his hand also can't Iono because it's atrocious. So we see the Palkia get knocked out. We go into the Hoot Hoot, and we're going to be able to draw for turn and then draw 3 with Pheasantipity.
Our first Noctowl this game.
We have an owl. Ladies and gentlemen, there is
It's a
an
Noctowl.
owl. All right, so we will be able to Fez for 3.
Proper
Weird, huh?
sequencing here, Dan, right? If you were Trevor, proper sequencing is flip the script, then try and find your Jewel Seekers before you supporter, right? Like supporter should be technically the last kind of thing that you do. You're looking at me like I'm crazy.
It depends. So it depends on what you're trying to find with the flip the script. In Trevor's case, if he's trying to find energy cards, you want to knock out first to pull items and trainers and stadiums out of your deck before you draw for energy. If you're trying to find specific trainer cards, yes, absolutely. You Pheasantipity first and then go into the Noctowls. All right, so we're going to have that Palkia V come down. And I think Trevor's just trying to figure out a way to disrupt John, take a knock on and try to stay ahead of the curve here and not immediately lose. So playing the Cologne, I think, is great.
Sure.
And I would actually like to see the Hoot Hoot here for Prime Catcher. And do we have a double Turbo Energy in the deck, or is it purely water?
Out the other list.
It's also
pure.
it's
all
Devon
water.
So we're going to have to see a Glass Trumpet, which is fine
Yeah.
and totally reasonable. We're going to have to see a manual attachment of energy. And then we're going to want to see that Prime Catcher, since I think two-shotting this Lugia V-Star is probably not it. Although, in general, maybe that's not too bad. Because if we do go for the 2-shot and we're able to set up Palkia as a secondary attacker, John doesn't have gift energy on the Lugia V-Star. And if that stays the same, Trevor has a chance to stick him late. So, Brian, from your end, what are you trying to see on Trevor's side?
I just want to see like the trumpet. I do want to see the trumpet come out. That's why I was kind of glancing over. I was like seeing how many trumpet are
Just
are
one.
played.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
with
so
this list.
yeah, there's only one trumpet, and I just want to see some sort of attack come down.
Yes, and I
Yeah.
think that's where the Prime Catcher is going to be essential, because we are going to see Trumpet, manual attachment, or we have Energy Switch.
Yeah, I'm talking. about it.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
this is the ideal combo that I was trying to talk about, right? Because
Yes.
then you essentially can save your attach for turn onto the active Hoodoo, so you're able to just kind of get it out of dodge. But my thing with Trevor's list is that I like this list, but the problem is we're only playing like one-ofs. We're playing a lot of one-ofs, right?
Yes.
So like those pieces to the puzzle are great to have, but what if they're prized,
Like
right?
the fan rotom.
Yeah, like the fan rotom, for
Yes.
example. Speaking of fan rotom, we saw a lot of Europeans play multiple fan rotoms. Some even playing the maximum of 4.
Really?
Wow.
Yes.
That is
Yeah.
that is aggressive. All right, so we do see the Glass Trumpet come down with the Energy Switch, will power up Terapagos EX as an attacker. Actually, I don't think we should see the Area 0 come down. Oh, I guess we're going to see it
Yeah.
come down.
Yeah,
That's
you might
fine.
as well at this point, right? Because we want to just go on ahead and unified beatdown for as much as possible. here.
So I think the only reason to not is because Lugia V-Star likely will be able to bounce it, because you're not going to be able to reach for a one-shot here. So by putting that down, you are letting John remove one of them from play and possibly preventing you from being able to get another one next turn.
This is a huge Iona, though. I mean, John's deck is still pretty full. Now, granted, he will have access to the energy now, but that Blood Moon Ursaluna is now going down. It's big.
Yes.
Ooh, the prime catcher.
Ooh. So
What do you do?
do we Prime Catcher and Archeops here?
I actually really like that idea.
I do too,
Yeah.
which is mostly why I said it. But the reason being for me is if you get to knock out an Archeops, you can reach a one-shot with your Palkia on Lugia V-Star.
Oh,
Oh, I love this so much more. So we're going to see a Prime Catcher, a Squeaky?
Yes,
that the
term? Squeaky.
We're
Yes,
going to
thank
see
you.
a Prime Catcher, a Squeaky, and then a knockout with Fan
Fan
Rotom,
Rotom.
not activating gift energy, which what a play, because now it forces John to have the boss's orders in order to close out the game.
But he has Iono. He has a nest ball as well, and could go a couple different ways. I mean, I'm still okay. I'm used to like Trevor's list where I have to look for all of the Pokemon.
Oh,
here.
and we
Oh.
see the Wellspring Ogremon to
that's what I was
close out
worried
the
about.
game.
Wow.
What a move by John. But Trevor making the best decisions he can to try to close out that game.
Yeah, I think he did the best that he could with the resources that he was given.
Which
I
is
mean, he
not a
wasn't even
lot.
able
Correct.
to. Yeah, he wasn't even able to V-star that game. So being able to do all of that was good. But John really showing the power of the Wellspring Mask. I may
Yeah.
have to try that out.
Yes.
Yeah, honestly, I think a lot of people were playing it like a little bit ago, and then people
Yeah.
were like, it doesn't work,
Yeah.
so let's just like get rid of it. But then it's like, hey, man, like, I mean, 120 to the bench, and we're talking about no Manaphy, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
is Manaphy in or not? But that was a great game. I don't
Yeah.
think, unfortunately, Trevor had the setup ideally that he wanted with Fan Rotom prize. We didn't really get to see like Palkia swing for like those big amounts. But still, the list is great. This is exactly where the list can go. I really wish we got to see the Greninja EX.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
Shinobi Blade just puts a card in your hand, like
Or
for one
even-
energy.
Even Radiant Greninja, just
Yeah.
some
Very
kind of
true.
Greninja on the board at some point. And Bryce, do we have a game 2 right now? We do.
Ooh,
So
very
we
nice.
are
What's
going
the
in to
Sky?
see Sky playing Regidrago V-Star versus Eli playing Palkia Dusknoir. And we're still pretty early in this one over here. So, Brian, tell me about Palkia Dusknoir in this version. What is Eli trying to do?
Yeah, so Eli's trying to take advantage of how easy of an attacker Palkia is to power up, as well as utilize the Dusknoir line to get small knockouts or build towards big knockouts. So it's really nice because when you get your Poffins and stuff like that, they'll grab the Duskulls. And the only evolving that you're really doing that isn't from hand is like Rare Candy Dusknoir. So you don't have to be super like frugal with how you use the rare
Yes.
candies.
Absolutely, because
Yeah.
that is the only thing you're using it for.
Only
So
thing.
we are going to see Dusknoir pop here for Eli. And I would say in this matchup in general, it's going to depend on who sets up first, which we're
Yeah.
probably going to hear that a lot with
Yeah.
matchups. But Eli in a position to take a big swing here. So, Emily, what do you want to see Eli do right now?
I'm not really looking at Eli's board. I'm looking at more so how Sky is going to respond to this because I see the Kyurem in the discard pile. Obviously, Regidrago V-Star, kind of what was a top tier deck in the Shrouded Fable format here.
Yes.
I like how they're essentially just giving up like the one prize Hawlucha here because we know that I would say Regidrago V-Star 280, and we're not playing Terapagos here because so it technically caps out the damage that Eli can do. But I know Sky has been cooking Regidrago for a very long time. They're essentially like the Regidrago kind of player I know from Wisconsin. See how this one is going to go.
There's a
Uh.
Dusclops in there, which Eli seems very upset about.
Yes.
And also, going in with the Regidrago V-Star here, to be honest, I would have loved to see Sky advance the Squawkabilly, because that thing's going to go down very easily. So I don't think having it on the board as a liability is better than putting the Regidrago V-Star into the active to get knocked out. But is there anything else you see, Brian, that should be happening here?
Not really. I'm trying to count up the amount of Pokemon on both sides to see if the knockout's clean. I'm pretty sure it
knockout
is.
clean.
Yeah.
That's
We are doing
240.
240.
240.
Yes.
So
okay.
you think max? So how I like to do it,
Yeah.
everybody does the math differently. I think of the max and then I subtract.
Oh,
actually.
that's very smart.
So I know like
Yeah.
subspace swell maximum is 260, and then I take away 20 per open bench spot. I know a lot of people do the 6, 8, 10, 12, 14,
Yeah.
but like
yeah, that's how I
just to
I've been
count
doing
it out. But
Yeah.
sometimes I just go backwards because it's a lot less stressful. But
Yeah.
it is going to be Sky using the professor's research here, so a fresh 7 cards, and then you have Pheasantipity on the board as well. So we get to draw at least 10 cards, and that's honestly what I personally love about this deck is that we're drawing cards as much as possible here. But as a Red Zard in hand, that could come into a little bit of favor a little bit later, right? Especially because if we were to go for something like, hey, let's get out the Froakie and the Duskull and even stack Trifrost damage onto the Palkia now, we could have a little bit of a different prize trade with Radzar coming in a little bit later. But the problem is Eli's already at 2 prizes.
Yes.
So the one issue too that I'm seeing is because Sky chose to discard the Ogerpon EX rather than put it down, she doesn't have a line right now without another Ogerpon EX to get a Regidrago V-Star attack off here. And that is really, really tricky because Eli's in a position where if he's able to pop that Dusclops or even a Dusk Noir, he could close out the game in one attack. The one thing Sky does have going for her, though, is that Eli does not have Prime Catcher available. So there is a chance that she can survive a turn. And we see the Dragapult, but
the Dragapult.
That hand is not looking great right now. Brian, is there something we're missing that Sky wants to do?
Energy switch.
Yeah, energy
Well,
switch.
energy switch, yes.
Yeah, I still see that. I believe that the Legacy Star is still available as well.
Yes.
So that could be a way to fish out, the energy switch and maybe like an attachment for turn as well. But I see that Sky is eyeing the Giratina V-Star as a way to maybe get that 280 knockout, that really important 280 knockout onto that Palkia V-Star.
And I don't think that's bad of an idea because
Yeah,
you can
I think
take
it's
2
great.
prizes,
Yeah.
remove the primary attacker. However, they would be opening up Pheasantipity for Eli, and
I
then
was just about to say
Yeah.
for Radnit, for Greninja EX,
Yep.
it also hits for weakness onto Pheasantipity as well. So
yes,
this is a very like I said, I think the Trifrost play might be our best possible
Yeah.
solution, just because we take out a lot of possibilities here, and like we said, with no Area 0 underdepths being played in Eli's list, that Palkia damage is technically capped out. But we are going to just try and draw the deck as much as possible because we are going to have to Legacy Star here if we want to see and attack this turn. But we want to at least get an energy switch aside from, we want to get an energy switch into hand so we don't have to Legacy Star for 2 energy switches. That just feels bad.
Oh, there's
it
an E
does.
switch.
We do see an E-Switch. I have a couple questions about the sequencing here, but we'll see how it plays out. Sky, they are going to be able to get any 2 cards they want out of the discard pile. E-Switch is certainly happening. You need 2 of them. But they also need grass energy right now in order to
Yeah.
accelerate
tough.
onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon. And I don't believe they've used Pheasantipity yet. I don't believe they've used Pokestop yet. So that would
Yeah,
be
it's
my
gotta
only
be
concern
both.
is we had some ideas or areas to draw cards prior to using the V-Star.
I think at this point, right, we're just trying to bank on Earthen Vessel.
Whoa.
Oh my god, that's the top deck.
Top deck.
That's okay.
That was
So-
crazy. Somebody clip it.
Remember how I said sequencing issue? No,
Yeah.
they sequenced that perfectly.
Yep.
Top deck.
Top deck.
All right.
It's gonna have a
Everything is going smoothly. Eli, less than pleased about the
my
things that are
fault.
happening
No,
here.
like my fault. Like my fault. OG.
All right, so we will see the teal dance for the other Ogerpon, and then we'll be able to use the other energy switch to get that onto the active Dragon
there's
V-Star. We
another.
see another energy switch. Now, granted, my point comes back. If we had seen those prior to V-Star, maybe there was an out to V-Star for something different.
Sure.
But we'll still see an attack. And I mean, Giratina's pretty good, but do
That's
we
a
want
lot of
to
commitment.
drag a Pult
Yeah.
here?
Pult is also very interesting. I am very worried about Gust Greninja EX onto the Pheasantipity. That if I'm Eli, that's kind of like what I'm hungry for, right? I do think the Trifrost play is now definitely offline with the amount of energy switches that we don't technically have anymore.
Yes.
The Trifrost play is offline, but it will be the ode to Dan Hugard here with the Lost Impact. And
Use that attack surprisingly little while playing that deck, but yes, it is the highest damage cap Regidrago
Yeah,
V-Star
it's
has. Does take that knockout. We have a counter catcher in hand, an Ultra Ball, appears a Dusclops, a rare
it's the
candy. So
candy.
we got stuff. What we don't have is a snipe attack yet. And to be honest, that snipe attack, well, if we hit the snipe attack, we do win the game
Yep.
with that Dusclops.
Yes, we
And
do.
so, Brian, lay it out for us. How does Eli win this turn?
Is the Dusclops in hand?
The Dusclops is in hand.
So wouldn't he Ultra Ball for?
And we
Yes,
have
sure.
game.
Yes.
All right.
Explain it to it, Stan.
Yeah. So wouldn't you? He would have to Ultra Ball in to get the Greninja EX.
Yep.
Yes.
Use manually evolve the Dusclops Dusclops will go on to the which one is it?
It would
Probably
go on to
Squawk.
the Squawk.
On the Squawk, and then you just Greninja for the last two.
Yeah, Mirage
Yeah,
Barrage.
Mirage Barrage, yep.
Mirage Barrage.
And the important part was drawing into that Night Stretcher, because the Night Stretcher will get you the third energy to be able to perform the
Exactly.
attack.
Yay!
Yay!
Good job.
Well, so there's a key wrinkle in this plan.
Yes.
The Greninja EX is not in the deck.
Oh, so
Oh,
wait, so there's two Night Stretchers though,
There
right?
are two Night Stretchers. So if the Greninja EX is in the discard, we can use that Night Stretcher to get the Greninja EX out,
Yeah.
evolve active, evolve the Dusclops on the bench, and then Iono, and then we can use that Pheasantipity to draw after. So it is still all but guaranteed, assuming the Greninja EX is not prized.
I think it's in there. I remember seeing it in the hand.
It is
Yeah.
indeed in there.
Eli.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
He had
Do
to
you-
stop.
do you think Sky or Eli sees the line?
I hope Eli sees the line.
I also hope Eli sees the line, but we shall see. Vacuum, Irida. Which?
Night
Okay, so
Stretcher,
we just
there
got
we
it. You know, did it?
Oh.
You're going the
Oh,
fancy
Oh,
way.
he's
We
trying to
are-
style.
We're
You're
going with it the
fancy
fun way. And then we get the Dustmar. All right, so we
All right,
see
relax.
rare candy active, rare candy bench, hit, and then Shinobi
Oh,
Blade for the
Shinobi
knockout.
Blade.
Yep.
Okay.
So Palkia Dustmar taking down what was the best deck in format last format,
Yeah.
Regidrago V-Star, and
Yep.
is that typically a favored matchup?
I want to say that. I think it's one of those things where whoever goes,
Goes
first.
first.
Yeah.
Guys, we're saying that a lot. Is that
Yeah.
just the format right now? Go first.
I really do think.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of like top players saying like it's just a go first format. Like
Yeah.
even Zard, you know, it's a go first format when now Zard players are like, I'll go first. And
Right.
it's like,
Yeah.
come on, man. Like, why do you gotta go first? dude?
Yeah.
Like,
So this is something where Fall, another team member. Also, congratulations, Eli, another Nerd Rage team member. Glad to see we're doing all right.
almost messed up there, but we won't talk about it.
It's fine. There were
We got
multiple
there.
lines.
We got there. We got there.
One thing where Fall and I were talking about is if you are building deck lists, it may mean you're going to be the most successful if you build your list to be able to go first or second as
Yeah.
effectively as possible.
Mhm.
And so, what decks can you guys think of that can do that effectively?
Zard.
Yeah. Sorry.
Zard, yes,
I
big
think
one.
I think Zard with a lot of ball search that's been kind of I don't know if it was made popular or just like I see it a lot from like Connor Chapetta does that a lot.
Yes.
A lot of
Played
ball
against him
search.
yesterday.
Yeah, 4 nest ball. He's always talking about 4 nest ball is the way to go. So I feel like Zard can be seen like in that way. And I think an underrated one's actually Lugia because
Yeah.
Lugia when you go against the turbo decks, when you get supporter first turn, I think it can also operate pretty well going second.
Well, Kieran Farah, who
Yeah.
got second in Baltimore with Lugia, previously had said he tried to go second with Lugia more often than not
Yeah.
because it enables you to guarantee, as close as you can guarantee, a Lugia V down rather
Yeah.
than going first and be like, well, Minchino start, guess I lose.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so we are going to take this opportunity after 3 rounds to take a quick break because I need water and
Yes, I
maybe
need
some
water
more
I
too.
coffee.
definitely need.
Yes.
I need coffee.
Yes, coffee. So we will take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes to get started a little before our 4th round and get back here to our League Cup here at Nerd Rage Gaming.
What, what? Welcome back to the NRG 1K Cup here. Got Shukri versus Luis. We got an exciting matchup here featuring the deck that just won Dortmund Regionals a couple hours ago. Luis 3-0 with Dragapult EX going up against Shukri on the Regidrago V-Star. What do you guys think of the matchup, starting with Dan?
Honestly, I think this is a really favorite matchup.
Tatsugiri.
Well, I love the Tatsugiri start, but I think this is a really favorite matchup for Regidrago V-Star just because this is how it's been for the last format. Regidrago V-Star is just the most efficient way to use Dragapult EX.
Yeah, and I would agree with you, Dan, because what I think of Regidrago is pretty much what Dragapult does, and then it does more too.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be very interesting, Shukri, starting out, and this is exactly where you want to be going up, especially against Dragapult, and that's just going first, right? You already have the Squawk available to you. We have yet to see the rest of the hand, but as long as the rest of the hand isn't too bad, honestly, we could get working here. The worst ideal, like Squawk, you never want to Squawk more than one energy switch. One is forgivable, two starts to get a little bit scary, right?
Yeah,
Especially when we're
definitely.
going for our setup on turn number 1 here, but we are looking through the deck. I think it's also very important to note out that there is a Hisuian Gudra V-Star in the deck, and I think a lot of Regidrago players have just been straight up cutting it recently because they don't actually like it at all. But we are going to grab the Ogre Pawn here, as we are going to also find the Nest Ball over into Regidrago V, assuming, and we not only have probably Teal Dance in hand, but we did see a Fire Energy. We do have that attached for turn. You can't ask for anything more of a turn 1 from Regidrago.
No, and I would say that's really the big thing with Regidrago is you're trying to get towards that turn 2, whether it's Gudra's Rolling Iron, whether it's Phantom Dive, whether it's Lost Impact. Though in this matchup, I gotta imagine Shukri wants that turn 2 Phantom Dive way more than anything else, just because we're going to be able to see, hopefully, a knockout on a Dreepy or something like that.
Yeah, and to address Zero Wolf in the chat, round 2, we had Conkelder.
Yes, we had the Conk.
The Conk. The Conk didn't do very well. But
it did not. It did
Conkelder.
terribly.
Here's also something that's really important about Shukri's list, especially in going into a matchup against Dragapult EX. The Dreepies have 70 HP. There is no Halucha in this list. So we're unable to go on ahead and hit, some of fancy numbers for potentially like double knockout, for example. It is going to have to just be a little bit more limited here, but nothing else that's too crazy here. Does play the Cleffa. I know a lot of Regidragos kind of feel very differently about the addition of Cleffa. Some players love to just kind of ignore Cleffa. I personally being one of those. But I have to say with Radzard in hand too, I'm interested to see what the rest of the deck is. Finds the Ultra Ball though. We have Visindipity in hand. That's what kind of makes this turn 1 Squawkencies a little bit more difficult, but we are just going to go on ahead. Ultra Ball away, the Fez and the Rad Ninja 4. Of course, or Radzard, excuse me, going on over into Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. We're going to just draw this entire deck before we let it go.
And honestly, I think getting rid of those is fine if you were playing the Professor's Research this turn, but since you're not, you're going first, you're not playing a draw supporter, I would have almost even loved just to hold that Ultra Ball, since those are really important guys to have later in the game, and now you're kind of forcing yourself to have to find a Night Stretcher or something like that.
Well, there's another Ultra Ball, so
But
the Drago V-Star will come in anyways.
Fair enough.
Going on over to Luis's side here, we are going to see the Nest Ball first, as we are going to start doing our counts. Like we said, we haven't seen pure Dragapult here just yet. I think it is very important to note out also, there is one Pokemon League headquarters in there, probably for something a little bit tricky, maybe particularly Miraidon, that a lot of people say is a bad matchup for Dragapult or whatever it is. There is, of course, that Sparkling Crystal. We have tons of tools, though. We have TM Devo, which might come into play a little bit later, especially that end game cinch on something like a Regidrago V. You Devo and then it's knocked out. Has a Turo scenario, which I really like, but only one Crispin. What do you guys think about the Crispin counts here?
Yeah, so the Crispin I really like. It was very hyped up going into this format where people were thinking that Dragapult's going to be an S-tier deck because it's able to search out an energy, search out another one, so one goes to hand, and then the other one gets attached. It's important to know that sequence because if you only have one type of energy in your deck because you need to have 2 different types, only the one will go to hand. I've made that mistake a lot of times, and I'm not very proud to admit it. But you need to have two different types of energy, and it's like a supporter for Mirage Gate almost.
And I mean,
Yeah.
you're not the only one who's going to do that or
Yes.
has done it in the past. So I think the one Crispin is plenty because you don't want to rely and have just a ton of draw supporters in deck that don't actually let you draw cards. And for the actual like tool cards and everything, TM Devo I think is really interesting. Unfortunately, I don't know how helpful it is into here because this is where I've tried to play with Dragapult, and I love TM Devo, especially into evolving decks, but I always think about how much work do you have to put in order to take knockouts? And that's where something like, does Luis play Halucha?
Luis does not, but he does play the Radiant Alakazam and a whole Dusknoir line.
Okay, so the Dusknoir line I think is a huge deal because in speaking of that ease of taking knockouts, being able to put something on the board in advance of your Phantom Dive is so helpful to try to shorten this game for Luis and that Dragapult EX. So I hope he plays this Iono here.
Yeah, you got it right, especially because we just desperately need to see Buddy Buddy pop in, right? I think off of the Tatsugiri with the Attract Customers ability, we want to see maybe particularly an Arvin, right? We want to see some of these tools start to come out of the deck here. But I like just looking at what resources are down here, especially because looking over at Shukri's hand, sometimes it's like, man, I don't want to give my opponent more cards. But the problem is those 3 cards in particular, that's an Ultra Ball off of the draw for turn. And then you have Professor's Research. Shukri is going to see a ton of cards next turn, but it is just going to be the instant charge. No Dreepy's down.
Yeah, that's really important to see because, I mean, this just puts Luis pretty far behind now. And, I mean, if Shukri's able to get, like, a knockout initially, it's really going to put Luis even farther behind.
Yeah, I'm going to be straight with you guys.
Yeah.
I don't know how Luis wins this game
No,
if
I
Shukri
don't.
takes a
Me
knockout
neither.
here.
Yeah.
And honestly, you can see what we're trying to eye up here too, potentially a Kyurem,
Yeah.
double Kyurem play. We do only have one Regidrago though, so it could just be we go on ahead and potentially take out Rotom to eliminate the possibility of Forest Sealstone for next turn.
And that's what I was going to say,
Yeah.
too. Yeah, because there's definitely a way, a world where you do Legacy Star before Professor's Research, and if you have a way to, get a gust and
Yeah.
fill up your attacker, it's a little difficult to do so. So I don't think that's the optimal move, but it's definitely something that could be done.
So with Prime Catcher in deck, there is an out forward, but to be honest, with no Dreepy
Search
on
first.
board, I would so much rather Shukri hold that V-Star if possible. And to be honest, I would rather him skip an attack this turn than use that V-Star because you have so much time. And saving that V-Star could enable you to do Kyurem plays back-to-back much more easily.
Well, I gotta be honest here, Dan. Shukri has all the options in the hand to do just
Yeah,
that.
He
That
does,
is
he
Definitely.
does.
that is double E-Switch and Earthen Vessel getting rid of the Kyurem here for just 2 more grass. And not only do we get to energy switch those 2 grass, we get to draw 2 cards. And that's kind of the power of Regidrago V-Star, is that you're able to go through your deck so quickly, but that's also somewhat of the limitations of this deck, because sometimes players kind of funnel out of control. It's kind of like losing your mind with power, if you will.
Aggressive, but yes. And I will say, I played Ancient Box into Baltimore,
Why?
and hey, 84th out of 2,300,
Okay,
I will
you
take.
got it.
Man-made day, too.
Yes, but I would say that's how I beat a lot of Regidrago players is they would burn their deck to the ground, and then
Yes.
I would mill them. I wouldn't even get close to taking 6 prizes, but when they only have 6 cards left in deck, a Great Tusk or 2, and I just win the game, no matter how many prizes they've taken at that point.
Okay, Earthen Vessel again on the Ultra Ball here, and we are just spinning as much as possible, right? And all we even need to do is just natural attach onto Squawkabilly and just manually retreat it there, and then we could just E-switch twice. Usually I would say I'm a little bit worried about having no other Regidrago down, but I think we are all in agreeance here that with no Dreepy on the board at all, we're not really losing much here.
Well, does Luis play Radiant Alakazam or Radiant Charizard?
I'm looking. Radiant Alakazam.
Then I agree. There's no threat. There's no danger.
There's no danger.
Shukri's 1 V-Star is going to attack with impunity here, so
Yeah.
I just got to see what move he goes with.
Yeah, either or. Honestly, it is probably just I always like to say Phantom Dive
Ooh.
all the way through.
I don't know
Don't
about
do it,
Don't
Shukri.
do it. What are
Don't
we doing
do
it for?
Why
But
are we doing this?
yes, I think these are the times when behind the desk I'd like to give my players the benefit of the doubt, but what are we doing this for? Maybe potentially jamming tower to stop the Forest Sealstone next turn. That would be my one way to think about it. Boss and jamming tower would be my go, but I feel like that's like kind of adding more fuel to the fire that's already burning pretty hot.
Yeah, I was trying to think of like a line here where maybe the double Curum could have happened.
That
he's-
yep, I was talking about the double
Yeah,
Curum.
because I feel like if you knock out the active and you get 110 on both of those 2 prizers down there, you can clean up if another. You could either board wipe or if there's another 1 prizer that comes down, that's 6 prizes.
I guess I always just wonder, like, what is the value added from each decision? Like, what
Yeah.
value are you getting out of your resources? And I don't understand
It is
what
gonna be
value
jamming tower.
Shukri is getting out of these resources here.
Yeah, I think it's just
Especially
doing
not
it
even
just because you can.
especially not
Yeah.
even taking the energy switch off of the legacy star there too. So we can't even like get that resource particularly back, and now we just have a bunch of ogre pawns. Now, granted, like we said, with no Dragapult down, no, this isn't technically unsafe, but an Iono could, the way that we could start milling all of our resources here could, make Regidrago kind of make itself harder to play in the end game.
So this is one thing where I always question, like I said, those Shukri, you're not allowed to search your deck. All right. But this is one reason why I question those resources is because, like, Shukri's in such an advantageous position. Like, he's
Right.
clearly dominating the board state. But, like, are you going to give Luis an out to get back into the game?
Very interesting.
Yeah.
When I played against Michael Davidson on Thursday at the challenge, he waited the entire game to V-Star. The entire game until literally last prize card. And then he literally got double energy switch off of the off of Legacy Star at the end and Trifrosted for 6 prize knockout. So it's a very interesting line that Shukri is going for, but alas, will be able to get that Tatsugiri out of here. And now it's just Rotom and Pheasantipity. But granted, we do have flipped the script. We will be able to see our first Dreepy, and now we have to be wondering, how long is that Dreepy going to be there?
Yeah.
I mean, if Luis decides to play this Iono, certainly it's going to put Shukri back a little bit. But it's still Iono to 5. Shukri should have a couple more gusts in deck. But yeah, targeting down this Dreepy just seems so good.
Yeah, absolutely. It just feels like that just feels correct, right? We essentially just want to take the possibility of getting the recovery essentially back, just get rid of that. And that's also why I'm curious on why we didn't play the jamming tower, right? Because if we were able to find we don't even play Arven. We play a lot of tools and no search for it. It's very, very interesting.
Wait, Luis doesn't play Arven?
No, I don't see an Arven.
Interesting.
I'm like so. Oh wait, no, it's at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. Luis plays 4 Arven.
Okay, that's-
Do you see? Okay, it's Iono scenario boss Crispin, and then Arven's at the bottom. I'm like,
Fair
where's
enough, fair
Arven?
enough.
But that's what I mean, right? If we were able to find Arven, we could force Sealstone for a Buddy Buddy Pop. And we know that Shukri doesn't play the Hawlucha, so we would have had at least one potential Dragapult for the turn after, but I would have just rather see it come down. But speaking of coming down, onto the table, Luminion V, that luminous sign, we will be able to find that Arven.
Yeah, and I can understand why you put it down, but
That's a
there's
boss
too many.
target.
There are too many 2 prize liabilities on this bench now. You know, like the Rotom, that's not going to last very long. The Fez is not going to be on the board too long, and then this Luminion's super easy to knock out. So there's just a lot of very easy targets that Shukri can take advantage of here.
And I mean, with the boss's orders in hand, I gotta imagine you just gust up that Fez and then knock out a Duskull if Luis benches it or something else, because like this board's gonna be picked apart so easily.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I really wish, like, man, if there was like a Hawlucha in that deck, that
Yeah.
Dreepy would have been gone.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Yeah.
that's the thing, like, that's why I would rather play no Cleffa, but play the Hawlucha, right? There's a lot of interesting decks out there that do play the 70 HPs now. Speaking of things like Hoodoo, for example, 70 HP. The Duskulls, yes, are 60, right? But why not also with Ralt's last format too? You can go on ahead and knock those out. But still, I think we are in somewhat of a good position here, but Phantom Dive, you know what I see, guys? I see Phantom Dive onto that Rotom V, and I see
Yep.
a 60 right onto that Duskull.
Yeah, and if Shukri ends up going that route, he'll be back onto even pricing.
Yes.
And so there's one other play Shukri could make here, and I would feel better about it if there hadn't been so many things gotten rid of. But we could just cure him those 2 Dreepy.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can. We're talking about the Gyurem line, and I think the big theme of the day is Manaphy or no Manaphy, because things like these decks, like Gyurem Trifrost, is so strong. I feel like not a lot of players have respected it too much, but instant charge just for 3, heading back on over to Shukri's side. We'll see if he sees what we're seeing, but the draw for turn is going to be that Earthen Vessel. But if I'm Shukri, I'm going to slam the Jamming Tower, pop Iono, and just, continue to keep going.
Honestly, I don't even know if you need Iono. I almost just want to hold the boss.
Yeah, that's very true.
And I would, though, and tell me if you guys disagree, like to see the Earthen Vessel to accelerate to Ogerpon, because if we snipe the Rotom and double Dreepy, you just need 1 attack with an Ogerpon and you win the game.
I'm looking for the Briar. It's not in here. I was about to say, sometimes I'd Briar's like a one of in so many decks now that you can get really creative with something like Teal Mask Ogerpon. We were talking about it a little bit earlier, specifically in a deck like Raging Bolt, right? It's like, oh, we'll just play 1 Briar. I mean, could be some room in Regidrago for it if we're really thinking about it, but it will be the Iono here. Finding the superior energy retrieval is actually pretty good here, so now we get to keep drawing if we want to.
It is. I don't think Shukri actually has any energy in the discard, though, since he did shuffle them all back in with Super Rod, but I don't know, we'll see what he does here.
Yeah. I do like that it's an option, though, because if we do end up going with the Kyurem play, you're going to need a way to recover those energies back. So
I think he's just probably going to Phantom Dive here, get rid of the Duskull. That just seems like the...
Oh,
Trifrost.
Trifrost.
Okay, you know what? We're committing to it. And like we said, because now we have superior energy retrieval, that is the line. But remember, we talked about it. How many energy switches are technically down? Well, there's one there.
That is true. I think for me, the question I have is why the 3 basics? Like, I get that you only need 2 prizes now. Like, you could go into any one of those guys and knock them out. But to be honest, if you leave the Duskull, Luis can't activate the Duskull. You only have 1 prize remaining. Luis would lose the game if he did so. So you would force Luis to have a single prize liability on the board that your Ogerpon could knock out super easily.
Yeah, and one thing I want to see from Shukri is I don't want to see another Regidrago go down. Because I feel like at this point, while you're setting up the other one, if he puts another Drago V down, that's just going to get gusted up and stalled into the active.
Yeah. Very interesting lines that we have going on here, but we do definitely have our play for Shukri for next turn, right? But it's a matter of, does Luis have time to set up a board? I mean, 330 on Dragapult EX is a little bit more difficult to hit at certain times, but the problem is, dare I say, even bringing Ogerpon into the active and then Teal dancing all the way to a Myriad Leaf Shower can actually KO the active Rotom, since it already has 5 damage counters on it.
Definitely.
It would need a 1 more energy on top of the 3, but yes, it absolutely could. So we could with an E-Switch.
Yeah,
and the
which
E-Switch
is in hand.
Yep.
So the question is, does Shukri play Switch, or does he only play Professor Turo, or neither?
I'm consulting the list right now. There is 1 switch. There's a Prime Catcher as well.
Okay.
So we could also... Nope, I was about to say if Luminion had any damage counters on it, since technically Luminion a little bit lighter here. But that's the thing with resources, right? And that's why I think all 3 of us were a little bit nervous at the Legacy Star choice. It's because once you play Legacy Star, everything is stuck in that discard.
The headquarters definitely
The
hurts.
headquarters
Yeah,
changes
it changes.
everything.
It changes a lot.
So the good thing for Shukri is if we were going to take a 2-prize knockout anyway...
Wait, hold on. Can't just do it just yet. It's close.
So this is so tough. And I think Shukri has had so many resources this game, but I feel like he's kind of, I don't know, shooting himself in the foot, like the wrong phrase here, just because I think he's been using his resources in a way that just makes it harder and harder for him to do what he needs to do.
Yeah, I think he's just using them just to use them.
Right.
Yeah.
And so we will see the Teal dance. Okay.
Draw more cards.
Absolutely.
Oh, I don't. Ooh, do you attach that one?
Yeah.
Switch, double
okay,
E switch.
Yeah,
found it.
yeah, you do.
Found
All
it.
right, that's fine.
All right,
That's
Oh,
so
jeez. And that's the thing. This is what we're talking about with Reggie Drago, right? Like, yes, let's just like snowball through this deck as fast as possible and then nothing bad will happen, right?
yeah.
But then you come down to the fact that you're essentially like playing with your resources just, all over the place, and that's what makes it very scary. There is just also attach for turn and then double E switch
yeah.
too. The Ogre Pawn was the fun way, but it will
Yeah,
it,
the Ogre Pawn was the fun
it
way.
could either be just a Phantom Dive, it could also just be a Rolling Iron here for knockout, because the Pokemon League headquarters only affects the basic Pokemon, which is why I played it out of Orlando in my Gold Angle list, because Ancient Box was running crazy around
Yeah.
that one. But it should be game just right here, Rolling Iron, and that is going to be
Yep.
it. Shukri going to win this one, going 4-0 with last format's, latest hottest tea. Still seems to be cooking this format with it.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of people were predicting that Reggie Drago would just have this miraculous fall off, but when you have a deck that can copy other Pokemon's attacks, historically it's been pretty good.
Yeah, and classically. And
Yeah.
also the attacks that Regidrago V-Star can copy are so powerful. Like,
Yeah.
Dragon Pokemon attacks have always been insane just with such a high cost that Regidrago being able to get around it is just really, really good.
Yeah, and it all really changed with the release of Ogre Pawn.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
Love
s-
her.
Do we have a second game, Bryce? Yes, we do.
Of course we do. Let's be real
Yes.
here. Of course we have a second game going on here. Oh, and
NRG.
now we don't.
We have some friendly fire here, unfortunately, of
NRG
Mo
friendly
and
fire.
Eli on the Nerd Rage Gaming team. And it's not looking great for Eli here.
No, definitely not, right? And I think we are joining this game kind of like mid-progress here, but we were talking a little bit about how Dusk Goals could technically come into play here, and like just in case you try and like blow something up and get something going here, but Counter Catcher's always going to be live, and that handheld fan here too in particular is just not doing us any favors.
We just have Reno and Michael back here helping us figure out a meta share, because that is something we want to show you guys a little later in the day, is what decks do we actually have here today. And obviously, as you see before you, we have a Snorlax.
Eli has like 3 cards left. Okay, a
Yeah.
little bit more than 3, but maybe less than 10.
And I
Okay,
think we have a
fine.
Snorlax that's going to be 4-0 pretty quick here,
Yeah.
guys.
Control's always going to be good. I think I was saying this a little bit at Baltimore, that a control is something you always have to respect no matter what, because people are just never really looking for it. But the Iono there leads Eli into a prime catcher. Do we go for it now?
I guess
Looks
we
like
are.
we're going for it now. Got it right. Maybe going into the Rotom to get 2 prizes. I mean, like, yep, there it is. But the problem is that handheld fan. You're able to attack Snorlax, sure, but one of those energies actually goes off, and your opponent can just move that around. And that's why we see Duskull with a nice little water energy on it, because it's never going to use it.
And so I think Eli here is deciding whether or not to snipe or to just Shinobi Blade. And
It's snipe.
I don't mind either, but what do you guys think?
Going to go for Mirage Barrage.
Yeah, I
looks
feel like the snipe is okay.
Yeah, it's good. Like, sure. We get to stack on damage to Snorlax without having handheld fan kind of trigger, so I guess that's kind of our big play. We also, if we evolve into Dusclops, Dusknoir, we get to start taking the prizes off of the Snorlax. It's interesting.
Olive, you are correct. Stall
My
is not
fault,
control.
Olive.
Thank
I know
you
Olive
for clarifying.
Olive wants to like come through the screen and shake my shoulders right now.
To be clear, there are 3 primary archetypes in that frustrating category: stall, control, and mill. And this
Ooh,
deck right
cool.
here is pure stall. All right, so then I guess, Emily, walk us through this. What is Mo doing?
Well, the Pokestop actually milled a couple of supporters there. I actually have the deck list in hand.
What
I'm
is the
trying to
ace
see
spec?
how
Is
many.
that Secret Box?
That is Secret
Ooh.
Box.
I think Secret Box, starting at NAIC this year, was getting a little bit more hype in
Yeah.
play, and then we saw Secret Box and Guardy win Baltimore. I think just having options is great. I think being able to find your ace spec off of Pokestop, one, and then being able to go into the deck and get so many resources is a great opportunity for stall, especially, right? Like, we could just go in and pick every supporter we want to.
I mean, it's such a powerful card. And I think it's a powerful card when you don't need the benefit of something like the Gust from Prime Catcher. If you don't need that bonus energy attachment with Dragapult, it just forces more consistency into your deck.
And I really like that he's able to grab so many things off of it. Like the Penny is going to be able to grab that Snorlax with the damage counters on it. Able to get the tool, get the stadium.
Yep.
You know, there's so many options that Secret Box enables. I'm kind of surprised it hasn't been really seen a lot sooner.
I think, honestly, from my end, it's one of the most boring A specs.
Yeah.
Like, there's not a lot to it. It doesn't let you break the game or anything like that. It
Yeah.
just helps you play the game more. And whenever you have one option for an power spike card, sometimes it's hard to justify just having the boring card.
Yeah, and with the Penny here, do you think you grab the Snorlax and go into Mimikyu, or do you think you grab the Snorlax on the bench, maybe
Reuse
put
the
that back?
tool. Just reuse
Yeah.
the tool, right? And I think that's the big thing with
Yeah.
Handheld Fan is that we're just moving that energy to the Pokemon that are just never going to use it, right? Like that's
Yeah.
kind of our play. And Eli powering up the Radiant Greninja there, it's an okay play onto things like Mimikyu, but now they have the Bravery Charms attached to it. And there comes a point I feel like when Stall gets just like so far ahead that it's like, well, all of my switch options are down. All of my energy is just all around the board. It's just how do I beat it at this point?
It's always funny to think about Stall as getting ahead because it's
Yeah,
always
right.
behind.
Yeah,
Like, it's
true.
always way behind. But exactly from a resource standpoint, that's where it can kind of dominate the game is, do you force your opponent to use up everything they need to take minimal advantage? And it almost feels like that's kind of what's
Ooh,
happening
there's
here.
not much here to work
Yeah.
with.
If there's no switch, it has to be a concede, and it will be a concede. And Mo,
A little bit of friendly fire here.
Yes.
Snorlax Stall King Mo here. I'm telling you. Oh, those were the prizes?
Yeah.
Oh, that kind of sucks.
And that's really hard because Palkia's out, I think, is sniping. You're just showing the
Smells.
Gordon.
Yeah.
But Palkia's out is sniping, is giving up prizes to Snorlax, trying to disrupt at that point, and then trying to close out the game in that way. So really tough to see Eli not be able to use those Dusknoir pieces to kind of push himself in advance. And notes, you cheered for the right person. I know you were hyping Eli before. Mo is definitely the winner in this
Yes.
one.
That's like the Homer Simpson meme where he goes
Yeah,
back
yeah,
in the bush and comes back out.
Yes, exactly.
I will always say that Stall and control should just be truly like respected in any meta. And if you're just like, well, I refuse to play against Stall or control at locals because like it's boring, that's where you're gonna learn the matchup. We have somebody at my home shop that specializes in Stall and control, and my miracle run at NAIC was only possible because I had played against things like Noibat control and other like Snorlax players. It's very important that you get the reps against that deck because at the top tables they are there no matter what.
And so, Bryce, on that note, we do have an image of a Pidgeot control from Dortmund. So let's throw that up and just see a little bit of... I did get you that one, right, Bryce? All right, sweet. Because I think that's a really good one to look at here. And this is I already forgot the name with it. Bryce, can you tell us the name?
With Turtle.
Ooh,
Oh, I played against
turtle.
this yesterday. I literally played against this exact list yesterday.
Say it again. Julius Craig. This is Julius Craig's list. Always want to try to shout out the people playing this Pidgeot EX control. And just, this is something similar to what Ryan Prusak, Nerd Rage team member, played at EUIC in just these
Oh.
wild
I played
list.
against this- I
Genesect.
played against this
The
list
eighth nullifier
literally- I played
Genesect.
against this exact list yesterday.
Emily,
Yeah.
how did this deck ruin your
Oh
day?
my god, it felt like it had an answer for everything. Big shout outs to my favorite Pokemon period, Luxray V. I actually played it in Miraidon for a long time, trying to just kind of be obnoxious and annoying. Just because Fang Snipe for 2 colorless just goes on ahead and just takes a trainer card out, right? And especially because we've been talking so much about how important our trainer cards are now, especially in something like Noctowl, it's very important. But obviously, I feel like this list is a little bit more versatile, right? Plays the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. I think we are going to get an interview with the Stall King himself, Mo.
Well, I got to clarify on that. So here
Oh.
on Nerd Rage Gaming,
Fake.
we have a team member named Evan Smith, who, if anyone's ever heard of him before, but that man is a stall and control player extraordinaire. And kind of like you were saying, Emily, that is a person who I learned how to play against
Yeah,
stall and
always
control
gotta.
with. And Mo, I know you joined the team a little bit after him, but you've been a huge control fan and stall fan up to this point.
Yeah, so basically,
I mean, all credit to Evan because anytime I have a question, I ask him or I ask someone else. My deck list, if you have it in front of you, is called Evan's #1 fan.
Excellent, excellent. I love
actually-
it.
My hero.
That's the only one we don't have in front of us.
Oh, really? It's right there.
Oh wait, never mind.
Oh,
I'm
it
lying.
doesn't say it. No. Okay, well.
Yes, it does. It's in the
it does.
comments.
#1
actually.
Evan Smith fan. Evan Smith is the GOAT. I just thought Stall was like pretty good for today, just because like there's a lot of Terapagos. They play 2 switch outs or Jet Energy maybe. So you can like counter catchers are crazy card. They like Dusknoir and then they give you a free prize card, like which is so insane because like I always prize something I need because the deck plays 60 cards that you always need, and they always give me like the 4th Arven, the I don't know, like random stuff.
That's just polite of them, honestly.
Yeah, seriously, they're like, hey, you want to draw a card? And I'm like, of course. So it's just been really good. I'm 4-0 right now. I think I got ID. My brother's also 3-0-1, so I might hit him. Maybe I ID with him, but that he has to like win another one. I think it's 6 rounds. Maybe I scoop to him, and then ID the next one, so then he's in cut.
The math always goes kind of crazy.
Exactly, yeah. Cause like I don't know, I want my brother in top 8. We could both win some money, so that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. And Shukri, I mean, dominated his last game, so
Played
I guess you were
really
sitting
well.
next to him.
Yeah, no, he told me after I got up from my game, he was like, "Hey, I hit the stones," and I was like, "Yeah, okay,
Yeah, you
that's
kind of
good."
did. I wanted to ask you about your A-spec of choice with Secret Box here. We have a Dortmund list that is currently playing Heroes Cape, and I think with a lot of stall and control lists, they kind of prioritize protecting their Pidgeots or their Rotoms or whatever kind of gets like stuck down there. Why Secret Box over something that feels so safe and secure?
That card's crazy because it lets you draw what 4 cards, I think. I have
Yep.
to read it every
4
time I play
cards.
it.
Yep.
All I know is that it gets me a supporter for next turn,
Yeah,
and
it's always
basically a
that.
guaranteed Pokegear. That's all I've been using it for. I thought it got energy. I read it like round 2, and then it does not get energy. It wouldn't have really changed anything. It's more so just thinning another card. The Heroescape is pretty cool, but like, there's Big Charm. I forgot who said it on a podcast. They were like, you know, the 50 HP or plus 50 versus plus 100 doesn't really change. And then the Secret Box, the real reason why I play it is because Liam Halbert on the Trash Alliance podcast is like the #1 Secret Box fan, and then like Guardy won with Secret Box in it. Like that card is actually absurd. So every time I resolve it, it's just I feel like I'm closer to winning the game or closer to my opponent losing actually.
So we were talking about a little bit of just it's weird to call it an underpowered A-spec, but it doesn't do anything incredibly broken. It just helps you play the game more. But kind of like you're saying, Mo, it sounds like that's all you need. You don't need to do anything else broken. You just need to make sure you can play your game.
Yeah, like I just need to make sure that I have a supporter, which like funny enough the deck plays like 30 or something.
That
And
helps.
sometimes I just whip it, or like if I go like Palpad Misfortune, like this format, I feel like you can really aggressively go like for Eerie. Early in the game, I don't know how much you all saw, but Eli was using the attack of whatever, the Greninja, and he would search his deck for a card, and I was just like, okay, well that card's either an item or it's like something, but you always have items in your hand. These decks play the Terapagos decks in like every Terra type Noctowl build, whatever they are. Like those decks play like 25 items. Like I'm gonna hit something, and it's either gonna be like an energy recovery, a Pokemon recovery, a rare candy. Like if you hit a rare candy or switch card, you just feel like you're winning. Like it's just too good.
So then, of the matchups that are kind of in the field right now, what are the decks you want to see?
I don't know. I'll verse whatever's in front of me. Like I don't try to think too hard about
That's
it.
fair. to
It's
be
a deck
quite
that like
honest.
you kind of have to put on your thinking cap. But like I don't know. I'll verse whatever's in front of me. If someone says like this is an auto one, I'm like cool. Like if I hit Lugia, I'm putting those what is it, the flute? Is that what it's called?
Accompanying flute.
Oh yeah, I'm slamming those down. I'll go like Arvin if I start like a V Pokemon. I'll go like Arvin for flute for a Seal Stone, and then I'll go like for a Seal Stone for the second flute because like there's a way you just like cheese them with that and then slow them down. But I mean for Jet Energy, I play absolutely no respect to Lugia because Lugia is fake. Shout out Rahul Reddy though, he's my goat.
Second
Not
place in
fit-
Dortmund
not
Regionals.
fit.
Yeah, he's over there. That's why I don't have to tech for it.
That's fair. All right, Emily, what would you like to know from our winner here?
Cornerstone Mask. Have you seen it today? Are you riding the hype train from Baltimore since Bricks and Bats did so well?
No,
Okay.
I just want to play that card because it's like a win button versus Zard. Like they can, if you go like I don't think it changes. How much HP does it have? I think it's
210
like 210
probably.
Sure.
Probably.
So
I
if you
just
go, like,
assume all the Yoga
maybe-
Pawns have 210.
So going like Big Charm on it doesn't really change anything for like double Dusknoir plays, but like they have to go like double Dusknoir to pop the Cornerstone, and that's their only out against it. Like no one plays Cologne, it's not worth playing. So I'm just like cool. I'll just put both of them down. You get through one, congratulations. I get 2 prize cards in the process. I get 2 more cards, 2 more resources. So it feels like they just have no out versus Zard. It's also cool against other things if you like bench him out. Like most of the games is what do you flute for, and then you can play based off that. Because like some decks don't play the Terra Stadium, but they can abuse it if their opponent plays it. And like I'll play Artizone. That card's crazy.
How do you feel about? Oh, you're not playing it. Genesect, unless that was already asked. Genesect with the Aspec Nullifier.
Oh, I don't know what that card does.
Okay, so basically, if Genesect has a tool attached to it, it's a 110. Your opponent can't use their Aspec.
They still play Boss's Order, so if they go like Boss's
Fair.
Order plus Energy Retreat, that's my thought. But like, I also don't put a lot of thought into it. I
Okay.
think it's better in the Pidgeot decks, like the one we're showing right now. In Lax, it's like you don't really have an engine to like draw cards outside of Rotom.
Sure.
So like that's just another Pokemon that can boss and like bring out. But like Pidgeot has a lot more options, like utility of like cards like that, or like the Blood Moon, for example, the Terapagos, like the Luxray. You could use those, but like in Lax, you just like you put things you can nest ball for, and that's really it. That don't need like any other additional requirements. But like if I go like Arven for nest ball tool, then I'm like, cool. Like that's my whole Arven goes to the Genesect, and I don't progress my game state.
So Mo, per Zero's question in there, what do you think about Giacomo installer control?
Special energy, liker or hater?
I don't play it because I have no respect for Lugia. It's only good against Lugia. It's cool in like there's like situations where like if you play Pidgeot, you want an out to some decks. You could play like a Devo and then go like Giacomo their Mist Energy Devo if they play Mist still. I don't know what lists look like, to be honest. Giacomo is a really cool card if you could search for it, but like I'm not gonna use my V-Star for it. It's not worth.
So one last question for you, Mo, before we let you get out of here and get ready for the next round. Why do you think Stall may be a better play than Control, or vice versa?
If I had the reps on Pidgeot, I would play it. Stall is a lot easier to play because it's based off your opponent's board state. Pidgeot is like you have to actually like think like 5 turns ahead. And this one, I'm just like, what I flute for? Hey, bring that up. And I genuinely think like if I was preparing for Louisville, like I would just go ahead and like play grind games with Pidgeot. I don't know who said it on Twitter. I think it was Drew Kennett Bennett. But he said that Pidgeot's like the BDIF, and I genuinely wholeheartedly agree that like that is the deck to play. But like I don't know. I don't play online.
Well, that's kind of scary for Louisville, because if that's the deck to play, like you then have to think about your deck and how you handle Control. But at the same time, it seems like it's always a deck that's going to be playing a very low percentage of the format.
Yeah, it's a deck that I would never respect as a person playing a different deck. But then, like, what auto losses do you take? Like, little to none. And, like, oh, well, it's matchup roulette at sometimes where you just focus on what's in front of you. That's why I don't really care about, like, the room. There's, like, a Miraidon at whatever record that's near me. Like, if I hit it, I hit it. I'll play based off the game state. Like, you know, it's all based off what's in front of you. I don't care about playing, you know, off of make-believe hand. Like, what if I started Arven plus triple nest ball? No, it's about what I drew. Like, at the end of the day, that's more realistic. Same with the matchups. It's like I could hit the Guardy at 2-1-2 or whatever, but like I'm not that record. I don't have to worry about it. I can hit the Lugia, but they're not my record. I'm not paired against them. Like you could go a whole tournament with avoiding a deck.
No, and that makes sense. Just play the deck that's in front of you and not worry about the rest of the ones in the field.
Literally.
So Mo, we will let you get back to the next round here. Thank you very much for chatting with us. Appreciate it. And I think, if we have beautiful, let's do it. So Brian is setting up our next round. Mo, thank you very much, my guy.
Yeah,
Good
shout
luck.
out to my sponsor, Nerd Rage Gaming. Sell your cards to them, buy cards from them, buy product from us. We have Pokemon, One Piece, Digimon, whatever else. What other game you like? Magic. We have a lot of card sleeves. Buy from Nerd Rage Gaming here in Buffalo Grove, Illinois. If I can make the hour drive out here, you could fly out here. So
I did. I flew out here.
Thank you so much.
Listen,
KBBQ is lit.
It's always nice to bring people on to talk where I don't even have to advertise. We just bring them on to do so. So Mo,
that's how you
get out of here. Get ready for your next round. Thank you very much for joining us for a bit here.
That's a good sponsored player because that was right away, right through.
Yes. I'm gonna win this whole thing.
All right. There you go.
I'm buff. I'm wearing open toe shoes. I'm crazy.
What?
All right. Thank you very much, Mo. So, Emily, talking to our winner here, how are you feeling about Controller Stall going into Louisville?
It seems like a play. It really does seem like a play.
When you say a play, do you mean like a play or like the play?
Okay, I know you and I have been on a lot of meta forecasts. I personally hate, and I was saying this a little bit earlier to Brian, I hate trying to predict a meta because it honestly just has me going around in circles and it gives me anxiety, right? So like, for example, God, what was, I was saying this a little bit earlier. I called it the Baltimore loop with Gardevoir and Lugia in finals. That means I was like, okay, I could play Miraidon, but then some guy probably sitting at his PC is probably like, Lugia and Gardevoir in finals at Baltimore, and that means people are going to play Miraidon, which means I'm going to play Zard. And then somebody
Yep.
else is probably going to be like, hey, the guy that's sitting at that computer, Lugia and Gardevoir into Miraidon, yeah, cool, but someone's going to play Zard. That means I'm going to play Raging Bolt, and then it's a whole cycle, and it just gives me I don't want to even think about it. For me, I have no idea what I'm playing yet. Usually, like 2 weeks before a big tournament, I'd be like, yeah, okay, like I'm definitely going to be playing this. I'm going to take my time to refine it. But I know I'm in like the trenches when I'm like so seriously considering Hydrapple. Like I'm really
Wow. All right. Yeah, we are deep in there at that point.
I'm in pain, like, and
Jeez.
suffering. But honestly, it's so hard to predict a meta, and I think I've said this countless of times. You are not going to play better on the best deck and format unless you have some reps in it. You can't just like pick up a deck and be like, all right, Charizard's the best deck ever. I'm just going to play it and win, and like go to regionals and you've had like maybe 2 practice games on it, and then get day 2, right? Like I've always said you're better off playing a tier 2 deck. You guys go backwards, right? So like 2 is like mid, right?
Correct. One
Yeah.
is S is best, A is best, one
Sometimes
is good.
it's
Yeah.
different for the other games I cast. So like you're better off going in with a tier 2 deck that you know your lines on in bad matchups rather than just playing the best deck in format and then just being like, all right, like let's do it. Like
No, and that's fair. By the way, Kat, we didn't catch it earlier, but thank you so much for coming out anyway. I'm sorry it's a rough day, but thank you for joining us here to still hang out. And yes, Zero, I actually agree. An arms race is a really good way to describe it because there's so much variance and power in the format, it almost feels like you just have to play the strongest deck
Sure.
and just hope you draw well enough. Where maybe in past formats, you could have a deck that's a lower power level but more consistent
Sure.
and still be effective. So, Emily, to your point of play your pick that is a tier 2 rather than just the best thing in format, I think I agree to a point.
Sure.
Like, I think you want to play a deck you're comfortable with, not one you just sat down with.
Right.
I did that with Baltimore. That is an exception. That is not how it usually works.
How many reps did you have on the deck though before?
15-ish.
But that's, I think 15 for a player like you, fine.
It's very kind of you to say that, but
But
it's
you're
not.
also, but to be fair though, you're also a caster, so you also see the lines go in. So you've had, while physically playing 15 games, you probably watched more Ancient Box than you probably give yourself credit for. So you have mental lines on the game already.
So, and that actually is a really good thing to talk about with preparation. I'm going to advertise for ourselves here for a minute. Like, preparation is not just grinding games.
Absolutely.
Preparation is reading up on things. It's doing theory. It's talking to your friends. It's watching content, reading articles, all of that. Like, you don't need to grind 47 games per, like, tech to see if it works out.
Sure.
You can play enough games, get comfortable with the deck, but then use that kind of, like, liminal time, that margin time, to pick up stuff. So, for example, I listen to podcasts on the way to and from work each day because it is highly dangerous for me to play TCG Live while on the road, but I can listen to podcasts. And like, Emily, how do you prep then?
It's very interesting because I am a streamer, so I'm my prep, and it's a very important note because Henry Chow said it in his winner's interview for Baltimore. I play live. Live, as bad as a lot of people give it credit for, it is once you get up into like those master ranks, you are playing 1, good players, and 2, very popular decks. I think people give a lot of flack to live, but live is still one of the best ways that you are able to prep. But I think just like you, Dan, I listen to a lot of like great podcasts. I talk to my friends, but most importantly, to be quite honest, I go to my locals. Like, I'm the biggest advocate for, I really want to go to locals. You go to locals, not only do you have a quote testing group naturally formed at locals, but you get to kind of be exposed all the way through to just different types of decks, playing against real players. But there's tons of places that you can go just through playing through locals. But we are jumping into our round 5 of 7 here. We have Matt on Raging Bolt versus Jared on Terapagos EX here. Very interesting to see Raging Bolt go first. I have to imagine that it was a little bit blind here, but maybe because Jared wants to see a supporter.
And I think Raging Bolt going first is probably fine, especially if that is Jared's turn. Man. So, I mean, obviously, Brian, like, what is happening here?
So I mean, Jared wasn't really able to get any like thing really situated here, but I'm looking at Matt's hand, and I think I see a Cornerstone Ogre Pawn there.
And Cornerstone Ogerpon seems very interesting. Not into this matchup, since obviously Terapagos does not have an ability, but I mean, there could be matchups into Charizard, something like that, where maybe you struggle, that Corner Pawn can buy you a lot of time.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is it's for the Charizard matchup, just because Charizard tends to be a much favored matchup into Raging Bolt, just because it's able to trade so much more effectively. But being able to take advantage of that's pretty good, and the Flutter Mane as well is also a pretty good one as well.
I mean, Fluttermane, I think, is an excellent card in general, especially if decks are relying on something like the Tatsugiri we saw, on the Comfies, but here, probably not the most helpful.
Yeah, and I did play against Matt yesterday at the Cup, and he started Fluttermane, so I had to gust around it in order to even just Summoning Star.
I hate to cut you guys off, but we gotta talk about Matt's hand. Like, we are missing some fighting energy here.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Getting rid of Duskull here is like exactly what we want, especially knowing in Jared's hand. I think I see a Dusknoir and a rare candy. So he is probably able to pop the Greninja next turn. But we are missing so much fighting energy at this point that this just feels really bad. Sometimes I ask, is it worth just throwing Raging Bolt into the active and then burst roaring, right? Essentially getting rid of the hands, and that's probably what we're going to be doing.
I mean, I think that makes a ton of sense, especially if we play this Pal Pad to get the Professor Sada back into the deck and, yeah, just kind of burn it all down. Because what is the other option? Just kind of sitting here and waiting?
Yeah, and if you go that route of just, passing and not doing anything, I mean, you might just draw into a brick next hand.
Right. Exactly. So then, I guess, yeah, Emily, talk us through, like, what's the move here?
Yeah, at this point, I think Fluttermane is very interesting. Personally, I think a lot of players have started to like find their usage for Fluttermane. I know is specifically in Raging Bolt EX. It's kind of the Fluttermane or Sandy Shocks, the baby kind of war here on which we would rather play. But
And do you see the, sorry to cut you off.
no, go ahead.
The Ogre Pawn item.
Yes.
Oh, the Ogre's Mask?
Yeah,
oh,
the
that's
Ogre's
hype.
Mask.
Oh, that's super. We don't have deck lists. I would have freaked out about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Ogre's Mask, where you're able to put a Ogre Pawn into the discard and then actually like switch them out.
Yeah.
Kind of like Echoing Horn in a little bit of a way, but you literally just get to be like, all right, let's just like
Well, it's
turn
Thornton.
Teal-
Thornton as an
No,
item card.
Thornton, there's the card I was actually
Dude,
thinking
you
about.
heal dance yourself twice, manually attach fighting energy, suddenly you have a Cornerstone Ogre
Ogre
Pawn
Pawn.
walling, and that is real good.
Jared, though, going to find the Feather Ball to grab Mew EX. It seems like we just want to like get rid of the hand all the way down and just start over at this point. I played Jared at the challenge, but the challenge wasn't Stellar Crown format just yet, so we had a very fun Reggie Dragon mirror. That wasn't fun for me; it was fun for him. But I think that's a Dusclops.
That is a Dusclops,
That's a
yeah.
Dusclops, but going to evolve and then just honestly Curse Blast.
Ooh,
I mean,
interesting.
probably onto the Ogre Pawn here. I don't really kind of see an advantageous point for anything here. Moving up into Mew EX here. The counter
Ooh, I
catcher
like
onto
this.
the Greninja. I love this play here too. Tell me why.
Because I mean, if you put your opponent up on prizes because they were able to take one off of the Curse Blast, now Counter Catcher's active and is able to stall that Radiant Greninja into the active.
Well, the one question I had is I was curious why he went into the Greninja, not to the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, because I would think that he makes that play trying to reach for a one-shot on the Ogre Pawn to initiate the prize trade, but I'm guessing that's not the move here.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what he's Ultra Balling for either, unless it's something like a, I guess, yeah, Hoot
Yeah,
Hoot.
Hoot Hoot.
Or is there another Mew EX index? Something that he can draw more with, because right now, this is a gross game for both players.
Yeah. I think this just goes to show, like, people really want to play Terapagos.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are really paying attention to the meta in Dortmund and are showing up with Terapagos.
Big bench.
Yep.
Big profit. We'll see how this one is going to go. I feel like Matt can take a little bit of what I like to call a slower prize map here.
Yeah.
Just because I'm not really worried about the turtle, believe it or not. I'm actually worried about the resources, right?
Yeah.
But we are going to start filling up our benches, especially with something like Bravery Charm now here. That Terapagos' damage, and we were talking about it, is capped out, unlike Palkia's, which goes all the way through to something magical like 380 or something like that if both area 0 under depths are filled all the way to like to the core. But the Bravery Charm here I really like, especially because we hate big basics. Like, big basics are insane. You think about it, you shove a Bravery Charm onto like a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. That's sitting at 310 HP for a basic.
Yes. Which is terrifying. And there are very few decks in the format that can match it, including even Stage 2 or EXs. And I mean, ain't nobody like that. But we do see that the discarded Pokestop, actually, if there's a Sada, is remarkably good, but I don't know if there's a Sada.
I don't think so.
I don't think there's Sada either, but the catcher is kind of cool.
Catcher is. I'm just curious how we're going to see an attack here, since
Yeah.
we would have to manually attach to Greninja.
Well, the
Ooh.
switch card
Or you
is the switch card
Yeah.
Sada? No way. You hate
Yep.
And here's the thing here, too. Like we were talking about, what do we kind of prioritize with some of our prize mapping here? Do we prioritize our opponent getting set up? Do we go for the Hoothoot, or do we go for the 2 prizers? But that leaves us at odd prizes here. Draws 3, though.
And
Oh, go ahead, Brian.
so if the catcher were to hit, do you guys think you target the Terapagos?
I go
or-
after the Hoothoot.
Oh, the Hoothoot.
I actually would go after the Terapagos, so I want to hear what Emily thinks, too, before I say something silly.
Well, the thing is, once again, we're talking about how Terapagos really kind of relies on Hoothoot to really set up, right? Jewel Seeker being able to grab out 2 trainers. So I'm thinking specifically Area 0 Underdepths to block the to get the Pokestop out of there, and then thinking about Buddy Buddy Pop, and so we're getting started with more of the bench. But I think either of any of this is great. I think Pheasantipity is, I think, a great choice as well, because now Jared's kind of still stuck with his hand. But if Jewel Seeker is in play, we'll see how it's going to go.
Yeah,
but
and it's exactly what Zero said in the chat.
yeah,
To go for the Fez.
I don't mind going for the Fez. The only thing I think, kind of per your point, Emily, I think we're talking about the same goal here. Is
yeah, and just
how do we prevent
Right.
Jared from being able to set up and play the game? And getting rid of Fez does save 3 cards, but if you have Noctowl available, you can just go get whatever it is you want. And you can get rid of that option by getting rid of the Hoothoot or by knocking out the Terapagos. And therefore, Jared needs both Noctowl and a Terrasto Pokemon next turn to use it.
hand thinned down all the way. We're not doing
Ooh.
us any favors here. Pokestop, though, is not going to just
Oh.
thinning simulator here with Jared Grimes. My goodness. If anything, now we have to kind of retreat potentially into Fan Rotom. We do have the Pokestop in play with a DTE on it, so it's only going to do 50 damage. But there goes the Bravery Charm buff, unless we
Yeah.
find another switch card. And,
I
you
guess
know,
that's a good upside. Downside is Terapagos still doesn't one-shot the Raging Bolts. Just
I
unfortunate.
guess. That's the thing, though. I this is also another pick that I'm considering for Louisville, because I think the game plan is just so straightforward.
Ooh,
There's a prime
prime
catcher,
catcher.
too. Now I think at this point we just go after the Terabagos here, right?
Yeah.
We saw one go into the discard pile off of Pokestop. I think at this point it just makes the most sense, and then Jared's just going to be stuck with a very unhappy hand of cards.
I think that makes sense if you're able to set up multiple Bolt. Because
and we are.
Perfect, we're good. Because my concern is if you go down to 1 prize, you are susceptible to an Iono sticking you, and then Jared trying to figure out some convoluted line to spread. But granted, without being able to use Dustmar, I'm not really sure what that line would be.
Jared looks like he's genuinely in pain.
Yeah.
It
Yes.
really does look like genuinely is in pain.
I would tend to agree. However, in this situation, though, I would have almost gone after Mew.
You could have also
Yeah.
as well.
I would agree with the Mew too, just because I mean, I think Jared's only got 1 card in hand, so at least he's still gonna be able to draw some extra cards here.
Is Mellow Adam?
That's Adam. yes.
Adam, thank you very much for the support, my friend. I'm sorry it was not your day today, but
Yeah.
appreciate you being here regardless.
Listen,
Yes.
there's always another tournament. I
Yes.
always tell people that. Listen, I got top 8 at the challenge, and then I busted at the second cup, and then I was so close at Soli's, and then it all just fell apart. There's always another tournament.
Yeah.
It's Pokemon. There's 100 tournaments a week now.
Absolutely. And we will have another tournament here at Nerd Rage in the fall for our League Cup, and that will also be a $1,000 tournament. So this is not the only one for the year. But Jared's Terapagos, that is the only turn for it. And it is
Ooh.
What
done
is-
so and gone.
Okay. For 2 big ones. Oh
Yeah.
no, Jared looking at the hand and help. Pokestop.
Oh,
Nothing
no.
going on here. It's just a
Oh, no.
concession. Jared, the most unfortunate of games here. But it will be Matt moving on into 4-1 territory. I do believe some people are talking about ID already.
Yeah, there's been a couple IDs already. A lot of the 3-0s are just gonna try to do the double.
And
or the
so,
4 O's will go double ID.
well, and so when it looks
Yeah.
like we initially said 7 rounds, we do have 6 rounds.
Oh,
We have
okay.
60
I was
players
about to
total,
say.
so just under that
Under.
7-round mark. But we're going to still have a really, really good top 8 because 4-1-1 is going to be the line for top 8. Maybe some bubbles mixed in there.
Yeah, I think there's a chance for a 1-4-2 to make it in.
Ooh,
I am
all
so
right.
Yeah.
I always get so stressed
Yeah.
talking about that because it's like, oh well, then I'm looking at, oh, who did you beat? And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, did I
Right.
that person, like the resistances, or when I came into card games, because I'm coming from like
Bryce,
fighting
can we go
games
to
and
next
stuff.
game too?
I'm coming in from fighting games, so it's like it's a straight double elimination bracket. There's no like determining factors of math if you get
Right.
into top 8. It's so stressful. But another Shuffle Squad member, Mr. Jared Gamilla, going up against Victor V on the Lugia here. We have a match in progress, but it still looks like the very standard Terapagos with Dusknor partner. But there's a Pidgeot in here too, so I actually think we're playing a couple lists kind of meshed together here.
And I think this is a really interesting matchup that Rahul Reddy had kind of put the Raikou into Lugia as a big part of his list. And now that Raikou with the Legacy Energy, only worth 1 prize, and puts Jarek in kind of a tough spot. Because if he does put down Area 0, like that Raikou can one-shot his Terapagos if he isn't able to knock it out here and now.
And it's interesting too because the legacy energy's on. Oh,
No.
he's trying to
Cannot attach a fan rotom to a Terapagos,
They're
but I
good
appreciate
friends.
it.
They're good friends in the deck, but I don't think they're good friends.
Yeah, I don't know if we're allowed to do
Handheld-
that.
Handheld fan,
Yeah.
handheld fan, and it's just fan rotom. But still, though, Jarek going to be moving his Terapagos EX into the active here. It's not enough, I think, to just take out all the way, unless that's pre-existing damage there. But it is just going to be the damage stacked up from Unified Beatdown. I believe that is 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 180 there. So just barely short, but that is a Dusclops target if
Well,
I've ever seen one.
Only 130 because
130. I
it
can't
is
count.
only on
Oh,
your own side
yeah.
of the court, but it is a Dusclops
DTE.
target or Duskwar target, and with that Noctowl in hand, Jarek would be able to pull it off next turn.
Yeah, and I think that's what he's going for. I think that's the reason why he was okay with just doing that because for Victor's side, he's going to need to take 2 separate knockouts, but Jarek's in the position to where he can just win next turn.
Yes, and we're going to see with this Lumineon because I gotta imagine Victor with this Lumineon in hand is going for an Iono, right?
You gotta, right? It comes to a certain point in the game where you're kind of expecting it, right? But the problem is that we have Pidgeot EX no matter what, right? Unless we're specifically trying to find it. It will be the boss's orders, though, that I think we're gonna
Ooh.
find. So we're gonna just target down that Pidgeot. Lightning Ronda will be KOing that Pidgeot for sure with not only full bench on both sides, but weakness as well. I like the gift attached, though, onto the Lumineon, just in case something goes wrong, though.
So with the boss's orders, what is Victor going for here?
Most likely the Pidgeot.
Yeah, it has to be
Yeah,
the Pidgeot.
it's got to be the Pidgeot.
So the only wrinkle with that is if Victor does go for the Pidgeot, that does help, but the Hoot Hoot is still around. And if that Noctowl goes into play, like he's going to get 2 trainer cards anyway.
Yeah, very true. So I think Jarek's still in the position to win the game right here.
Got to talk about it though. Legacy energy
Yeah.
still in the active too, so you got to be a little bit careful of how exactly you want to go about this.
Yeah, and I think the way that Jarek's going to go around this is to start with that Dustmar play.
And I think that has to be the play, because if Jarek is able to Dustmar this active Raikou, Jarek just wins on the spot.
Yeah, and I
nice
think
goes a big
and I-
flip.
And I think it'd be really important too if he's able to get counter catcher off here as well.
Oh, it's a
Countercatcher.
good point, Zero.
Yeah.
Dustmar is not an option with that 2 prize
Oh, yeah,
knockout.
that's true.
So being able to knock out this Raikou doesn't win Jarek the game.
Oh, true.
Yeah, it's actually a really tough position.
Yeah, that's why I was
here.
thinking maybe counter catcher can clean up that last prize.
This is what I mean by the prize mapping has changed like so significantly
Yeah.
with now Dusknor, Briar, all of that stuff. It's just too odd.
Yeah.
Countercatcher Briar could do it, but only if that area 0 hits the board, since right
Yeah.
now doing
not
100
doing
damage
enough.
is not it.
Briar can't even be played either because Victor has 1 prize left.
That's true.
Yeah. See, we're all learning
Oh,
at
my
the
Lord,
listen.
yes.
Yeah.
Listen, this is what I tell people all the time. if you are messing up, it is okay. The format has technically been out for a day
Yeah,
or 2
technically.
days, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is the first weekend. We are still getting things wrong. It is okay, but that's what you guys are here for, to learn. And you guys are learning here alongside with us because I'm learning a lot here too.
And I
Yeah.
will say from my end, I almost always do better later in the format as things become more
Me
familiar.
too.
And also just because from a time perspective, I can only grind or put so many games in. So being able to kind of take the time to learn the format is so helpful because then a couple weeks, a month in, you really get it. Whereas day one, it's a lot harder.
Right, see what's going on here. We did see the Iono pickup from Jarek here. We did see the Night Stretcher for another Hoot Hoot, which I enjoy here, but probably the Iono is going to be the play because we did see Iron Bundle as well go into Victor's hand, and I like just potentially having a gust of choice card is what I like to call it, but Buddy Buddy Puff and Counter Catcher too. Hold on, that could be big.
And Countercatcher could be big, but maybe it's an Archeops, maybe it's Luminion. He doesn't want to hit into anything that would activate gift energy. And knowing that there's 3 prizes remaining, taking a single prize knockout here isn't actually that bad for him.
Yeah, might just be the Raikou and then just letting Legacy Energy. Oh my goodness!
Oh.
the
Yeah,
arrow, the
and we have game if there is even a double turbo left in the deck.
It looks like Victor does
Yep,
have it
there's
with
the
it.
double
Jarek
tap.
smiling too.
Yeah.
Cruel Arrow. I think a lot of people have forgotten that Pheasantipity is technically an attacker.
Yeah, it is an
too.
attacker, yeah.
So Pheasantipity will be able to snipe the bench with that Cruel Arrow for 100, reading the Duskull just to make sure it can be damaged, to be quite honest. Because sometimes we do have Pokemon that do have that bench protection, but it will be Victor
Yep.
getting the victory, if you will,
Yeah.
going 4-1 and probably IDing right into that cut with Dan's favorite deck of the day, Lugia V-Star.
Just so hyped, so excited about it. So for this round, Bryce, what do I even have on the list for this round, for round 5? So we, coming into this, tried to have a bit of a plan for what we're going to do each round. And I don't know if I had the list up there. That's totally fine. So for this round, I guess, let me ask, say it again, Bryce. Winner views. All right, so let
Okay.
me ask you guys. Do we want to talk to Matt? Do we want to talk to Victor? Or do we want to talk about Dortmund or Louisville? What do y'all think?
I would like to let you two, because I've done the interviews so far, you guys can talk to Victor, because Lugia, I think, is a very interesting pick, and Bro plays a very nice list.
You down with that, Brian?
Yeah, cool.
As a fly higher, let's do that. Emily,
Yeah.
would you mind grabbing
Yeah,
Victor
of
for us?
course.
Thank you. So, Brian, kind of as a precursor coming to talking to Victor, how, of the list that we've seen of Rahul's list, of some of the others, what list do you find to be the best?
I personally like the Baltimore Kieran list. That's the one that I've been rolling with
All right.
as of recent. I tried the Rahul list. I wasn't the biggest fan of it, but maybe
Okay.
I'm just not playing it right. Maybe it just needs a little something different in there. But each one has their own strengths, and obviously it was very clear what it was. So we have Victor here, the winner of our game from the last one here, and we're just going to do a quick interview with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Victor, well done, my friend. Taking that down. So you are 4-1 now, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So in a position to ID, how are you feeling about the list?
It's Raul's list.
Yeah.
All right.
Raul's list. Yeah. So I know you're a Lugia guy. Have you tried?
Can you tell what the max ready?
Yeah, I could tell. I could
Yes.
tell. And I remember because we played in the past before, and you were playing it with like Arvin and Max Belt, which I thought was super interesting. But how do you feel about the current state of Lugia, and like when you like compare like Rahul's list versus like someone that plays Kieran's list? Like, what are some of the ups and like the positives, negatives that you could see with both sides?
So with Raul's list, if I'm looking into a format that I'm gonna be seeing more Pidgeots being used, like
Yeah.
you saw with the Raikou.
Yeah.
The Raikou really takes care of those Pidgeots. I won Raul's list.
Yeah.
All right.
The Iron Bundle has been, as you saw, if you didn't Iono me,
Yeah.
I had the Iron Bundle just in case as well. So it's very well constructed. Kudos to him. He did great with the list. I don't think I've needed double Minchino all day.
Fair
Okay.
enough. So
Yeah.
when you're going into the matchups where like Minchino, Cincino is helpful, like those big stage 2 EXs, how are you usually going about mapping your prizes?
So usually those big decks play 2 prizers like Rotom,
True.
Fizzledimpity, Ogre Pond, and we have 4 bosses.
Yeah.
We have 4 bosses, and that is a huge reason why they're there. I learned.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So we have to get very lucky, and hopefully they don't take a KO on a Lugia and then boss up everything.
That's extremely reasonable. So, Victor, if you don't mind talking a little bit louder too, so we can
Oh,
hear.
sorry.
No, you're totally fine. So, why did you pick Lugia today? Is it just it is your deck, or do you feel like it's a good fit into the format?
So I'm new to the game.
Okay.
I started when Battle Styles. That's when I started
Nice.
to play.
Yeah.
I really started taking more effort to it with Brilliant Stars. I knew about Lugia before it came out because Japan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just seems so powerful. It did the most unfair things that any other deck can do. If I set up, I'm good. I don't think there's a single deck that can beat Lugia once it's set up and good to go.
Yeah.
That being said, if you do not get set up, you are not doing good.
And see, you hit on the reason I don't like Lugia is because some games you just do nothing.
I'll be very honest with you, man. I'm in nursing school.
Okay.
We don't have time to play test.
Yeah.
We just gotta open up Ultra Ball, Double Archeops, and play.
That's what's up.
That is all we can do, man.
That is a strategy, and I get. And Brian, you're in a very similar position.
Yeah.
recently.
I actually just graduated nursing school.
Oh, congratulations,
Yeah.
my friend.
Appreciate it,
Did
man.
you ever use any of those care plans?
No.
That's what I figured. That's what I figured, man. If there's any nursing students out there, man,
Yeah.
you know them nursing plans.
Yeah, those
Come
nursing
on.
plans. You won't use them that much. You'll use them when you chart, but you won't use them outside of that.
Epic does it for you.
Yeah, Epic does everything for
Yeah.
you. All right, so back onto the Lugia thing. One last question for you is Peasantipity. I know it won you the game.
That
But
is the third game that has won. me.
it's
Really?
that answers my question.
That is the third game that he's brought up his little arrow. and
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
is it there primarily for an attacker? Like, have you used it, Max? Do you play Wellspring? Is the other question.
No, Wellspring.
I want to.
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to.
want
also.
to, but I just can't fit it in there. There's so much mana fee in this format. There could be a point that people just discard the mana fee and thinking you're playing Lugia, but with just so much mana fee, and our worst matchups are not those little baby decks because we have Iron Hands, right? Our worst matchup is Raging Bolt.
Yeah.
That is, if they get that turn 2 KO, I'm pretty much cooked.
Yeah.
So we're not worried about it. We're also already weak to lightning. We don't need more.
Yeah.
Fair.
Very
that's,
fair.
that's very fair. Well, all right, Victor, any advice you have for someone picking up the deck or thinking that they may want to play it either for Cups or for Louisville?
I would say that expect to get unlucky.
Okay.
Don't beat yourself for it. I see that a lot with other friends that play Lugia. You're going to have good runs, like I've had a good run today. I should have lost a lot of games, but we drew the Ultra Ball into Double Arc.
That's fine. That's all we need.
But overall, you need to play tight. You make a mistake and you're pretty much done from that. As you saw.
Yes.
Yeah, as you saw. So.
And it's a fair point. Like, it is a deck where you can be punished for misplaying. And, Brian, I also say this is credit to you doing so well yesterday.
Yeah.
As much as I like to say it's a total variance deck, there is a lot of skill involved in it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, knowing how to plan out your prizes, get your game plan going, and know the right lines to make. It's a really important part of the game.
And you
Yeah.
have to be very well at resource management.
Yeah.
We don't have infinite energies.
Yeah.
So just make a night tight list, play for your format or your meta that you're in, and play well. And don't
There you
price bad.
Cool.
That's all good advice.
Win
Yeah.
coin flips.
Yeah.
Also great advice.
Yeah.
And Adam, as we see in the chat, is on the other side of that today of it not being the move. So,
Yeah.
Victor, thank you for chatting with us. Really appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break here just to get set up for our last round of Swiss, and then we'll be right back to finish out and get ready for Top Cut.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are back with round 6 of 6 of our Nerd Rage Gaming 1K League Cup. My name is Brian, and I'm joined with Emily and Dan, and we have some winning-ins here.
We do. We have a
Yeah.
couple different ones, starting with a Gardevoir versus Raging Bolt, followed by, Emily, you want to mention what the second one is?
Oh, why would you want that? No, I'm
No
kidding.
idea. No idea.
So I want to preface this with going into our final round here. We had 11 4-1s.
Yeah.
So it is not safe for a lot of people to ID, which is, I think, a high stakes match here. But we do have, on this side, we have Mr. Top 8 himself, Michael Davidson at Worlds. I think a very formidable opponent. Going up against Pepijin. If somebody could help me out.
We just call him Pep.
We just call him Pep.
Got
Yeah.
it. Thank you guys. Because I don't want to mess up that name. Regardless, though, we have Raging Bolt and Guardian. And then on the other side, we do have Colorless Terapagos, as I've been calling it.
So, and actually, on this side, we have, yes, you mean on the other game?
Yeah, on the other
Other
game, we
perfect.
have a Colorless Terapagos going up against Miraidon, making it
Yes.
all the way up to 4-1. There were 2 Miraidons in the room, and both of them actually placed pretty well. But we're going to start here with Pep and Mr. Davidson himself. Raging Bolt going first, so you have to imagine bro probably lost coin flip.
Yes.
Gotta imagine. And I think Gardevoir typically does want
Oh,
to go
jeez.
second, and we see the Iono to start. Pep actually leaving the Trekking Shoe in deck, which I don't mind as an asset for later. But Michael drawing not a great hand.
And
Ugh.
think about how much you've given
Yeah.
Bolt here.
And one thing about Gardevoir, and I clearly saw this yesterday, as I watched Michael play his top 8 and his top 4 game against, just his top 4 game against Raging Bolt, that Gardevoir has incredible comeback potential, and no matter how far you fall behind, you have a way to come back.
And I mean, that's a wonderful thing because with the amount of like counter catchers, Ionos, you have a draw engine on the board, and you have a way to manipulate damage with that Monkey Dory the whole game long. So there's a ton of opportunities for Michael to come back, even if Pep kind of storms ahead here.
Yeah, and seeing that the Klefki is in the deck is definitely a very good sign because it shuts off all of the basic abilities that Pep could use, like the Teal Dance. If the Squawk and Seize was like, if that was still in play, that could shut that down, and a bunch of other abilities like that as well.
So it also shuts down Radiant Greninja,
Yeah,
which is, I
that's
think,
another
what
big one,
Pep was
too.
going to be reliant on in order to actually accelerate a fighting or lightning energy to this Raging Bolt.
I'm not too worried, though, because if you looked at Pep's Iono'd hand, there's a prime catcher in there.
Yeah,
There is indeed.
There is.
So we could just honestly say, all right, cool, that's cute. Klefki, no Joust, too, because we've already attached onto Monkey Dory. The problem is if Mike doesn't have a Buddy Buddy Poffin, I know the exact prime target that he's going for, and it could just be a Ralts. Now, granted, does also have a TM Evo in hand, so if we do have the Buddy Buddy Poffin, there is a chance that we could just like go on ahead, start setting up our Curlias, and say, you know what, we'll figure it out as we go. I'd rather see 2 Curlias with the risk of losing one next turn than just having no Ralts at all, or just having only 1 Ralts on the bench, but we'll see how it is going to go. Michael's in a tough spot. The rest of the hand I can't see as of right now, but
Oh, there's nothing.
oh, there's a Flutter Mane too, but yeah, like we said, it's just not looking too great. The attach retreat to Klefki, there's not much else you can do, but Pep, I mean, you got 1 prime catcher in hand.
Well, we also have a counter catcher or a Pokemon,
Pokemon
catcher.
catcher.
And to be
Yeah.
honest, I'd love to see that first before the prime catcher.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
It's like if you're
no.
able to just get the Gust without
Prime is so high commitment.
yeah, it is a high commitment, and being able to just use it with like, no cost really. Oh, you can't use it. Oh, good catch, good catch.
And honestly, I just want to point that out. Good on Davidson also for just like not letting him do it. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like a lot of players, I think there are times where people just kind of like let it go too.
Yeah.
But the catcher will turn up heads. So now it is all Pep and all in his hand at this point. Has the Sadas, has the Pokestop. So we get to start powering up at least this 1 Raging Bolt here. But I would like to see another soon.
I do not love that Sada, by the way,
Yeah.
prior to the Pokestop, because there is an opportunity to get way more value out of it based on what the Pokestop saw. And with an Ultra Ball coming off the 3, which would have come off the Pokestop, he would have been able to Sada to 2 different Raging Bolts.
Yeah, and I was about to say the same thing. I feel like with like stuff like Sada, you really want to get the maximum value out of it.
Agreed.
Just 1.
And being able to just get get on both attackers is like optimal. I feel like it's not the biggest deal in the world though, just because Michael doesn't have any Ralts on the board yet. Well, not until now, but just being able to maximize the value of all of your cards is just leads to better play.
I would agree. And I think the question now is if Michael does bench a few Ralts, is Pep going to use that Prime Catcher, or do you just knock out the Klefki and call it a day?
Well, we're probably going to see the TM Evo, then we're going to smack the Arvin for double, for Buddy Buddy Poffin. Unfair stamp. Okay, all right. I like this. This was like a couple Guardy versions ago, right? At this point, I think a lot of people... it came to a point where I once saw Hero's Cape and Guardy to protect for EX from like a burning darkness or something insane. But I still think Unfair Stamp is a really great ace spec, especially going into a deck like Raging Bolt EX, is because there's so much draw power just exclusively off of energy that Pep has a high chance of not going into any energy at all right now.
Yeah, and I actually really like this Unfair Stamp a lot just because I mean, if you look at Pep's board, there's not that many energy on there. And even though, like, Michael wasn't able to get too much off of his, like, you know, there's only, like, one Ralts on there and all of that. It's a little bit harder for Pep to get back on the board next turn. And he'll need a lot of stuff just to get that Klefki out of the active.
So the one thing that to keep in mind is really good is Pep actually holding that shoe on the first turn meant there's a higher likelihood he could draw it in situations like this. And now, knowing that he has Palpad in hand too, I would love to see the Pokestop and then follow that up with the Palpad and then the Trekking Shoe. And we see an Ultra Ball. Not the most helpful here.
Yeah.
No, Pokestop first.
It's
fine. It's all fine.
Never punished.
What is sequencing when what is sequencing when you draw it every time?
Yeah, when you never get punished.
But when you get rid of one of your Sadas already, doesn't feel too good. Now, granted, you do have the energy retrieval there, so we can find one teal dance or two teal dances, or we can find a combination of a teal dance and a.
So we can't teal dance.
Oh, that's right, because Klefki. Oh, tough actually. This kind of stings. 2, 3.
Ooh, catcher.
Or we could start to teal dance
Yeah.
if it happens. Nest Ball coming down here. Second Raging Bolt. We were talking about like securing our board and how those Sadas just to one Raging Bolt EX feels really bad.
Did he draw that Nest Ball off of the Sada?
He did.
Okay, I was about to say, because like if it was in the hand before, you know, it's one of those things where you know get the maximum amount of value from the supporter.
No, absolutely. And so I'm guessing we're gonna just see. I mean, I almost don't mind knockout on Klefki just because of the level of resources it would take. But I mean, if we can teal dance a bit, that would be so good.
Problem is, though, we would unfortunately see a psychic energy go into the discard, and that's like kind of like Guardy's whole big thing sometimes is that like we just want like all that psychic energy into the discard. That's why we're totally okay with just like losing it right there. But Michael's hand is huge right now, and we see the Earthen Vessel as well, so we can start cooking here, especially with two Curlias with that refinement ability. You guys remember when Shining Arcana rotated and everyone was just like, Guardy's dead, never coming back, and it's just like, nope, as long as we have that Curlia engine, I still think it's a pretty good deck.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, go ahead, Brian.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like Michael's angle here is if he can Iono, he definitely will, just because since Pep took this such a large lead, he's got an out to disrupt again and put Pep to an even worse state.
And so something to keep in mind too with that kind of new iteration of Gardevoir, like you're saying, we don't have reversal energy anymore. We don't have a stage 1 or stage 2 that's a really big attacker. It really is just down to throw a little baby guy on there, throw a bunch of energy and damage on it, and have a boop, which means it's really good into matchups like this since it's a much simpler, straightforward, like attacking build. But it does mean it's much more susceptible to stuff like Regidrago V-Star and Dragapult EX, though obviously Michael doesn't really care about that right now since he's very happy with the matchup in front of him.
There's so many lines here, too, specifically against Regidrago. I know a lot of players love to use that double Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain, and then go on ahead and actually use Big Guardy EX's Miracle Force to actually knock out an Ogerpon with 3 damage counters already stacked on it. There's a lot of like different fun things that you can now do to kind of get around that prize mapping here. But like you said, no Regidrago here. It's just going to be these Raging Bolts. And the problem is with Raging Bolt, part of the reason why I really hate like playing Raging Bolt is because the deck to me is so linear that you can't really like go in for like some 2 prize KOs. It's really just like down to like prize trading through and through, unless that Guardy EX hits the bench, which we could potentially see. But I don't know. Michael's starting to get set up pretty well here.
So Michael is, and that Arvin can get the Ultra Ball, so we can start hitting with the Guardy EX. But to be honest, Pep's hand is really, really good.
Yeah.
So we have another Sada in hand. We still have Palpad in order to dig further, or I think there's a Sada in hand. Regardless, like, we're cooking, man. And if we're playing Arvin, we're not disrupting. And unless we have double Monkey Dory, we're not knocking out the active unless we get a Drifloon or something. So
Do we have Pep's list? I would just like to see his just I don't know if it's your very standard stereotypical like Raging Bolt list, or if we're like playing anything. I know like when Guardy was kind of like still hanging around, I know I opted to play a lot of Jamming Tower in my Regidrago list just because it feels really good. Nothing too crazy in either of these lists, honestly. I do think double Monkey Dory is the way to go. I've always said that. I
Yeah.
just think it's so crazy.
It
You
is
just
so good.
bounce the energy right back here. But will be Michael finding that Gardevoir EX and now slamming down the Monkey Dory with that darkness energy on it, which allows for us to start moving that damage around. We got Drifloon and the big Balloon Blast coming right through.
And that Balloon Blast will do enough damage to knock out the Raging Bolt EX. Also using that Monkey Dory to set up that Ogerpon EX, like you said
Yeah,
before,
there it is.
Emily, where Gardevoir EX could knock it out with that Miracle Force attack. So Michael went from being in a horrible position to a pretty good one right now, barring how Pep draws here.
Yeah, and one important thing to know about Pep's list is he plays Lost Vacuum.
That is a
Ooh,
big
huge.
deal.
Yeah, so
Huge.
Lost Vacuum can definitely help him to even out this prize trade a little bit more.
That's the boss.
Boss is definitely super helpful too because you're able to you can get a 3 prize turn here.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Insult to
That,
injury.
wow.
That's
Wow.
insult to injury too, because most of the time people would think, oh, well, if I boss, I can't Sada, right? But
Yeah.
you know how that fixes everything? A prime catcher and then saving the boss potentially for next turn. So it's all about Pep reestablishing the board right now. And we know what that nest ball is probably going to be for. It's probably going to be for another Raging Bolt so we can start securing victory.
Yeah, and one thing that I would think is maybe even the Sandy Shocks could possibly be
true.
a potential attacker if you're not able to get the vacuum.
So I actually love going in with the Pheasantipity, though.
Yes.
And the reason being that if you do find the vacuum, you do get a prize on the Drifloon. With the Prime Catcher, you can knock out the Gardevoir EX. But with the Pheasantipity down, if Michael takes any knockout next turn, Pep's going to be in a position to respond. So now it's on Michael to take a 4-prize turn. And their odds there are not incredible. But we see a Pokegear. Why did we not play Palpat first? So the reason I say that is because we have the Pokegear in hand, we have Palpad in hand. If we have the Palpad first, we can use Pheasantipity and then Pokegear to dig 10 cards to try to find a supporter. We'll see if Pep finds the Sada.
But found the vacuum inside the Pokegear. You hate to do it. So I have to ask. I mean, I think we were hoping for Lost Vacuum off the Pokestop. Do we burn the Prime Catcher here? Do we just take a standard knockout? What do you think is the best line?
Yeah, it's tough because, I mean, you need a lot more.
All those cards
Yeah,
and not a
none of
clear
them.
line. And
Yeah.
that's the thing with Raging Bolt, is that there's tons of ways to go on ahead, and it can be as so simple as just Sada attach, right? But then again,
Yeah.
it's technically not as simple as just Sada's attach. But like you said, Dan, unfortunate missequence here for Pep, and you can see why. No Palpad played and nothing off the gear.
And so the other issue now is we did Palpad in those 2 supporters prior to playing Pokestop.
And prior to Pokegear too.
And prior to Pokegear. So, or after Pokegear,
Yes.
prior to Pokestop. So we've now added outs to Pokegear after we play it, and we've added things we don't want to discard with Pokestop prior to using Pokestop.
Yeah, I mean, the deck's pretty thin now, so there's still, I guess, a decent chance of drawing into the Sada, but I don't know, it doesn't seem super likely right now.
No, but I mean, sometimes you just hit it anyway.
Yeah, sometimes you just never get punished.
And I'm fairly confident he hit it.
Yeah, never. Never
It's
punished.
so frustrating sometimes.
Oh, and the vacuum. Wow.
My
Can,
goodness.
can I just be so honest? Sometimes that's like the very funny thing about Pokemon is that you watch from behind,
Yeah.
right? The behind the table. And then it's like, oh man, like God, like this person just going about things 100 different ways differently than I would. It can be so frustrating, but nevertheless, I mean, you get there, right? It was suboptimal, but you got there, and can
Yeah.
you argue with? I got there though.
Yeah, I got there.
So here's the thing.
1 energy short.
We are 1 energy short.
Tough.
We are 1 energy short. And
And-
there's no more bench spaces.
Nope. And we are going to do 280 for
Yep.
not a knockout.
Oof.
And so not only that, we did activate Michael's ability to draw extra cards. I don't believe Michael plays Pheasantipity, though. So
No, he does not.
Not the.
I know
not
the list.
trout list.
I know the
Yeah.
list very well.
that is fair. You hit it yesterday
Yeah.
for a while.
Yep.
But this is where I think that sequencing is so important is because Pep had a really good series. Pep hit everything he wanted to hit, and it just didn't pan out here because we just made some decisions that weren't helpful.
Yeah, we just did everything in the wrong order.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate too because that's what we were talking about. Does it all really go back to optimally playing your Sada's vitality? Because I feel like specifically in this game, we haven't seen a Sada's vitality to 2 Raging Bolt at all. It's always just been to the one that's still kind of cooking in the active.
Yeah, but one important thing to know here is that
Ooh.
I don't think Michael can Psychic Embrace
No, he cannot.
to
Correct.
get that Guardia out of the active. So,
Well, he can Psychic Embrace 1,
yes.
but he also has Monkey Dory to move the damage.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's true.
God, you can't ask for anything
I
more
know,
than
right?
double Vessel and a Night Stretcher too for just more energy. I mean, sequencing there could be a Night Stretchering back the energy, then concealed cards, and then
Yep.
you double Vessel without losing either Vessel, but it could go either way. Like we said though, Psychic Embrace is rather dangerous. I think Michael would have probably rather seen a Professor Turo scenario there, but I think that went down rather early.
We do see the energy, so actually now, even without the Monkey Dory, Michael would be able to retreat the Gardevoir EX, and just
Oh yeah, manual attach.
Michael's in a really good position to not take a knockout here, and then close with a 4-prize turn next turn.
Super Rod here too. Going to be for the Monkey Dory. I could only imagine what double Monkey Dory could do to this Raging Bolt right here, right now.
And it is an option. I guess we don't have the search out for it, but we had the Dark Energy. But man, this is
Sloon, yeah.
interesting. Michael also has the option to take a knockout on this Raging Bolt with Drifloon, should he be able to have another Bravery Charm.
And Pep definitely doesn't play a second vacuum.
I
No,
assume
just
not.
one. Just
You-
one.
It's so funny because those are the times where people are like, oh man, if I played second vacuum, would have
Yeah.
been so different. But like that's a tech card that honestly is just not worth it right now. But a very unfortunate whiff from Pep might have just cost him the game. And that's just how Guardy's comeback factor works. I think in the chat, it's not over until the last prize card's taken.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it felt like with the with Michael's at least opening hand.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So the other thing to note here is, I just had something. Does Pep play Briar?
Pep
No.
does play Briar.
Oh,
So- We still have at least one Pokemon catcher left, I believe, correct?
I believe so.
Roaring Scream onto the Pheasantipity,
So-
though, probably.
The issue, though, is we don't have an energy on a Ogerpon right now, and there's really not going to be any way to accelerate 3 in one turn. So this is just a position where I think Michael has game on board.
Yeah.
This play with Roaring Scream onto the Pheasantipity it just makes so much sense here too, but it's not actually going to knock out here. So like you said, Dan, I think Mike's lining up for somewhat of an interesting prize turn with double Monkey Dory flip. Math is hard.
Yes,
I
math is
don't
hard.
blame you guys. I love how everyone's just like struggling to figure it out. But that's why I always like to say I love playing one eject card in my list, whether that be a Turo or a Penny, to be quite honest. Because really, like you take, for example, take the Pheasantipity out right there. God, think about all that work that Michael is doing and
Yeah.
what for?
Yeah.
So this is interesting because I'm trying to think through, is there a line for Pep to win this game?
I don't see one just because
Not yet.
Michael didn't take the 2 prizes from the last turn, so there's no Briar angle here.
True.
Yeah.
Michael is still at 4 prizes. The other thing I'm curious about is how much energy is left in Michael's discard pile.
Yeah.
Did he draw another vessel? He has the vessel of vessel. How many vessels does
probably
Pep
play. I would
I'm
hope
guessing
he plays
4.
Yeah.
Okay, I was about to say. Well, I was going through this line where there was a possibility where you like didn't have to vessel away your vessel because it always feels bad, but sometimes you just have to.
Yeah.
Well, and also only 2 energy in deck. There's luckily low stress with that because you're not going to get anything else out.
Speaking of that deck, though, it is small.
It
This
is.
Sada's Vitality and Pokestop is like big. So it is going to be concealed cards. Honestly, how do you guys feel about the Iono? Because that would be my choice of play potentially.
Yeah.
I think the Iono is really, really good here. And if there's not enough energy in deck for Michael, well,
6 cards.
6 cards left in the deck.
so this is
I
so
feel like
tough.
he also just has it too. Like I
Yeah.
feel like Michael has it just sitting on board, right? Because if Pep goes after the Guardi EX, right, which is like the very juicy 2-prizer that you want, like that does it, right? If you go after the Screamtail, all that energy goes back into the discard. If you take a knockout on anything else, like the Drifloon or anything, that Screamtail just comes back. The Monkey Dory, if you try to take a knockout there, it's all just interesting. But we'll see what the Iono does. But I just feel like, I don't know about you two, I just feel like Michael has game on board.
Yeah, I think so too.
So he doesn't actually have game on board yet because he needs either a Bravery Charm for the Drifloon or he needs a Gust via Countercatcher or Boss's Orders. And if there is a Countercatcher in deck, he has it with Arvin.
Or
Yeah.
Drenabrain over 3 to the
to the
Fez.
Fez.
To the Pheasantipity. That's 2 prizes right there. Swings with the
I think
Bravery
Michael
Charm.
thinks he has it.
No, but that's exactly
Yeah.
it. If he has Bravery Charm in deck, yes.
Okay.
If he has Countercatcher in deck,
Yes.
yes.
He probably knows.
Yeah,
yes.
there it
so
is.
we have the Bravery Charm in deck.
Yeah, move 3, knockout. Then it's just a big old balloon blast straight to the face
And
here.
we are going to need 4, 8. Yep. And
Yeah,
there
we
you go.
got
We
it.
have
My
knockout. So Michael
goodness.
Davidson goes to 5-1, gets into top 8, and Pep at 4-2 still actually has a very solid chance to bubble in because of the number of 4-1s that are playing.
And the
So
resistance.
And he's
off
got
of
really good
Michael, too.
resistance.
his
too.
resistance
Yeah.
was 72% coming into the round.
Sheesh, all right. I wouldn't feel too bad if I'm Pep. Is it top 16 points or just?
It is top 16.
Okay,
points,
so you
yeah.
get to walk out with some championship points no
Yeah.
matter what, and that's the perks
Exactly.
of playing in cups. Do we have the other side? Yes, we do.
Oh, look at that. Martin and Colin.
Oh,
God,
man.
that's not looking too hot.
Not for Colin. For Martin, it's
Yeah.
looking pretty good. So Martin has that Iron Hands EX in the active, going against Terapagos.
The bundle.
Oh, the bundle.
I think that's just-
Is that
No, you
oh,
just
but
bring
you
up the second Terapagos.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that's on the board because of the,
Yes.
of the area 0.
Hero, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think maybe Martin forgot it was on the board, too.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, I don't see much energy elsewhere here, too.
Yeah.
So if this Iron Hands does go down, I'm trying to see what else is gonna happen. Martin, though,
So the one thing Martin does have is the Blood Moon.
does also have Mew EX to draw 2 more. Okay,
Ooh,
we're drawing,
ooh.
drawing all the
Hands.
way. Big 3 cards right here. This is the problem with Miraidon. It could get ahead really easily, but if you don't have anything else, it could be kind of tough. You could arm press for 150.
And I don't think that's bad because
Yeah.
you're still setting up for a Raikou
Oh,
one
you're
shot.
still
Oh, we're
going-
going with a Greninja.
What are the 2 cards? Boss's orders.
And we see the boss's orders. Martin takes it down, going to 5-1, all but locking in a spot for top 8
Yeah.
and part of that $1,000
Yeah.
grand prize. And man, what a game for Martin to close it out that way off the restart.
The restart and then the concealed
And
cards.
the
Yes.
Oh my
cards, yeah.
god. Trying to find it all, but unfortunately for Colin, I think Martin was 3-2. That was technically
Oh,
like
he was 3-2.
Yeah,
So actually,
Martin was actually a
Martin
3.
is 4-2, not 5
Yeah.
and 1. So Martin
That's
actually
why I
now,
wanted to stream this one because technically it quote like had to be played
Yeah.
because he
Yes.
was 3-2 and Colin was 4-1.
Yeah.
But
so we just saw 2 4-1s go down. So there is a chance for a couple 3 or 4-2s to sneak in
depending on
based on the other
resistance,
results.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to give you guys a quick 2-minute break here. And before we do, I just wanted to say thank you very much to Emily for joining us
Aw.
today.
Yes.
Thanks,
So I
y'all.
know you were heading out after Swiss, so really
Something like that.
appreciate you being a part of it, joining
course.
us. It's
And
been awesome
teaching us.
having you here. Yeah, and teaching us.
Teaching us.
No,
yeah.
oh my God, you guys are teaching me too. Come on, it's not just all of us. But regardless, thank you guys for having me. Like I said, I watch Energy like every Thursday, while I'm just like chilling at home. So I loved personally being a part of it. So and you guys are just so great too. And honestly, couldn't be more grateful for a great two pair of co-casters for today.
No,
Yeah.
it's been a great group. And Brian, I'm not going to say thank you to you because we're going to be sticking around for a
Yeah.
little while, so
Bye.
we'll keep talking.
Yeah.
But Emily, thank you again. Really appreciate it. Everyone, Emily, Lyric of Wisdom, she is awesome. Follow her on Twitter. How should they follow you on Twitter?
You guys know where to find me.
All right, fair enough. You'll find it. You'll see her at a whole lot of regionals
Everyone
this
will be
year too.
pointing at me. Like you'll look for the person that people are pointing at. That's usually me.
Perfect, perfect. All right. Well, thank you all very much. We will be back in just 5 minutes because we're going to set up for a quick break game before we get into top 8 and check the standings. So we'll be back in just a moment.
We good? Hello, everybody. This is Rafal Gladys here with Jack Carter. We are gonna show you all our casters playing some games today because we're just waiting on Top Cut to get set up. Standings are coming out soon. We just gotta do deck checks and all that good stuff. So we're gonna play some 2011 format, which neither of these players have played much of. They're playing my decks, so they're gonna figure it out as they go along. Jack, could you tell us a little bit about what these decks are?
Yeah, so on the left, Dan is playing a deck that they used to call Prime Time. So you're playing 3 different primes in your deck. One is Mega Prime, which is arguably the most powerful prime at the time. It attacks for 0 energy if you have the same number of cards in your hand as your opponent. And then you also have Magnezone Prime, which is also arguably one of the best primes. So that is going to be your draw. It has magnetic draw to draw up to 6 cards. It also has a very powerful attack for 50 times number of energy you lost zone from your Pokemon, which is pretty good damage at the time. And then that one Horsey there is for your Kingdra Prime, which was kind of just, put more damage on the board. Its ability lets you put 1 damage counter on one of your opponent's Pokemon.
Yeah, and Zero Wolf, this is an interim match. We're just waiting on Top Cut to get figured out. We're waiting on standings and deck checks. So just to keep the stream rolling, we're going to have these players just play a little bit more. Dan on the left, you can see him setting up, and Jack here was talking about Pokemon Prime. It was kind of like a Pokemon type of archetype from back in the day. They look different. They kind of have these cool designs, but they're all 1 prizers. They just have like slightly more HP. So you're gonna see Dan's cards kind of have this little like kind of flashy border on them when they evolve, but they're all 1 prizers. It's basically 1 prize meta at the time, except for one little thing that Brian has. But we'll see. We'll see if that happens.
Yeah. So Brian is playing a deck very similar to the Chen Pao deck we have now. You have Emboar, which has the same ability as the what's the Pokemon? Frigibax? No.
Baxcalibur.
Baxcalibur, yeah. So same ability as Baxcalibur, but for fire energy. You also have the Magnezone Prime. And that Cleffa there is pretty close to the Cleffa we have now, except Cleffa lets you shuffle your hand. There we go.
There is...
so Cleffa, you shuffle your hand in your deck and draw 6, and it puts itself asleep. And if it's asleep, it's pretty much immune to any damage with its Pokebody. But we just saw the Deoxys Rayquaza. And that card is so cool in this deck. So this is a legend card. It comes down as 2 different pieces, and it gives up 2 prizes because it's 2 Pokemon, which at the time was strange. Like, there were no 2 prizers for a long time since EXs. So back to 2 prizers, the return of the legend Pokemon, and Rayquaza Deoxys, its Pokebody lets you take 1 more prize whenever you knock something out with it, and then its attack hits for a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's basically your Iron Hands. And so you see, Brian, here, both of these players using the Cleffa to set up, which lets you shuffle your hand into your deck, draw 6, and then it falls asleep. But Dan, before Brian could even draw his 6, plays Judge, because I guess Dan was having a bit of a brick. So Dan immediately just puts Brian into a 4-card hand, and both players are just kind of going to try to play from there and set up their boards as well as they can.
Yep, and it looks like Dan is opting to set up his board here instead of try to attack with the Omega, which I agree with. You want to try to get that Magnezone out as soon as you can.
Yeah, now, the interesting thing about this meta is that sometimes the Cleffa sleep really matters. You see here now Brian's Cleffa woke up. If Brian's Cleffa stayed asleep, he wouldn't be able to use that Eek attack and draw 6 cards. So
yeah.
he'd be a little bit stuck with this hand he got judged into, but now Cleffa's awake. He could use Eek and shuffle draw 6, or he can retreat it because it does retreat for free. So both these decks just have a lot of flexibility. Brian here is looking to evolve his Emboars and his Magnezones, and Dan's looking to do the same thing, Magnezone and Yanmega. The main difference here is that Dan, while both players have the option of this Magnezone that does 50 for every energy you lost zone off the board, Brian's deck just has a ton of energy acceleration. It just keeps going right at you, while Dan's kind of picks apart your board. What does that Yanmega do that makes it so good?
Well, it's just really efficient. It hits for no energy, so it's really splashable, and it also can do a 40 damage snipe to one of the bench Pokemon, and you can't really see it, but the Magneton has 50 HP, the Yanma has 50 HP. So combined with that Kingdra ability, it lets you hit that 50 damage and can definitely stump a setup.
For sure. Yeah, and the funny thing is that this meta in general is just a lot slower. Both
Yeah.
these decks can be pretty aggressive, but as opposed to now where we're kind of comparing Brian's deck to Chen Pao. Chen Pao has a basic that does 60 for every energy on the board, and
Yeah.
Brian has to get a stage 2 out. So both players are kind of taking their time using these Clefas just to slowly build up on their boards.
So a little insight into the game at the time. This was played in a best of 1 format, and you can see how slowly these decks are setting up. But you just saw Brian; he drew a Reshiram. So at the time, Reshiram was just absolutely busted. It was so good because it was 130 HP basic that hit for 120 for 3 energy, which you just put it down and you can Embor 3 to it. And 120 actually can knock out some stage 2 Pokemon with the right damage combination.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
it was quite a good card. And then you see Dan just went ahead and used the Omega for no energy because they had the same amount of cards to knock out that Cleffa with linear attack.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty interesting because this was kind of a point in the game where the black and white, the base set had just come out, which came with a lot of power creep. This Reshiram card and its equivalent Zekrom, both were basics with 130 HP, which was pretty much unheard of at the time. So almost every deck except for Dan's because it doesn't have energy acceleration, played one or the other, just due to the fact that those cards were so powerful, such powerful basics, and really kind of warped the meta around it.
And here we go. We got the Embor down. We're going to start attaching energy. There's a Fisherman in Brian's hand, but I don't think he has any energy in his discard.
Yeah, he's kind of in a weird situation here. He's just trying to thin his hand a little bit. I don't know if there's much he can do.
There's that Rescue Energy. So Rescue Energy is a special. Oh, there is one energy in there, but Rescue Energy says if this Pokemon is knocked out, you can return the Pokemon to your hand. So it's actually quite good at recycling your attacker, especially Reshiram.
Yep. Now here's the awkward thing for Brian. He's able to set up this Reshiram. Oh, but he does have the switch.
Yep, there it is. Oh,
So-
this is a big body.
Yeah, so now we're going to see why this Reshiram and Zekrom were so powerful. Its attack, Blue Flare, does 120 damage. You discard 2 fire energy off of it. Brian may be thinking, do I take 2 prizes? No, it's all 1 prizes here, except for that big legend card on his bench.
Yep.
Just, Dan puts all this effort into making your hands equal size, evolving this Mega, and Brian just says, nope, get that thing out of here, knocks it right out.
So Brian's hand may look a little dead, but Reshiram's first attack is Outrage. It does 20 plus 10 more for each damage counter on it. And right now, I don't know if Dan can knock out that Reshiram. Because if Dan does not knock out that Reshiram and just does a good amount of damage to it, then Outrage is really hitting for a lot of damage. And Brian has 1 energy in his hand. So Brian still has something to work with, even with 2 cards. That's the power of Reshiram and Zekrom at the time.
For sure, yeah. It really just keeps you in the game, and it's really important to trade between one and the other. The funny thing is that Reshiram and Zekrom both have 130 HP, but only do 120.
Yeah.
So if you hit one with the other and don't knock it out, that Outrage attack, which is 20 plus every damage counter on you, lets you knock it out for 2 colorless energy.
Yep. And here we see the Kingdra. So this is actually really relevant. So if Dan is able to get that Mega online and can play his hand down to 2 cards, he can actually snipe that Magnezone or that Magneton on the bench and prevent any Magnezone from coming in and Brian being able to set up his hand.
Yep, and we see Dan here considering using the Junk Arm, historically one of the most kind of broken cards of all time, really. It's discard 2 cards from your hand and get an item. But instead he's going to do Pokemon Reversal.
Ooh,
which is what we might know as Pokemon Catcher. It's the same card.
Yep, same card. That card was just as good.
Yes.
Back then, so.
Yep, and he's going to get the Rayquaza Deoxys Legend, I think just due to the fact that it's like the fattest retreat.
Yeah, and Brian has 2 cards in his hand. Even with a Fisherman, Brian, I don't think would be able to power up that Rayquaza Deoxys because it takes 4 energy. So unless if 2 cards in Brian's hand are energy and he top decks a Fisherman, but that's probably unlikely.
Yeah. Well, I actually, I mean, these are my lists, but I'm not entirely sure how many Fisherman Brian plays because he's
Oh,
already used the one. And now Dan does
wow.
get to use Magnetic Draw and draw up to 6 cards.
That's a lot of cards, and it looks. I think Dan might be able to put together a Yamega linear attack to kill that Magnemite this turn.
Yeah, he has a lot of cards that lets him kind of pare down his hand and give himself just a small enough hand. It's just so funny the way you can kind of manipulate your hand as this Yan Mega deck.
Oh yeah, looks like it's gonna be. Yep. So that's a power of Yamega right there. You have no energy on your field, but you're still taking a knockout, and you're getting rid of a very important bench Pokemon.
Yep. I think the only issue kind of at hand here is the fact that he is not putting energy on his board. Over time, he will eventually have to start attacking with this Magnezone because these Yanmega they simply can't trade with the Reshiram. You have to use Magnezone for that.
Yeah.
So Brian, he might be stuck here for a bit, and Dan, there's a chance that Dan just kind of slowly just chips away at his board using Yanmega. But if Dan's or if Brian's able to attack with Reshiram or even attack with Rayquaza Deoxys Legend, he'll be able to just really put Dan into a difficult position.
Now, the good news is for Dan, though, is that Rayquaza Deoxys Legend is only at 140 HP, and Yamega's second attack, Sonic Boom, hits for 70. So if Brian really doesn't have anything here, Dan can just take his turns playing down cards, making sure his hand's the same size as Brian, and two-shotting that Rayquaza Deoxys.
Yeah, now what I'm trying to figure out is just how much retreat that Rayquaza Deoxys has.
It has 2, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a little hard to tell. The card is very, very loud. There's a lot going on in that picture.
Yeah.
Now, Dan will use Sage's Training. It's very similar to Explorer's Discovery. It's look at your top 5, take 2, discard the rest.
Yeah, Sage's Training at the time, there weren't many great supporters. A lot of supporters were like, there's Judge, but a lot of supporters weren't like really draw based. We didn't have research yet. I guess at this point we did, but Sage's Training was nice because it gets you a couple cards, but it thins your deck, which is really important over the course of a long game with not too much consistency. Like, these decks do not go very quick.
Yes. And we now do see Dan looking at his discard. So he has this Jirachi in his deck. What it does is that when you bench it, you can flip up 3 coins. For every heads, you can put a Psychic Energy from your discard onto it. And then for every energy on it, it can devolve one of your opponent's Pokemon. And that's 3 tails. So the Jirachi just sits on the bench now. I was going to say he could do some kind of play where he slowly kind of chips away that Emboar and then devolves it. But alas, he doesn't get any Psychic Energy out of the discard.
Another powerful part of Jirachi is that it can put energy on itself to help Magnezone hit.
Very true.
Bigger hits. So Jirachi was very, very good at the time.
Yeah, and here we see Dan kind of debating where to put that energy. I do think he's right in eventually kind of slowly trying to set up the Magnezone because he knows he has to get like a real knockout. The Omega only does so much.
Yeah, I think I may have just tried to hit for 70 on that Rayquaza Deoxys instead of going for draw. But maybe, I don't know if... Oh, no, Dan had a rare candy and a supporter, so I don't think Dan could have played down his hand.
Yeah, Brian has a 1-card hand. Yeah. There's just not much Dan can do about that.
Oh, and that's why the Magneton kill was pretty important here. Oh, yeah.
Although now, if Brian is able to get an energy retrieval...
Ooh, and there's a Tails.
Ooh, so the Cleffa is stuck now.
Yeah.
That's kind of the downside of Cleffa.
Yep. Oh, let's see.
He has a lot of cards in hand, but not much he can do. But, that Kingdra slowly chips away, just doing only 1 damage. It is quick shooting, if anyone remembers the quick shooting Italian from just a year or 2 ago. But it's only 1 because it's a little bit of an older card.
There's another one. Okay.
And we do see Dan kind of thinking through his play here.
So a little insight on the, I guess, the start of the game, or the game at this time in 2011. We loved Heart Gold Soul Silver, but when Black and White came out, it was kind of a point of contention because the game philosophy, design philosophy changed, and they wanted to make it simpler. And doing that, they kind of raised the HP, the attack damage, and made it just abilities instead of Pokebodies and Pokepowers, and it was a departure from what we're used to. But looking back, I w- I wasn't too happy with it, but it doesn't really matter to me now. I think um, when it comes to design and things like that, people will always complain when a change happens, and sometimes it turns out just fine.
Yeah, the game has definitely got a little bit simplified during this format, but we still had a lot. Like, as you see here, Dan kind of has a lot of little shenanigans
Yeah.
going on in his deck.
Yeah.
The first few sets into Black and White, even though it was kind of a design philosophy change, it was pretty diverse. Then we had the the rise of the big letter EXs,
Yes.
which was pretty tough for a lot of
two
decks to
prize
deal with. But right now, it's essentially a one prize meta, except the legend cards,
Yep.
which you see Dan here. He lost zone 3 energy, so now he has this big fat Magnezone stuck in the active.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so Brian has something here. Unfortunately, though, Magnezone's pretty beefy. It has 140 HP, so this Reshiram is not knocking out a Magnezone right now.
Yeah, the kind of the saving grace for Brian here is the fact that he does get to draw some cards with that Professor Oak, which is shuffle draw 6. There's a lot of shuffle draw 6 in this format. And Magnezone has 3 retreat. And so Dan might just be stuck in the active for a little bit unless it gets knocked out.
And this is kind of a risk of attacking with Magnezone with this deck is sometimes you get stuck in the active and you might end up decking out if you're not too careful.
Yeah. We've seen Dan continually kind of cutting down the size of his hand, drawing cards, trying to make sure he can use that Yanmega. But now this Magnezone's just sitting here, and Brian, he is in a bit of a difficult position, but he is slowly getting his board back together. He has a Twins in his hand, which is one of the most busted cards of all time. As long as you're down in prizes, you can search for any 2 cards you want, and it's not like a Pheasantipity you have to get knocked out or something. As long as you're down in prizes, you can just keep searching for any 2 cards.
Could you imagine that with Dusknoir right now?
Oh my goodness, that'd be busted. I would love
it. Would be fun. It would be fun. I mean, I don't know. I would try to play more stage 2 decks.
For sure. Yeah, and a lot of decks in this format played several copies of that card. You were just fine falling behind. You played Rare Candy, you played Evolutions, so you were just fine falling a bit behind because you knew once you got that Magnezone out or you got your Emboar out, you were just off to the races. So you didn't mind kind of getting kind of chipped away at the start.
Yeah, and as you can see with some slower starts, especially with the Cleffa being kind of your early draw, you commonly fell behind in prizes, even if it was just by 1 prize. And Twins was just so playable. I know it seems situational, but you can play it at any point when you're just down, and and even if you're down by 1 and like it's 1 to 2 prizes and you're about to win the game with like either a double knockout or something like that, Twins is still active. So it was one of the strongest supporters I think I've ever played with.
Yeah, and now Brian does get to start kind of moving forward. The blue flare knocks out that Magnezone, removes Dan's draw from the board.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the easiest way he has to knock out that Reshiram. So it's going to be Dan now figuring out how to maneuver to get those last couple prizes.
So I think Dan. Okay, there's the Manaton. I think what Dan wants to do this turn is he wants to hopefully attach an energy. There you go, and try to linear attack that Magnemite again to knock it out with Yanmega.
Yeah. And I think
And there's the judge. That's good.
And I mean, we've seen him slowly putting those damage counters on that Emboar.
Yeah.
I think the middle evolution, the Pignite, it has like 70 or 80 HP, so it's going to be a while. But Dan is very slowly setting up for a play where he uses that Jirachi to devolve, pick up the Emboar, and just knock it out because of all the damage that's stacked up on it.
So we'll see what Dan gets here. Okay. And I think there he goes. And this is okay.
Yep. So he linear attacks the Emboar.
Yep. He's trying to get rid of the Emboar.
Yeah, he knows that at the end of the day, that is Brian's energy acceleration, and Brian's been having a bit of a slow game. So now this does put Brian into a weird position because he cannot actually.
He can't blue fire. He needs another.
Yeah,
he figured it out.
Okay. There we go. We're all.
I
good.
thought I saw a retrieval in there. So.
Yeah, so he gets the fire. He's gonna blow
So,
up this
uh-oh.
Reshiram.
Yeah, yeah, he is. Brian is going through Dan's attackers pretty quick though. So, I think that's why Dan opted to try to devolve the Embor, but the 2 energy attached to Reshiram puts it only 1 energy away from another blue flare. So Brian will probably have an attack even without the Embor next turn.
Yeah, now we see the strength of this deck, right? For those who don't know, yeah, Mega Magnezone was very strong in that format, but Embor Magnezone actually won Worlds that year.
Yeah.
Just because of the aggression of the deck. As soon as Brian started being able to get energy and thinned his deck a little bit, he was just able to keep moving. And this is all without a Magnezone. This is you've seen how Magnezone has been so helpful for Dan, being able to draw up to 6 every turn. Now imagine Brian's deck with that. Brian's been bricking and he's been able to start catching back up.
So, if I were Dan, I would try to hopefully get a Mega here and kill that Magnemite, because then you have the energy on Jirachi to just devolve the Pignite or devolve the Embor and win next turn. So
yeah.
I don't know how many Yamega are left though.
Yeah, there's not a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
I think he plays like a 4-3 or a 4-4 line, but
Spray
I know at
slash.
least 2 have been knocked out.
Well, looks like he's gonna get that knockout on. Yeah.
Yeah, so he devolves the Embor, goes to Brian's hand. The Pignite gets knocked out.
Pignite actually has 100 HP.
Oh, that was
is
relevant.
Yeah, so that took Dan quite a while. But let's see. Brian does not. Oh, he has a junk arm, so he can get the rare candy. But what do you evolve into here? I mean, if you
Yeah,
get
it's
rare
tough.
candy, you don't have your energy to blue flare the Jirachi. So this is kind of a difficult decision for
Yeah,
Brian.
he could junk on for retrieval
Okay, there you
and
go.
just knock out the Jirachi, and just kind of go from there, which maybe is the best call here.
Yeah, I don't know how many rare candies Brian has left. I'm assuming the deck plays 4.
For sure, yeah.
So if Brian's only used 1, there's a pawn off the prizes. That's good. But if Brian has only played 1 rare candy, this is probably the better play.
For sure. Now Dan's just figuring out how to get this last prize. He does have
Oh,
Pokemon
reversal.
A
Heads.
Yep. So he gets to pick any Pokemon he wants.
Yep,
bring
he
it to
wants the
active.
Magnemite. He needs the lightning energy. Does he have it? He doesn't have it. He can't play twins either. So he's going to try to play down his hand and thin his deck right now, I think. Unless
Yeah.
if he has some way, like an energy retrieval, I don't think he plays that.
Yeah,
though.
he just needs a lightning energy or a rainbow energy. He
Oh.
could also use Yin Mega
Yeah,
if he
and
has one in the deck, which he does not. There is a lightning in the deck.
There
though.
is lightning in the deck, so Dan has some potential to draw it. I think you just play your hand down and draw 6. I think that guarantees it actually.
Yeah, he's just gonna junk come for switch.
Oh, he has still copycat.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, he's gonna copycat.
Yep.
Draw equal to Brian's hand, which is like 2.
And we're about to see the power of Magnezone Prime.
Yeah, he's gonna basically just draw the rest of his deck here.
Yep. And then he's gonna draw 6, and we know that the lightning's in there or the rainbow. And that's gonna be game.
Boom,
For
knocks out
Dan.
the Magnemite.
Yeah, honestly, kind of a close game. I know Brian kind of drew dead there, but it felt like Brian still had somewhat of a chance if he drew like a rare candy at the top deck that turn.
For sure. I think maybe benching that Rayquaza Deoxys Legend a little preemptively.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't expect how easily Dan would be able to knock it out.
Mhm.
Which I guess it wasn't easy necessarily for Dan. But Brian just had a bit of a slow start, so Dan was able to get those attachments.
Yep.
Now we do have our top 8 setting up, as you can see in the background. The players are getting ready, and Dan and Brian are back here.
We're gonna do Shukri and Martin. We're gonna do what's up?
Oh yeah, I just want, that was what I was going to suggest as well.
We'll do Reggie Drago versus Palkia
Sounds good.
on
So
game 1, and then we'll do Lugia versus Bolt on 2.
all right. So as Brian and Dan get set up to get back on stream here, we're just gonna let you know that we're gonna have Shukri versus Martin on stream, Reggie Drago versus Palkia Dusclops, and then we will also have Lugia versus Raging Bolt on the second stream if that game ends early. So the top 8 decks, let me just kind of walk you all through it. From 1st seed to 8th seed, we got Mo on Snorlax, Victor on Lugia, Michael on Gardevoir, Shukri on Regidrago, Martin on Palkia, Matt on Raging Bolt, Christian on Raging Bolt, and Tyler on Banette. So pretty diverse meta. We have 7 different decks in our top 8. Do you have kind of a favorite here you're looking at, Jack?
Well, we all know Michael. He's a great player. I really think that it's looking like Guardy's Cup to win. We'll see though. I'm wondering how that Snorlax Banette matchup's gonna go. If Tyler can get the Banette down quick, then I don't really know what Mo can do. But Banette plays a couple attackers that can't retreat.
Yeah, if he could
So-
start like Luminion or Ursaluna, that would be
Right.
pretty awkward. But I think it's a good spot for Tyler. I do agree that Michael, he's against Raging Bolt, which on paper is a very good matchup. There's a chance he plays against Raging Bolt in top 4 as well, which would be very good. So Michael definitely has, I think, on paper the clearest path, at least to the finals. But Tyler, with that Banette against Snorlax, like you said, it's an interesting matchup. I think just kind of thinking about it, it seems Banette's matchup to win. But I guess we'll have to wait and see how that goes for them.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to watch it.
For sure. And now our casters should be on their way back as we start wrapping up here. Does anyone else in the chat have any decks they're rooting for? Once again, we got 2 Raging Bolt, but then we also got Snorlax, Lugia, Guardy, Regidrago, and Banette. Pretty diverse meta. Like we said, we have Regidrago and Palkia on stream, and then Lugia and Raging Bolt on the backup. So we're bound to just see a lot of really interesting matchups, a lot of cool back and forths. Here we have Shukri and Martin taking a seat. Shukri with that Yu-Gi-Oh! V-Star marker. I don't know what Yu-Gi-Oh! Card that is. Dan is having a slice of pizza, so we're just going to keep chatting away. How do you feel about kind of all these Raging Bolts doing well?
I think it makes sense. The deck's really powerful right now. I was playing Charizard today, and I lost to it because it just gets up so fast,
For sure.
sometimes, and sometimes you just don't have the board state to compete with its speed. Yeah, I mean, it's just such a strong deck. I think it can abuse Fez the best
Definitely.
of many decks right now. And it draws all gas.
For sure. Now, our number 1 seed, the only undefeated player is Mo on the Blocklax. How do you feel about Blocklax's kind of spot in the meta? I think just looking at what did well at the European Regional this morning, Blocklax does seem like a pretty strong pick, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about its Dragapult matchup, but I think at least for our meta that we had here today at the Cup, it was a great pick. We'll have to see. I think if we're expecting a lot of Charizard, then it should be a pretty good play.
Yeah. With Louisville in just 2 weeks, how do you think maybe the meta, or maybe just the American meta particularly, might kind of react to the results?
Yeah, so I saw the Dortmund conversion rate for that Terrapagos deck. It was the 7th most played deck, I think, in day 1, but it was the best deck or the most played deck in day 2. So
Yeah.
it had a great conversion rate. So I think a lot of people might gravitate toward that deck, but I secretly think Lugia is still a great play, and I think I'm personally going to try out Dragapult.
Interesting. Yeah, Dragapult winning, a player from Japan actually winning and being
Yeah.
able to secure his invite instead of kind of
That's
going
exciting.
through Japan's grueling system. Just comes in and swipes one of our Western invites. So I mean, good for him. I mean, pretty cool that players can kind of travel. And I mean, we even saw in the finals it was a Japanese player and an American player with Rahul Reddy traveling and being able to have success.
Yeah, I think it's pretty. I always get really excited when I see uncommon players from different places. You don't usually see them coming over, and they do well at tournaments. I think it just shows like everyone's kind of caught up. The U.S. used to be, at least during 2011, I know I'll hark back to that, but the U.S. used to be like a powerhouse country, and now other countries are totally caught up, and we don't know which country is really the strongest anymore. I think
For sure.
you can have an argument for any of them now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the World Finals. It was a South American player versus a Japanese player. Just a lot of talent all over the world. I know we don't have OCIC anymore, but the Australian players are just so talented as well. So Yeah, we're excited to see where the meta develops and how things go. But for now, we're going to hand it off to our main casters as they walk us through this first top 8 match.
Did you guys judge our play harshly for 2011?
You guys played pretty
No,
well. I just don't
you
know if
guys-
Brian should have benched the 2-prizer.
Yeah.
It looks cool. It's hard to.
It was
it's
so
hard
cool you
not-
had to.
I was like, I don't know how often I'll be able to play this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was way too cool to not do it, whether or not it's the right play.
The legend pieces are really expensive. The legend
How about like the
pieces
fake
are
ones, like the
fake
promo,
ones?
the promo ones or whatever.
Oh no.
Okay.
I mean, maybe like deck unopened would probably.
We're having a lot of chat about how to access the Rayquaza Deoxys legend. So, it's always cool when we get to see some of the older cards.
Yeah, it was actually a lot of fun. I mean, I don't know what you were doing in 2011, Dan, but I was in the 7th grade, and I don't know if I would have been able to play that.
So
deck.
I really need to mention how old I am since I was in grad school at that time. So I did not have the time or inclination to play
Yeah.
Pokemon. And Andrew, we are good to go whenever you guys are. Rafal, can you let them know we're good to go? Or whoever. Yes. All right. Hello. I'm Dan. We are back. I am here with Brian, and we have our top cut of our Nerd Rage $1,000 League Cup. So, what's up?
Our head judge will tell them when they're good to go.
Oh.
Perfect. All right, beautiful. That is totally fine. I thought Andrew popped in
Yeah.
looking for us to say, are we good?
Sorry.
He was
Yeah.
just saying hi. That's fine.
But one thing I want to mention, Dan, it's 3:43 in the afternoon, and we're starting top cuts. So
that is incredible.
that's really nice.
And also credit to Michael, to Stacy,
Yeah.
to Andrew for running such an efficient event, and Zeke as well, who's the employee here. Just, man, we churned through that.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you have an event with this many people, it's kind of hard to run an event this
Yes.
smoothly. Yeah.
Agreed. And I am very grateful. Oh, yeah. It's Bryce. It's Palkia, not Paul Call. Perfect. Thank you, Zero, for letting us know.
Yes.
But yes, we are excited because this also means I get to go home to my wife relatively soon,
Yeah.
which is good. And she's probably, hopefully, happy about that as well.
Yeah.
All right, so Brian, we saw both of these guys play a little earlier, Palkia and Regidrago. How do you feel about this matchup?
So this matchup, it's a go first meta. So I
It-
think
it
I
is.
think it's whoever goes first will have the advantage in this. Just because Palkia will be able to hit that 220 pretty easily, and will be able to take care of those other 2 prizers on the board. And then for Shukri's side, just having a way to deal with the 280 hit point Palkia V-Star, it really is whoever sets up first and whoever goes first.
No, and that makes complete sense. I know people say go first meta. I think it's honestly an attack first meta.
Yeah, attack first.
So
yeah.
whoever's able to start to enact their game plan first is going to be in such a good position.
Yeah, definitely.
And so Shukri's hand, looking at that, does have a prime catcher in it. So I don't know if he's too happy to see that turn
Yeah.
1, but man, we're going to see how this goes out. So just to be clear, for top 8, it is best of 3. Are we doing 50 minutes, Bryce?
I think it's 50. I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's almost usually 60 or 50, depending on the store. I think we may be doing 60. 60 minutes. So we are doing
60, okay.
best of 3, 60 minutes, which with this little more aggressive format, hopefully gives us enough time to get through 3 games. Granted, we do have a stall in top 8, so that one may be a
Yeah.
little bit different. All right, so I guess, Brian, if I had to ask, who are you betting on for this round?
So right now, I want to say Regidrago, just because of the versatility of the deck. I mean, you're able to take advantage of the Phantom Dive, take out the Duskulls,
Yeah.
and you can really punish. It was kind of like that challenge game that we had with Roth and Jared on Thursday, where if you're just able to get that early knockout, take out the Duskulls, you're fine.
Done. Conceded. Senior's moving on.
Oh, what?
Oh.
Wait.
He wants to get food. They split.
Oh.
Oh.
Split money. Everyone? No. Just that table.
Oh, like you
Okay.
just swap over somebody else to that table then?
The not mo table.
The not mo table.
Yeah.
So we, as we mentioned, we have Snorlax stall.
Yeah.
We're not going to subject you guys to that until at least top 4. But we the notice there is they decided to split the money as of right now. Everyone takes their portion of it. So with that, Victor actually decided to scoop to Christian Senior
Yeah.
and send Christian Senior to top 4.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of cool, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
So then, Brian, you said Regidrago's favored here. What do you think Palkia needs to do to win then?
So a big line that I've seen is that you're supposed to go like Dusknoir to the active V-Star, and then you'll be able to knock it out pretty cleanly. That's definitely a big line. And There's definitely some lines too where I've seen like double Dusk Noir to take out an Ogre Pawn, or to take out like maybe like Squawk. You know, you can do like that with like a Radiant Greninja play. So there's a lot of options, and I've seen other plays too. Like I know Rafal showed us in the past with gusting up Pheasantipity
Yeah.
and using the Greninja EX as well.
No.
So a lot of really cool plays that you can pull off with the deck.
And I think that's the key piece too with this matchup, and you mentioned it really well with the Greninja, is who can take that multi-prize swing turn.
Yeah.
So Regidrago certainly has the ability to do that early with the Dragapult snipe on the Duskulls.
Yeah.
But like you said, if Palkia goes first, you can double Dusknoir or Regidrago V, knock out the other one with Palkia V-Star. Like, man, things can get sketchy over here.
Yeah, definitely. So I think we're going to be starting soon here.
And there we go. We are
Yeah.
getting started in top 8. The Nerd Rage League Cup, and Regidrago V-Star goes first. So, Brian, what's the move for Shukri?
So not really much that he can really do here. Maybe just be like an attach pass kind of play here. Maybe bench the other Drago. I don't really think there's too much of a need to do the other Drago yet, just because you don't want to get it like gusted or anything like that. But other than that, like that really could be all that he can do this turn.
I think I do like benching the other Drago, just so that way it's a liability for a shorter amount of time.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, and so going over to Martin's side, we have an Earthen Vessel, we have Countercatcher, we have what looks like a Duskull or two in deck. I think Martin's going to have a pretty good turn 1 looking at that hand.
Yeah, definitely.
Did you see an Irida or anything in there?
No, I didn't really get the chance to look at his hand yet.
So going for the Water Energy, checking prizes, which always advise that. And then to enact that game plan, are we thinking just Irida, draw? How many Duskull do you want down? How many Palkia do you want down? What do you think a good board looks like?
Yeah, it's pretty much like, you get... I think you need at least 2 Duskulls on your first turn, especially going second. And being able to get like a second Palkia down would be a good idea. And usually having Squawkabilly on turn 1 is also really good as well.
Squawk is such a key piece, because if Martin's able to just churn through his deck really quick here, he's going to be in a great spot.
Yeah, and I think a big part of it too is that you need to get those energies in the discard like pretty early, just so you can have access to the Palkia ability. So having those in the discard early will help you set up stuff like Greninja or even just your Palkias for attackers.
And that makes sense. And I think that's what he's going for here, with going with Greninja instead of Squawkabilly. Doesn't look like we have a supporter in hand, though we do have a Pokestop. So let's see off the Greninja draw. Water Dusknoir. I guess, Brian, I'm curious, did you like Pokestop or Greninja first, or doesn't really matter?
I kind of like, it kind of depends. Like, no one ever knows what the right sequence is for it whenever I ask people, but I really think it's like kind of like what you would say. It's like, it probably depends on what you're looking for.
Pretty sure the right sequence there was exactly what he did, since he saw Palkia Water followed by 3 item cards.
Yeah, so a nice little draw 3.
So then, with that hand, I'm wondering if he wants Squawkabilly.
I don't think you need it anymore.
No, we got multiple Duskull. We got a Nest Ball for another Palkia. Like, dude, let's just hold it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, there's 1 Duskull, so it looks like we're not going with a second Palkia.
Yeah, but there's 2 Duskull in hand, or 2 like there's another Duskull on hand.
There is.
Yeah.
There's no out to another Palkia. So, oh, and I see with 3 Night Stretcher in hand, using Squawkabilly is very aggressive there. So here's the thing. I don't think Martin's going to get punished by this. But if Shukri does get a Lost Impact off, he could be cooked.
Yeah. And, not really too much going on in Shukri's hand right now. I mean, the Pokestop can definitely get him there. No, not really. It's not getting him there.
It did not get him there.
Yeah, it did not get him there, but definitely was possible. This might just be another attached pass kind of turn, but I kind of would want it to be maybe on the benched one just because of the threat.
I would agree. And I think this is where you use that first attack with Regidrago, just to try to slap some energy down. And what do you think about that decision on the Sinnoh?
I don't know. It doesn't seem like there was much point for it, because Shukri should know that he searched out another Pokestop from the Rule the Region.
Right, exactly. So there is already a way to bounce that Sinnoh in hand. But maybe there's a plan we don't know about.
Yeah, maybe there is.
All right, so then Shukri contemplating that Prime Catcher. I don't know what he'd want a Prime Catcher for.
I don't even know either, to be honest.
And so now Shukri doing some math. I think just wondering if he wants to use the first attack.
Yeah.
And let's see. That's the
middle three,
negative.
Yeah.
Ugh. All right. So for Martin, what's the plan?
I think there's some pretty interesting stuff that he can do here. There's definitely a way that he can. I think he can get the knockout on the active.
I think so as well.
Yeah, but it would involve him not using any of the Dusklops or Dusk Noirs. I think he needs to keep the his bench like where it's at right now.
I do think with a Dusk Noir, it's going to be pretty easy to take the knockout, I think, if he
Okay.
places it on the active. Just
Okay.
because Regidrago will have 90 HP left,
Yeah,
so very easily able to cover that.
yeah,
But you need the Palkia V-Star for that. And right now, that hand is not looking great for getting that Dusk Noir play off.
yeah. I mean, he used the Pokestop already. I mean, he still has Iono in hand, so Iono could still probably get him there as well.
I don't think Martin wants to play Iono if he doesn't have
Yeah,
to.
that's true. I mean, he knows that Shukri's not really doing much, so it's not like he really needs to.
Right. At this
Yeah.
point, all he really needs to do is just do something, but still doing nothing here is kind of aggressive since we
Yeah.
don't have an attack without a Palkia V-Star,
Yeah. He's still gonna go for the Dusclops play here.
which I like doing that before the Iono
Yes.
because just give Shukri less cards to work with.
Ooh, do another one. I don't know how I feel about this though.
I don't know how I feel about that either.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's okay. Only because if he does it again.
Okay, we stick to the one. So the
Yeah.
idea is just to save himself a rare candy later.
Yeah.
All right, so then we just need a Palkia V-Star.
Yeah, there's an Ultra Ball, so he was able to.
Beautiful.
Oh, and there's another rare candy also.
So we are going to get a knockout here, and Shukri's hand, though, looks way better.
Yeah, much better.
So then if you're Shukri, I'm curious to see how it goes into this turn, but we may be getting a Lost Impact or at least a Phantom Dive off this turn.
Yeah, and the Phantom Dive would be pretty interesting. But I feel like I would prefer. Actually, I don't know. Yeah.
Ooh, the Pheasantipity coming down. That is interesting. So we see
Yeah.
160, 180, and that is enough.
Yep.
And Shukri
Yeah.
forgot about his bench guy. All right, so Brian, what's Shukri's game plan this turn?
Oh, Ogerpon is perfect.
That is an
Yeah.
incredibly good top deck.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that gets more energy into play. So when you loop that in with the E switches, it'll be able to power up Regidrago as an attacker, which is very important in this matchup. I'm looking through the hand here. Actually, Researcher Iono. It's kind of interesting. E switch is perfect.
Oh, Nest Ball is excellent
yeah,
too.
Nest Ball is great. I mean, you can grab either like another Drago, you can get the Fez. There's so many things that you can grab here.
We see the Nest Ball.
Yeah.
Which do you think he goes for?
I think, I think the Fez is fine. Because if you wanted to, you can always get the Drago back on like Legacy Star if you decide to do that.
I agree. I think
Yeah.
Fez is really good, and I think you also want to get a Regidrago V eventually, but it doesn't
Yeah.
have to be right now.
And I think the Fez is fine too, because if he decides to Iono instead, he'll be able to disrupt his opponent, his opponent, and he'll also be able to still get the same draw 3 effect. So he's still seeing 8 cards.
And I honestly think Iono's the preferable one right now.
Yeah, I think if you were to ask before that Nest Ball, it maybe would have been Research, but now I think Iono is probably the clear one to do.
So what does Shukri need here? He needs Fire Energy. He needs a
Yeah.
Dragon type in the discard, ideally with, Lost Tina
Yeah.
or Giratina. But, I mean, actually, I don't know if Kyurem's that horrible here.
Yeah, Kyurem doesn't sound like a terrible play either. One thing I do think that could be kind of beneficial. Ooh, what are we doing here?
Actually, that was really good.
Yeah.
Even if I don't agree with the sequencing either. Because would you have rather seen that after the supporter?
Yeah.
I agree, Brian.
Yeah.
Completely. Okay, so then is this the time for a Drago, or do you want something else?
I think I want the Drago now.
And so why is that?
Just because I want to be able to guarantee the attack. Because there have been plenty of times where you'll grab something, you'll play Research and be like, oh, I have 7 cards here. There's a good chance I draw into it. All for me to not draw into it. And exactly what Kat's saying, you just believe in the heart of the cards.
Nope, this is for Shukri. That is absolutely the correct game.
Yeah.
I feel like this is just how Shukri lives life. Is like, you know
Yeah.
what? I'm gonna hit it, and I'm not stressed.
Yeah.
We're just gonna hit it. And
Yeah. Never punished. Never punished.
never punished.
Never punished.
Just please bench the Drago V, Shukri.
Please, please,
For the love of all that is holy,
please.
bench the Drago V.
For my.
No, we did not.
We did not play the
Bench
Iono.
Drago V. We also played the research.
Yeah, and then for Chance here, our top 8, we got Mo on Snorlax. We got Victor. Oh, he's not playing anymore. So it was Victor on Lugia, Michael Davidson on Guardy, Shukri's playing Drago. We have Martin on Palkia, Matt playing Raging Bolt, Christian playing Raging Bolt, and then Tyler playing Banette.
Yes.
So we got a very versatile top 8.
We do, and it
Yeah.
looks like we are going with the Kyurem play.
Yeah, the Kyurem's interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that decision?
I'm not too mad about it. I mean, a big reason why Palkia is able to, take out these Dragos is because it loops the Dusknoir line with it.
Yeah.
But if you take out the Dusknoir line, then it won't be able to. And it's like, did Shukri use V-Star yet?
He did not.
So, I mean, he can always just use V-Star to power up his next attacker.
Yes, and I
Yeah.
think that's the big thing is if he does wipe out all the Dusklores or Dusclops from
Yeah.
deck or from the bench, that V-Star is going to survive. There's
Yeah.
nothing that Martin can do to knock it out.
Yeah, and for Zero, the person who scooped was just very hungry. I mean, it's been a long day, so I think, especially for the people who come from far, I can kind of understand why they'd want to scoop. And then for Cat, there's no Terapagos. I don't think the deck is overhyped. I'm thinking that people are just still cooking the right deck.
I would tend to agree with
Yeah,
that.
I think it has a lot of potential, a lot of upside. So Dan, can you describe to me what you just witnessed?
I don't know if you witnessed my reaction to it,
Yeah,
but
I witnessed the reaction, but I didn't really pay attention to the screen. So
Yes, no. So Shukri decided to use his V-Star now, and I'll be fully honest with you guys. I don't actually know why. Because
Yeah.
if you wanted to use Phantom Dive, it's a great attack right now. If you wanted to use Kyurem, it's a great attack right now. And you want to save that V-Star so you can get back your energy switches for later. But, I mean, I don't think Shukri actually lost any energy switches off that V-Star. So the term never punished certainly comes back into
Yeah.
play here.
Yeah, and Edwin, I completely agree with you. Yeah, still being cooked. I mean, consistency. Pidgeot is good. I feel like Pidgeot should be a staple in the deck. But I feel like some people are just like, oh, Noctowl does everything it needs to. But yeah, I mean, when you have Fan Rotom that can search out all that stuff, I feel like you kind of have to.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
agree. I think Pidgeot is so strong, and any deck that
Yeah.
can take advantage of it, I think
Yeah.
is a great inclusion.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot who the person who tweeted it out was, but there was someone who was just like, yeah, people who were originally calling Pidgeot EX mid when it came out, but now it's
I
like,
don't understand that.
yeah, it's like one of the best cards.
James
Yeah.
Arnold, Wames Games, if you were out there, you were right. And
Yes.
you knew you were right,
Yeah,
and you were
I
right.
think that's who it was that I saw.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think all of you make great points. And Tord's list did do very well, but Tord also got unbelievably cooked by the Dragapult EX that won the regional.
Yeah. I was looking at Tord's list earlier. It was definitely kind of interesting. He had a lot of cool pieces to it.
Are we prime catchering?
Oh, I guess we are prime catchering.
Why are we prime
I
catchering?
don't know why we are prime catchering, but we are prime catchering, and ooh, this is so weird. Is this going to be a Dragapult play?
Oh, I think it's a
Okay,
phantom. Okay,
that's a Phantom
okay.
Dive.
So
That's cool.
I'm more on board with the prime catchering.
Yeah.
That is an interesting play, but it does put Shukri down at 3 prizes remaining.
Yeah.
Isn't bad.
Yeah.
But and so this is tough. So this is actually where there are so many different lines Shukri could have taken here, and I don't know if I'm following on this one. But Brian, help me. What am I doing wrong?
I don't know. I feel like I can kind of get down with what he was doing here now, but I'm just wondering how Martin's going to respond to this. Is he going to try to gust maybe, take it the next 2 prizes that way, or because there's no more Dusknoirs to take advantage of.
There is not,
Yeah.
and at this point, it would be very, very aggressive for Martin to put one down, knowing that Shukri's on 3 prizes.
Yeah.
All right, so Martin, Iona to 4. Obviously, we're going to be hitting with Palkia this turn, I imagine. But is there anything else he needs to do to set up for following turns?
You could possibly. I don't know. I feel like it's too late to play more Duskulls now, because I feel like that's just going to give up free prizes. I feel like you kind of have to just like go for the gusting plays if you can.
I would tend to agree with that.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on it, Dan?
No, so I think you are correct. I think putting Duskull now is way too risky.
Yeah.
I think the issue is Shukri's still in a position where he's going to have to set up another Regidrago V-Star since Martin's going to be able to two-shot this before Shukri's able to take his last 3 prizes. Unless, of course, Martin decides to bench. Oh, okay.
Oh,
so
okay.
Mew EX, don't mind that. And we do have Blood Moon Ursaluna, so I mean, Martin has a way to stream attackers going forward.
Yeah.
So why do you think he's benching the Mew? Is it just to get sufficient damage to guarantee the 2-shot?
I believe so, and as well, it's a free pivot, so it's like you don't really get punished for putting the wrong Pokemon into the active after a knockout. So I feel like it's a fine play.
So I'm actually curious on Martin's end. Why do you think he didn't use Palkia's V-Star move?
I feel like this could be set up for a Greninja play, maybe.
It very
Yeah,
well
it
could be.
Yeah.
We have the counter catcher.
Oh, the boss. That's what he needed.
Also, Shukri's just such a jovial dude.
Yeah.
Like playing the game.
I know. He looks like he's having so much fun.
I love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it. All right. So, I'm sorry. I got distracted by Shukri's happiness. Why didn't Martin use the V-Star?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's either thinking about a Greninja play, or maybe there's not like that many energy to work with from the discard pile. That could also be a possibility, but the latter I don't think is really a reason.
And I would tend to agree with you.
Yeah.
I think it would have been nice to set up that Palkia so it could follow up this Palkia V-Star
Yeah.
if Shukri does knock it out.
Definitely.
Because the one thing now Shukri has going for him is we could set up for a Briar, or not a Briar play, excuse me, but a Ogerpon play.
Yeah.
Because with 4 energy on that Teal Mask Ogerpon, that Radiant Greninja would go down.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm just trying to map out like Shukri's last couple prizes,
Yeah.
knowing that this Regidrago V-Star is going down. Is there another way he can set it up so he can take that one prize, even if it requires a gust or something like that?
Yeah.
And so I guess, Brian, what do you think his prize map is?
It's probably well. So for both sides here, I think Shukri. I wanted to see if he could find a way to go like 2 prizer and then like try to take the last prize on like a Duskull or the Greninja, but I think Martin's smart enough to know not to put it down.
Yes.
And then for Martin's side, I feel like you got to take another 2 prizer and then hope like Ursaluna can clean up.
I would have loved to see that earlier East. Why is that going on? Oh, I know why.
Oh,
Why do
is
you think
this-
it's going there?
Oh, is this going to be then like an E-switch play? Is this to set up Ogerpon?
I wasn't even thinking
Yeah.
setting up Ogerpon. Do you know what Mew EX is weak to?
Oh, it's weak to dark.
It is.
This might be a what is it? Like arrow or something?
Yes, a
Yeah.
burning arrow, whatever.
Yeah.
Choosing to lost impact and get rid of. Brian, I'm so confused.
Yeah.
Teach me, Brian. What is
I
happening?
don't know what's happening.
I know. Actually, that's a lie. I know
yeah.
what's happening. Martin is now in a fantastic
Yeah.
position. All right, getting rid of that. Oh, man. Jamming Tower. Cruel Arrow
Cruel Arrow,
is
that's the
a
name of it.
very, very good attack and actually
Yeah.
could be used here to knock out the Mew EX, but choosing to keep the energy on the Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe that was the reason Martin didn't use Palkia, was because Martin knew. What do you think about
Yeah.
that decision?
I don't know. I feel like do you Pokestop? No, you don't. You do that first. You do the Mew first, and then you Pokestop.
I meant benching the
Yeah.
Duskull.
Oh, and the Duskull? No, you don't. You're not supposed to do that.
I don't think we're supposed to do that.
Yeah, because you're just gonna go back into, unless he's got a way to stall by placing like something else in the active. But this might just be game.
Maybe, but I'm just curious. Man, so Shukri has boss in hand.
Yeah.
Shukri has energy on the Ogerpon. If Shukri had kept the energy on the other Ogerpon, I think Shukri would have game here.
Yeah.
However, that's not the position we're in. Yes. No,
Yeah.
so Martin is absolutely KOing the V-Star with
Yeah.
Palkia. I'm just trying to figure out what Shukri's line is at this point.
Yeah.
And so, Brian, tell me, what do you think it's going to be? And Fizzle, completely agreed. I
yeah.
think keeping the energy on the V-Star was more problematic than anything
Yeah,
else.
because if you don't keep the energy on the V-Star, then you just E-switch and then you boss and then I guess you just never punished. Up.
My goodness. If Shukri has 2 grass energy in deck, I think he has it. Because we need just 2 grass energy.
Yeah, just 2 grass.
And we win. I mean, does he have it?
I hope so. Let's see.
I hope so too. We're going to see the
Yeah.
vessel.
Oh,
We have
there's
1 grass. We have 1
Oh.
grass. Is there a way to get more out of the discard?
I don't know if there was if I saw like a super rod or anything like that.
I know we used a super rod early. I think
Yeah.
we may have gotten rid of a retrieval.
Yeah, the retrieval I think was used already.
So if we have 2 E-switch, we still have win with the cruel arrow.
Ooh, and I don't know. Oh, I mean, I guess you have E-switch so you can put it in, but
So we have attachment.
yep.
We have
is this double E-switch?
Do we have double E-switch in hand?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
We have double E-switch.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. Double E-switch from each of the Teal Mask Ogerpon to
Wow.
the Pheasantipity to knock out the Duskull. And you know what? With boss in hand, he could have bossed up the MUEX and take the knockout for 2 prizes
Yeah,
anyway.
that's true.
Brian, I've never seen the phrase
Yeah.
never punished so epitomized
I
in
know,
a single
right?
match.
Yeah, I feel like during all these matches that we've commentated over, we've never seen it like this before.
No, that was, but I mean, Fizzle, Edwin, anyone in the chat, what are we missing? What was the brain play that I just didn't see there?
Yeah.
And I believe we have plenty of time,
Yeah.
honestly. I think we probably have about 30 or 40 minutes left. And yes, I'm actually super hyped for Shukri because I gotta admit, I'm on Team Shukri here.
Yeah.
But geez. So then, Brian, what are we looking for different in game 2 from Martin?
Well, he's going to be able to pick to go first, so he'll have the first opportunity to attack as long as he's able to set up. So that'll be really nice. He'll be able to set up his Duskulls a little bit more easily, which is nice, and that will help him to take the clean knockout on the V-Star after the first play. Because if both of them have set up boards, then Martin should be able to get the first knockout pretty easily.
Yes. And that Duskull and Dusk Noir is so valuable with that.
Yeah.
Because Edwin, hell yes, they are
Yes, they
providing
are
great
providing
content. But so with that, the Dusk Noir can fix that math so easily on Regidrago V-Star to the point where Shukri doesn't even need to try to play around it. You're going to
Yeah.
be able to get that. And so, Brian, that makes sense on Martin's side. For Shukri's side, what are you hoping to see?
For Shukri's side, I just want like a more stable board, I guess. He was pretty much the first couple turns. He only had 2 Dragos on there. That was really it. But have a little bit more. I was like, that's like
Oh,
a
did he
weird
just
cut.
drew his hand and say you're not going to get
Yeah.
that hand? Fantastic.
I was like, I've never seen a cut like that before.
That was awesome.
Yeah, and
All right.
his hand looks kind of identical to the. I mean, maybe just because there's a Prime Catcher in there, but he's got a pretty good hand.
He does.
Yeah.
Shukri does need to put his prizes down first, but it's all
Yes.
right. We'll get there. It does, and I don't know if that's a good thing for Shukri because there's a lot of
Yeah.
pieces in there he'd rather keep.
Yeah.
So tell us then a little bit about Shukri's game plan with that board.
With last game?
Oh, with this hand right
Oh,
here.
with this hand, I mean, let's see here. What else does he have? Is that a V-Star? Prime Catcher Research?
It's Prime Catcher Research,
Yeah.
Super Rod, Energy. So
Yeah, he'll be
tough.
able to just like, he'll be able to research. I mean, he'll Till Dan's probably research and then should be able to set up from there. Hopefully.
So, Edwin, just for that last game, because MUEX was on the board and Shukri had boss in hand, he could have bossed up the MUEX, used Cruel Arrow, and because MUEX is weak to darkness, it would have been the knockout. And so we see the MUEX start here, draw for Martin. I mean, we got a Palkia. We got a Pokestop.
Ooh.
I guess we got a Palkia.
Yeah, we got a Palkia.
No no Duskull.
Yeah, no
no
Duskulls.
nothing.
No Duskulls isn't very good here just because as soon as this turns over and Martin puts them down, they're going to become threats right away.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Oh, and so that Pokestop, unfortunate here for Shukri.
Yeah.
Do you like the Pokestop first?
I was about to say, I feel like I like the teal dance first, but I feel like it kind of depends on what you want.
I would
Yeah,
agree.
I feel like if I want to turn one supporter, I would teal dance first, maybe.
He does have
Yeah.
research in hand,
Yeah.
but I agree. If he wants a different supporter, it would have been good to see.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh,
jeez.
Iono.
Guys,
Yeah.
today is not the day to play against Shukri.
Yeah,
I'm
it
just
really
gonna say
isn't.
that.
Yeah.
All right, so Brian, I'm guessing we're seeing the Iono here.
Yeah, I would like the Iono to be played.
There's just so much good stuff in that
Yeah.
hand.
I mean, you want to have stuff like the Prime Catcher and like some of the retrieval options beforehand. I don't know how I feel about playing the Vessel though.
I actually don't mind it because you're getting rid of Giratina V-Star.
Oh, is that what he got rid of? Oh,
Yes.
okay. I was like, what's that rainbow thing? I was like, okay, so it's Giratina. Yeah, so that's fine then. I thought that was just like some random. I thought that was like a Drago V Star.
I thought so too for a
Yeah,
second.
if it was
That
Drago
would
V
not have
Star,
been the move.
yeah, I wouldn't have thought. Yeah.
So for Shukri, I think actually this is a turn you go into Cleffa if you can.
Yeah, I do like that. Just because you're gonna be burning through a lot of cards. So being able to just go back up to 7 and just leave a 1 prizer in the active would be super ideal.
I think that's the biggest thing because even if Martin knocks it out, you don't care.
Yeah.
You are all 2 prizers all across your board. He still has to take 6 more prizes.
Exactly.
It does turn off Radiant Charizard as an out, but with Shukri not playing any damage modifiers, Radiant Charizard's really only one-shotting Fezandipity or Mew EX.
Yeah, it's not really doing too much outside of that. But yeah, I'm hoping to see that Iono come out though.
Agreed, because I mean those are so many good resources
Yeah.
Shukri doesn't want to lose. All right.
Oh, and Super Rod.
Are we seeing the research here?
I thought it was research, but he played Super Rod to put back the Ogerpon and the energy.
I mean, I'm just wondering if we are going to see a research
Oh
here since
yeah,
he's playing the
playing
Super
it,
Rod.
yeah, I think we are going to. Which I don't really agree with, just because your Super Rods are kind of like really they're small quantities. Oh, perfect, we're playing.
Oh, we
Iono.
do see that. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know why we're playing the Super Rod then. I don't know.
If I had to guess, it would be Shukri wants to see an Ogerpon off of this Iono,
Yeah,
which he
does.
does, of course.
Yep.
And we see multiple. Oh, wow, that was
Wow.
what a hand. So we can see 2 Drago V or a Drago V and a Squawk come down.
Yeah.
Dude, Shukri is cooking here. Wow, do we
Oh.
have Squawk in deck?
Doesn't look like it. I don't see Squawk in there. Oh, that's probably why he has that reaction. It's probably because there's no Squawk.
All right, so that's a little unfortunate, but we still get a Regidrago V down. We'll still be able to energy switch to it, which we probably should.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as
Shukri
absolute plot armor.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, so then what do you want to see with this other nest ball?
I guess second Drago is good because if Martin finds a way to gust around, he'll be able to knock out one of those Dragos. So just having the secondary attack already will be very beneficial.
Another thing I wouldn't mind seeing is Mew EX.
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
if Mew EX could let Shukri draw a little bit more and try to set something up, because right now he's kind of stuck next turn.
Yeah, definitely. It's like it feels like that he was able to get like a pretty fired up first turn, but it kind of like simmers down as this turn ends going into the next one.
And I would love to see that energy switch played rather than waiting, since there's a solid chance that,
Yeah, that the Ogerpon gets knocked out.
agreed. Because Martin's not going to be able to play any Duskull or Dusclops or anything like that this turn. So not going to be able to go ahead on prizes. Just going to have to rely on either Prime Catcher or a boss. So the odds that Shukri survives are pretty high. Just maybe not that Ogerpon.
Yeah. I'm
So-
trying to see what the math is like for Martin to get this first knockout here.
So Palkia does
Yeah.
260 with full benches.
Full benches. So what did Emily teach us?
So we would be at 220 right now.
220. Oh, that's like perfect.
It is. It's perfect
Yeah.
math for the Ogerpon and perfect math for the Drago
Yeah.
if Martin finds the out to it.
And I'm not too mad about this, right? Even though you're a little late with the Duskulls on the bench, At least there's 2 of them. So if
Yes,
one gets knocked out, the other one will be able to be fine.
absolutely. And the only supporter Martin has is Iono, and Shukri
Ooh.
must be so grateful.
Yeah.
Because 6 fresh cards, knowing that none of them are those bottom ones. And we see Drago V-Star,
Drago V-Star
C and E switch.
Yeah.
We see-
Oh wow.
we
He's
see
got
a
a
vessel.
he's got a crazy hand.
Oh man.
But I see that there's a Clef on hand, and I do not want to see that on the bench now.
I would agree. There's no benefit from benching that at this
Yeah,
point.
there is no benefit. Like even though the free retreat's nice, you can get the same thing with Mew EX.
The only reason I would say is if for somehow he whiffs.
Yeah.
But I don't know how you
I
whiff.
don't think you do now, because like I mean you've got E Switch, you've got V-Star, you've got so many pieces here.
Oh, but we have the Prime Catcher.
Yeah, the Prime Catcher's here. The Prime Catcher could be huge here.
The Prime Catcher's actually a knockout with that Nest Ball.
Yeah. And that's huge too, because this is why we were talking about how important it was for Shukri to get that second attacker. 'Cause,
Yeah.
I mean, if that was a squawk ability and it whiffed the second Drago V, that could have been his only attacker gone.
For sure. Granted, it was a low percentage play for Martin to hit it, but Martin hit it.
Yeah.
And so now let's see if he takes that route. Oh, we
Oh.
are saving the Prime Catcher.
I'm not too mad about that.
I don't mind either.
Because I mean, you could still take the 2 prizes somewhere else, and it takes away an Ogre Pawn, which is how Shukri gets his energies on the board in the first place. So
Yes.
being able to take that off the board is actually not that bad of a play. So I'm not too mad about it.
No, I don't mind. I would be happier with it if Shukri didn't already have a grass energy on
Yeah.
the Regidrago, but it's still not bad.
Yeah.
And it does kind of turn off the Cure and play as easily. And we have 3 rare candy in hand for Martin.
Yeah.
Dang. So Ogrepon goes down. Shukri advances Regidrago V. Brian, tell me this turn for Shukri. What's the sequence?
Yeah, so I mean, he's got Drago V-Star in hand. There is a Giratina V-Star in the discard pile, so pretty much just getting the attacker set up is like the main thing. Shukri has a lot of the stuff that he needs to do well this turn. It's all about just executing it. I mean, there's Vessel in hand as well, so more energies can go into play. I mean, Shukri has his attack guaranteed.
He does. And so and with Fez coming down, that's so big here too.
Yeah.
So my question is, do you want to use Curum here? Do you want to use Dragbolt here? Do you want to use Giratina here?
So my thought right now is Giratina, but I wouldn't mind at all using Dragapult if you're able to get Dragapult in there, just because you take away one of those Duskulls, and you're in pretty good company.
True, because if Martin uses the other Duskull, you are back on even prizes.
Yeah, back on even, yep.
All right, so then we're going to see a teal dance here. Oh, first the... Wow. Oh,
Okay,
wow.
wow.
Okay.
Not bad.
Is that Curum play looking better?
The Curum play is looking kind of nice now.
So, Shukri has 6 prizes remaining. If we Curum Duskull, Greninja, there's an opportunity to close out the game next turn.
Yeah.
We see the energy come down. We see the teal dance. We see the research.
Wow.
So we have the Giratina knockout. We don't have the Phantom Dive yet, but honestly,
Yeah.
who needs it?
I mean, the Phantom Dive you can definitely get still because you Ultra Ball for the Dragapult, and then you can just research it away.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a lot of recovery items to lose, but I mean, that's okay. Save your V-Star. You don't need to use it right now. Burn it down. Get that stuff back later. And I would...
What are you thinking, Dan?
I don't know why we're using Fez prior to the research unless we're
Yeah.
not going to use the research. But with this hand now, we already manually attached the fire. I kind of want to go get another Ogre Pawn. What do you think?
I like the idea of another Ogre Pawn.
Especially because we have the energy we can discard with the Ultra Ball just to get back with the superior energy retrieval.
Yeah.
And we don't need to play a supporter.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Just because we really want a more fleshed out board here. Oh, wow.
Oh, and we are
We're
going
with
for
the
the
Curum play.
2 on the Greninja. So I know I said that early. I would say I actually would have loved to see that on the Mew. But what do
Yeah,
you think?
I also like the idea of the Mew. The Mew is just so easy to knock out.
It is.
So just being able to just go, oh yeah, I'm just going to Curum this and then Even though you're not going to get the play with the Dragapult attack later, you can try to double cure him. That could also be a possibility.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And also, with that, the Pheasantipity Cruel Arrow actually would snipe it from while it's still on the bench effectively to close out 2
yeah,
prizes.
definitely.
So that way you would just need to use 1 Lost Impact in order to knock out Palkia. But granted, this Regidrago V-Star is going to survive.
Yeah, definitely.
There's no way Martin can knock it out. So this has kind of turned into an interesting one, Brian.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I mean, Shukri has a lot of tools to work with. He's got a lot of energies in hand. Ooh, interesting. Going for the Fez here.
Ooh, all right. Maybe assuming that Shukri's hand is dead because there was no draw supporter, or just saying
Iono.
Yeah. All right. So, Shukri's plot armor is still on. What do
Yeah.
you think he hits?
Oh man, never punished. Wow, this is actually insane.
That is absolutely insane. The only thing we are missing is an energy to use that E-switch with.
Yeah. And I mean, if that Mew stays in the active too, this is literally a 3-prize turn.
Well, the Mew is going to move because I
Yeah,
think
it's definitely gonna
Martin's going
move.
to take the knockout with Palkia.
Yeah,
But still, that's
I really can't.
just, you know what?
Yeah.
Sometimes you're.
Yeah.
And we also got the Goodra and the Dragapult off of that.
Yeah.
So then, my other question for you, Brian, do we Pokestop for Shukri's turn prior to the research?
I honestly was thinking you V-Star first.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking V-Star first. Just to get something like an Earthen Vessel and like E-Switch. And just be able to get the attackers done right away.
And I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like the most optimal play, but that's probably the play I would have thought of first.
And I don't mind that. I think what I would probably like to see is if there's an out. Oh, this is interesting.
Oh, interesting.
So we see the Duskull come down. So now, well, all right, that answers the Pokestop
Yeah.
question. But now this is a huge deal because that Greninja placement from the Kyurem is actually really impactful at this point.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see what our top deck is. Is an Ogerpon.
Oh, it is
That's
an
actually
Ogerpon.
really good.
That is really good. That's something we definitely needed.
And Brian, honestly, I think I want to see the research first.
Yeah, definitely. I can definitely bench first and then research.
Because we can always find another E-Switch. There's currently, I think, 2 in the discard. And what I would really not want to do is V-Star away another E-Switch and then have your only stuff off the V-Star to be 2 E-Switch.
Yeah.
Because that puts you in a really tough spot since you can't even get a Vessel or something like that here.
Yeah, definitely. And that was my main thing with thinking about the V-Star first was like when you have the E-Switch in hand already, you might as well try to like find like your energy stuff and then make the most out of it. But that's just me like thinking like, oh, I got to be frugal with the E-Switch just because you need so many of them for your deck to survive.
And Shukri is going to use the V-Star.
Prime
Okay.
Catcher.
Prime Catcher is good. Energy's good. Just can't be an E-Switch. Okay.
Okay.
So here's the thing, though. We don't have any energy.
Yeah, there are no energy. So that's what I'm hoping we grab here.
Because I think the Superior Energy Retrieval is still in deck. So we can get a Rod, then it just shoves it back into the deck. We can
Yeah.
get a Vessel, but it looks like most of the energy's out of the deck. This is a tough spot, man.
Yeah.
All right, so 4 grass, 1 fire. How many energies in the deck then?
So I think he's on what 3 fire, 7 grass. is
Yes,
what
I
would think.
believe so.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got a little available.
Yeah.
All right, so then it looks like we're going with a Rod and Vessel. Interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
that seems correct.
Yeah, I'm not mad at this play at all. I mean, it's gonna get you more to work with. But I don't know. Do you think you go 3 grass? Do you go 2 grass, 1 fire?
If there are 2 fire in deck, I think you go 3 grass.
Okay.
But maybe Shukri's saying there's only 1 fire in deck and we
Yeah.
can't like mess around with that. And then I assume we're playing that Vessel right now.
Let's see what we're gonna go.
Yeah,
with
and
here.
Sugar's
Yep.
even saying like, "Whoop, my bad."
As long as we're not discarding that east switch there. Yeah, let's discard one of the dragons.
I feel like Phantom
Yeah,
Dive is
Phantom
the
Dive.
perfect attack for this turn.
Yes, I agree. I mean, you're able to get some damage down on the Duskull. You're able to take the knockout on the Greninja. So there's a lot of upside to using that.
Definitely. And so what do you think about getting a Firegrass there?
Firegrass is fine, I think. I mean, you're gonna get your attachment for turn. You'll get the Ogre Pond draw, and then that should be fine there.
So the only risk, though, would have been if you saw your final E-switch. And if you saw the final E-switch without having the other grass energy down,
Mm-hmm.
you were in big trouble. And Shukri, you got to bench that Ogre Pond.
Yeah, please.
Please,
Please bench the Ogre Pond.
You need the other grass, Shukri. Just please,
Yep.
remember you need the other grass. I beg you, Shukri. I beg you.
Yeah. Oh,
We didn't bench the
we
Ogre
didn't
Pond.
bench the Ogre Pond.
All right, fair enough. Well, we've out to another Ogre Pond. 2, 3, 4, 5. We need an E switch.
For dramatic effect.
Oh, we do not see an E switch, but there is an Ultra Ball to go get another Ogre Pond to draw. So we can certainly Ultra Ball away stuff, and we're just gonna pass.
Oh wow.
Why are we passing?
See, the pass might have not even been that bad if we were able to get the Ogre Pond down.
Right.
We'll see an extra card or two.
Right.
And that could definitely change everything.
Edwin, I don't even think we need the we're just gonna knock out,
go for the
and that's
knockout.
gonna be game.
Nice.
Jeez. So wow, what a game.
Yeah.
Wow. Brian, thoughts?
I mean, Martin played to his outs. I mean, he was able to attack first and pretty much rolled with it from there.
I mean, that about sums it up.
Yeah,
So
it really is. Yeah.
being able to reach to knock out the V-Star, that was really it. But the thing is, if Sugar's able to knock out that Duskull, Martin only plays Prime Catcher and Counter Catcher. And
Yeah.
we already saw the Prime Catcher.
Exactly.
So Martin would have had to hit into that active V-Star.
Yep.
So I'm going to check how much time is left real quick. So, Brian, talk to the people about what we think we need to see in this next match.
Yeah, definitely. So going into game 3, I mean, it's going to be really important on, again, who attacks first. Setup is going to be important. Like for Shukri's side, we got to make sure that we get those Ogre Ponds down, using the energies as effectively as we can. And same thing with Martin, just get your, hopefully get 2 Duskulls down. You'll be able to take advantage of all the stuff you'll be able to do with those extra prizes taken and given. So it really is about just whoever gets the better setup. Like seeing Squawk early is really good. The right times with Pheasantipity. So there's a lot of interesting lines here, and it's honestly an interesting matchup as well. It's definitely not like that sort of like beat stick, like we're gonna hit our heads into each other kind of thing. But
no, there's a lot of math that goes along with
yeah,
this.
there definitely is. There's definitely a lot of intricate play, and that you really have to play around.
Yes, and we do see we have 18 minutes remaining.
18 minutes, okay.
So that's enough time to finish a game.
Yeah, definitely.
And we'll see, though. Edwin, I don't think you're wrong. The only thing is, by knocking out Duskull, Shukri would not have gone down to less prizes than Martin. So Martin wouldn't have had Gust available outside of maybe Bundle, but I don't believe he plays Bundle. Yeah. And Bryce, is there a way to put time on the overlay? The answer is no, unfortunately.
If we could, we would.
Yes, if we could, we would do so.
Yeah.
But it is 4:31. We have about 17 minutes left. So by 4:48, we will know whether or not there is a winner to this round or if they're both scooping.
Yeah.
So going to start off, I'm guessing Shukri's going to go first here.
Yeah, I'm hoping he would.
I am also hoping he would. By the way, I know we are giving Shukri some feedback. Shukri is one of the nicest human beings I have ever met in my life, and I adore this man.
Ooh, is this a Radzard start?
It is.
It's either a Radzard start or we're starting. Yep.
It's not great.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's not ideal.
But it is a 1-prizer.
And that is very true. And so we'll see draw for turn from Shukri. All right, Brian. What is that nest ball for?
That nest ball, oh, it's so tough. Like I want to say like you go for Ogre Pawn here, but it's like if you don't hit the Drago V, you're already behind.
And that's the tricky part.
Yeah.
But I think just going for the Drago V, using the vessel to get rid of that Dragapult, and then just manually attaching, like it's probably okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much either Martin takes the one prizer by taking out the Radzard, or if he's able to get like some crazy prime catcher play, like that's like the only other thing I'm thinking about.
And I agree, Fizzle. I think Squawk is also totally fine here.
Yeah.
I believe Shukri plays one switch and then prime catcher.
Yeah.
I think Liz right over here.
Yeah.
So yeah, so one switch and prime catcher, which really is enough for Drago, even though you'd probably like more at times.
Let's see here. That's not one.
That is Victor, who has dropped. Congratulations, Victor, on top 8. Senior, congratulations on top 4 automatically. Shukri, there you go.
There we go. What were we looking for?
We were looking for switch outs.
Switch outs. So we have one switch, we have prime catcher, and that's it.
All right. That's it. So we also have the counter catcher, which I think is a really interesting inclusion in Drago.
Yeah, I know, it definitely is. Counter catcher has been such an impactful item from the moment it was brought back into standard format, and I really like it. I mean, it gives good comeback potential, item-based gust with condition.
With condition,
yeah,
big condition.
With a big condition, which is I think it's healthy for the game.
I would agree. I think counter catcher is such a good, strong card, but it's also balanced enough where it's reasonable.
Yeah.
At least it was.
Yes.
And now I don't know.
Yeah.
Because Duskull and Dusknoir are very, very scary.
Yes, and they could definitely abuse the conditions.
Yes. And also in combination with Briar, which hasn't quite been broken yet, it could be a little terrifying. Oh, okay, so this is a hand for Shukri.
Yeah.
We are doing good here. So then, Brian, what is the goal here with this Ultra Ball?
I mean, this Ultra Ball here should grab the Drago V for the turn that we need.
And I love that use of the Earthen Vessel to get 2 energy, Teal Dance 1, and then Ultra Ball.
Yes, because you never know. You can might be a dragon to discard. Or you might not even need to use the Ultra Ball.
Right. If you find a Drago V straight up with this, you are in such a good spot.
Definitely.
All right, so question for you, Brian. Did you see the Prime Catcher in the deck?
I did not look for it.
Okay. That's reasonable. Neither had I.
Yeah.
All right, so then we'll see the Teal Dance. Draw for turn.
That's another Ultra Ball. Ooh, this is tough. I don't like the idea of taking out both of those energies, but you might have to just so you can play the game.
I think you actually get rid of Ultra Ball Grass in this case.
Oh yeah, Ultra Ball Grass you can attach the fire. Yeah,
Yes.
I can get behind that. Yeah.
And Shukri, you can't Ultra Ball next turn if you get rid of the Iono.
Yes.
Okay, Shukri making the right call here. Beautiful. What's up, Michael? All right. So that is a note. Michael Davidson has won his round to move on to top 4.
Yep, I think he was playing against Raging Bolt, so that's definitely a matchup that he's very comfortable with.
Yes, a very favored matchup.
Yes.
And yeah. All right, so we are going to see now the pass over to Martin, who has a nest ball to get started. And to be honest, he's going to see a clean hand anyway with that Squawk ability.
Definitely.
So what is Martin going for this first turn?
I think Martin here, he has the Squawk in hand. So I didn't really get to catch what was in his hand, but I feel like if you have a lot of energies, the Radiant Greninja sounds pretty good. Just because after you Squawk, you have a decent chance of being able to grab some of the other pieces that you need in order to... Ooh, yeah, I think this is a...
Oh, this is a good hand.
Yeah.
So we are going to see the Earthen Vessel away the water energy. To be honest, it's really nice in this deck. You can just throw away as much water as you want because you have the Night Stretchers to get it all back.
Playing 4 Night Stretchers is actually so nice just because like if you feel like you're a piece short of getting like a Dusknoir play and you have Rare Candy in hand, Night Stretcher just gets the Dusknoir back and you're able to just put it back. And it's nice too if you prize a lot of stuff, you can reuse and recycle a lot of the same pieces over and again.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Oh, and those are not the cards that Martin really wanted to draw here, unfortunately. But deciding to bench the Fez, which I agree with, and then get, I believe, I'm guessing a Palkia, right?
Yes, I would hope so.
I would also hope so.
Yeah, and I feel like Martin can kind of get away with only having 1 Palkia on the bench, just because with the Radzard in here, it's going to take a lot of Shukri's like resources in order to get that Radzard out of the active.
So do you think you use the switch to put the ninja into? Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Okay, good, good. We're all aligned here. And then we'll squawk.
Yep.
So the only thing Martin really wants to see here is Buddy Poffin for Duskull, correct?
Yes. I definitely would like to see that.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't bench 2 Duskull?
Not that I can think of. I feel like you do need those Duskulls to hit the tall Pokemon.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It would not surprise me
Yeah.
if he top decked Prime
I know.
Catcher. All right, so with that Poffin, I guess my only question is why use the shoe before the Poffin?
The shoe before the Poffin. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's weird because you're going to be shuffling the deck anyways. You might as well look into the deck a little bit more before you pop in, right? Or before you shoe.
Right, and you
Yeah.
also don't want to shoe into a Duskull.
Yeah, that's true. Because, I mean, it's just not going to be good value at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, granted, we are in round 8, essentially.
Yes.
Or 7, essentially, excuse me. And it has been, even though earlier than I thought, like
yeah, it's
a
still been,
long day.
It's still been 5-ish hours.
Yes. So,
Yeah.
so these guys have been playing for a while, and like you mentioned, these are not straightforward decks.
Yeah, they aren't. They require a lot of, a lot of time, a lot of thinking power, and all of that. So there's definitely going to be mistakes to be happened, but
Sugar just stopped.
wow,
the Reggie Drago V-Star.
that's
That
crazy.
is absolutely crazy.
Oh, and Prime Catcher.
Goes into
Wow.
Prime Catcher.
Zero is like correct about that too.
And we have Earthen Vessel and an E switch
Wow.
in.
This is insane. And the Dragapult's in the discard pile too. This is actually insane.
Guys, I did not emotionally prepare for
Yeah.
this hand. you did call it.
Yeah.
So, Brian, what? I think I know what we do here, but is it anything different than what I think?
I don't think so.
All right, so
I don't know if I like the idea of taking out the research.
I don't know if I love that either. I think keep the boss is good here.
Yeah.
So my only question, do you cure him?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. Actually, yeah, I do like the Kyurem play, to be honest, because get rid of both Duskulls.
That's my only thought.
And then as long as you put the last 110 on the Squawk.
Oh yeah, you are.
I think that's the right play.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And yes, never punished is just putting in work today.
Yeah, never punished for real.
To Sugar's credit, he actually sequenced everything there fine.
Yeah.
He just happened to draw exceptionally well.
Yeah.
All right, and so we would like to. Oh, we see a Goodra, which wouldn't be bad either. We see attach return. We see the energy switch. So the only thing I'm thinking is, no, I think you do have to knock out both Duskull. So you could use Dragapult and save your Kyurem.
Yeah. Or like you're thinking like a Gust.
Like Gust a Duskull
Yeah.
and knock out a Duskull.
Yeah, I like that too.
But this is tough, though. And I'm not sure what the right decision is here.
Yeah.
Ooh, if this is... Okay. So here's the thing. If we are doing this, I think we have to cure him.
Yeah.
No. Oh! I actually love this play.
Is this a lost impact?
It is a lost impact on the Palkia V, which I think is fantastic.
That's a great play.
It is.
Yeah, just because now if Martin wants to respond, I mean, there's no way for him to really get that second attack off. I mean, he's going to need to put another Palkia back down.
Well, so to do it, he would have to pop 2 of the Duskull and
put
then
him
go
down
into Blood Moon.
Yeah, and that would go down to 2 prizes.
Exactly, and then all Shukri needs is an energy on Radiant Charizard or something similar to just win the game.
Yeah, that's a very heads-up play.
It is, it
Yeah.
is. Shukri, you are much better than either of us. Congratulations to you. That plot armor is well-deserved.
Yes, definitely.
All right, so then, Martin, I got to imagine you're getting a Palkia here, right, with this nest ball?
I would hope so.
No, we're failing it.
Oh, wow.
How did the Bears do, by the way?
They won.
The Bears won a game?
The Bears won a game.
Wow.
ESPN's article says Caleb Williams leads 4 scoring drives. So
wow.
Yeah, 17 for 23, 157 yards, 1 touchdown. So not mad about it.
That's fine. That's fine. All right.
I am not mad about it.
The Yu-Gi-Oh card is a V-Star marker. Yes. Waffle, I apologize.
Yes.
It is going to be with a gust. For instance,
yes,
the boss's orders he has
that
in
he
hand.
has in hand. Yep.
Yes. And so we do see the Buddy Poffin get discarded. We see a Palkia V-Star. But we have a Palkia V in hand. It's just if Martin wants to use it.
Yeah.
Man, this was such a good play by Shukri because this puts Martin in such a tough spot.
Yeah, I'm really glad we put this game on there.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. I don't know if I was as hyped for it coming into the game, but right
Yeah.
now, this has been a heck of a series.
Yeah, definitely going back and forth the whole time.
All right, so we see Rare Candy Dusknoir. We
Ooh,
see
the
double.
The double.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
is this gonna
tell me we're gonna motivate for a knockout?
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
I think we're going for the Ogre Pond, right?
So, the one line that could have happened here is we could have doubled Dusknoir the Regidrago V-Star and then used Motivate,
Motivate
on
for a knockout.
Squawkabilly EX to put 2 energy onto the Palkia V and then say, Shukri, you ain't got it.
Yeah.
It looks like we're being much more reasonable people and going with the Dusknoir to knock out the Ogrepon.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's correct. What do you
I
think,
don't know.
Brian?
I feel like if you're gonna go for the Dusknoir on the Ogre Pond, you have to commit
I
to
agree.
doing the other one.
Agreed. All right, and Shukri does get another
Yeah.
prize. So Shukri goes down to 2 prizes remaining. Okay, so this is sketchy
Yeah.
because we've used Prime Catcher. So all Shukri needs at this point is an energy, and he
Yeah.
has that in the discard with his V-Star. So Shukri,
Yeah.
at this point, has game.
Pretty much, yeah.
So what do you think Martin's plan is here?
Martin's plan here. Oh man, I don't know. It's tough because he doesn't have a way to knock out the main attacker unless he's able to like find a way to stall the Radiant Zard. That's the only other thing I could really think of.
And stalling the Radiant Zard could be it, but again,
Yeah.
there's a Prime Catcher in the discard. If Martin doesn't knock out this Regidrago V-Star, like...
I mean, he's toast then.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, did he play supporter already?
He did not yet, so I think he's going to try to Iono Shukri after this.
I mean, if you play Iono, I feel like it's not as bad.
All right, so we will be able to Blood Moon the active, but
yeah.
again, all Shukri needs is an energy now. If
Yeah,
there's a
it would just
two-prizer.
be an energy, yeah. I mean, going down to 2 prizes with no draw supporter is fine. I mean, if I was Martin, that's pretty much all I could do, right? Like, I feel like you kind of play to your outs at that point.
So the tricky part is, though,
Is there an energy in there?
there is not, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because Shukri hasn't used his V-Star.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
So by going into this Blood Moon,
I mean,
we absolutely guarantee victory for Shukri if he sees the line.
yes.
And he even says, I'm going to V-Star attach and lost impact.
Yeah.
Shukri moves on to top 4. What a series, Brian.
Yeah, that was a really good series. I mean, we had some really fun moments there.
Yes.
With all the top decks and all of that. So we are taking a look. So taking a look at the rest of it. So Michael Davidson took the win against Matt, and then Mo took the win against Tyler. So
who is the matchup? It's going to be Senior versus Mo, and then Michael versus Senior versus Davidson. Okay.
Oh, you and your brother.
Okay.
Oh.
So let's
Okay.
put Senior versus Davidson on 1, and then the Idace brothers on 2. So
Yeah.
Mo is just in here, and Mo Idace, part of the Nerd Rage Gaming team, he is Shukri's brother, brought Shukri here today, gave Shukri the deck to play, and they are now currently hitting in, it's, Jeff, you're totally right. There should have been one thing necessary. But he also had Boss's orders in deck, or in hand.
Yeah. Boss was in
And
hand.
likely could have V-starred for the boss.
Yeah. Yeah, or you could V-star for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Yes, but if you V-star, you get Energy Boss.
Yeah.
So we're going to see the Idace brothers play in top 8. We're going to see, now we're going to see Gardevoir versus Lugia
Oh,
V-star.
I think he's playing Bolt.
Is Senior playing Bolt?
Yeah, Senior's playing Bolt.
Oh. All right.
Yeah, he's playing Bolt. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a matchup.
Yeah, I think I like putting that one on there because I feel like this is going to be a matchup that we're going to see a lot coming into this next meta.
I would agree with that.
Because I like to think that at least this portion of the meta is going to be kind of similar to our NAIC meta.
Yes.
Yeah, just because people are going to be like, oh, Raging Bolt this, Raging Bolt that, and then think that Gardevoir is the answer to that.
Yes.
And I mean, we saw that in our NAIC meta that Gardevoir dominated the meta.
It absolutely did. And Gardevoir, I think, is one of the best decks in format, even if it's played at a very low rate right now.
Yeah.
So, Bryce, do we have a Gardevoir list that I sent over your way to put up?
Yeah.
Awesome. If we could take a look at that quick. So, like we said, we've had some decks that did very well in Dortmund. We're going to be pulling up here.
Yeah.
And one of them, I don't think there were any in top 8. Were there?
At Dortmund?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. Gardevoir?
I don't think there
No.
were.
I don't think so. Gardevoir had a very low play rate and a very low. I mean, there wasn't that many decks.
Fair
Gardevoir.
enough. In that case,
Yeah.
let's throw up Raging Bolt, because I could have sworn I gave you one
Yeah.
of those. All right, sweet.
And then while we're doing that, is it cool if I just grab?
Yes,
drink?
please,
Yeah.
go for it. So actually, why don't we do this? We're going to take a quick 2-minute break because I need to acquire some more food somewhere. So we're going to take a break. We'll be back on in just 2 minutes to take a look at some Raging Bolt deck lists and then get into our next round. Welcome back, everyone, to the semifinals, top 4 of the Nerd Rage $1,000 League Cup. We have, honestly, a pretty interesting matchup with Raging Bolt versus Gardevoir. So, Brian, who's favored in this?
I think people know that Gardevoir is very heavily favored in this matchup, but as of late, I know that there's a lot of Gardevoir techs that Raging Bolt can play, kind of like what we saw with Pep earlier with the Lost Vacuum and the single prize Sandy Shocks. So those could be some possibilities that could be used. I'm trying to find Senior's list here so we can see.
So we did see double Super Rod in his starting hand, which is definitely a unique inclusion in Raging Bolt.
Only 2 Pokestop plays Briar.
Briar also incredibly powerful in this matchup.
I like the 2 Stretcher just because there's actually a lot of recovery that he has in his list.
There really is. We got 2 Stretcher, we have a Palpad, 2 Super Rod, 4 energy
retrieval.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah.
I mean, as long as he sets up, he's going to be able to keep playing the game.
Yeah, and he plays Iron Bundle too. So Iron Bundle, Squawk. Yeah, no single prize Sandy Shocks. So I don't know. I feel like if this was Pep's list, it would be a little more you could work around, but I don't know.
That vacuum, I think, is just a really key piece in general.
Yeah, the vacuum can lead to the 3 prize turn a lot easier.
There is one Iono in here, so that certainly can help.
Yeah, the Iono definitely does help.
The one advantage, too, Christian has is going first into Guardy is actually fantastic because he doesn't need to play Sada to take a knockout.
And I don't know, I feel like this is such a powerful part about Gardevoir because, like, with Gardevoir, if you go first, you're able to, set up you can kind of like go slow, methodical, evolve manually on your Ralts for Curlias, draw, and all that stuff.
Yes.
But if you go second, as long as you hit Arvin, you pretty much have, either Puffin.
Can everyone just please celebrate Ryan, who brought me
Shout out to Ryan.
Ryan, you're a
Big
legend.
dog.
Send me a bill, including tip. Thank you very much, my guy.
Yeah.
But I'm hungry, but carry on,
you're
Brian.
good. But a big part of it is that I feel like Gardevoir is like one of those decks we were talking about earlier that is fine going first and fine going second.
Yes.
Because it can go first against the decks that want to go first and go second into the decks that want to go first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so like when I played Michael against him yesterday, I mean, he pretty much wanted to go first every single game. And I wasn't able to set up as fast just because, he was able to get his Curlias online and all of that stuff. And then the Evo plays really helped when going second.
And that makes sense because Evo is just so powerful because then Michael still, on his second turn, can get up into a Gardevoir EX.
Exactly. Yeah, so it's interesting seeing what Christian will do here just because, I mean, he's got 1 energy on here, but I guess it really depends on what Michael's able to get because he has the Arvin in hand. I don't see an energy, though.
No energy in hand, which does make it a little bit harder to get off that Evo play.
Yeah. I don't think Michael is playing Candy in his list. Let me check.
So it looks like Michael's going with the Vessel and Evo TM. So I didn't quite see his hand, but I'm assuming he has a Poffin in there.
Yeah, either that or I know he has the Artisan in hand, so he can play that as well.
So Nestball Artisan still is good.
Yeah.
And Michael very thoroughly checking his prizes. Also, thank you all for dealing with my unprofessionalness of eating while here because I'm so hungry.
Yeah, but well, we can work around it.
Yeah, we work around it.
Yeah,
Fine. It's
yeah,
fine.
we're fine. But yeah, there's no Candy in Michael's list, which is interesting because towards the end of our last format, Henry Chow was able to win Baltimore Regionals with like a very aggressive like Turbo Gardevoir deck. But going into next format, we don't even know if that kind of build is still good.
And I'm honestly not sure. Like looking at Dortmund, one of the big things coming out of Dortmund, I think that's a problem, is the prevalence of Duskmar and the prevalence of Dragapult EX. Because both of those are big deals for Gardevoir.
Yeah. And it makes me wonder if like a turbo build would be good just because you kind of want to get your Pokemon online before those decks can start doing those kind of damage to you.
Yes, absolutely.
So we see here that Michael's able to get 2 energies down and still looking through the deck. And interesting seeing, is that a Fluttermane?
There is a Fluttermane, a little less helpful here.
Yeah.
Especially because Senior already has used Squawkabilly and there's no Ogre Bonds on the board.
Yeah.
but still a very good inclusion in this deck for stuff that really relies on that active ability.
Yeah, so one thing I'd also want to see Michael play down eventually is the Clef Key. Just because
Mhm.
we saw it in his stream game earlier, and it's so powerful just because you lock down all the abilities of the basic Pokemon. So, I mean, you won't have Greninja anymore. You won't have Squawk. You won't have Ogerpon. So, super powerful tool. So, we hope to see that.
Well, Michael making a very interesting choice, going with the Radiant Greninja to
Yeah.
draw. What do you think about that, Brian? Is it
Yeah.
better than just going for Nest Ball for Ralts, Artisan for Ralts?
I think it's okay. I think Michael thinks that he's able to get the good draw in, so that's his priority. And as long as he's able to have the extra energy for the Evo play, that's like his main thing.
I think Michael may also be thinking that he's got time, which he
Yeah.
does.
Yeah,
he
he
is not in a
definitely-
rush.
Yeah, he definitely does. I mean, I watched his top 4 match yesterday, and his opponent just kept using the single prize Sandy Shocks, and he was down at one point like 5 prizes to 3, and he still won both games. Oh, and look at that. It's like he's fine.
We're fine. We're fine. We're
fine.
golden.
Yeah.
All right.
3
Beautiful.
Ralts is really good here. I think he has the Evo in hand.
Also has that
Perfect.
unfair stamp in hand, which
Yeah.
is huge.
The unfair stamp is definitely huge here, just because as soon as Senior probably takes this first knockout, stamp is going to go down right away.
And Michael does not care about that Drifloon being knocked out because it's not an engine Pokemon. He wasn't planning to take a knockout with it next turn. He's just in a good spot.
Yeah, and it's not like the Drifloon is really going to be attacking yet, just because, I mean, it's not Gardevoir's time to attack. And it's so easy for Michael to recover those cards. Like, you can get the Super Rod, you can use it with Night Stretcher that he plays a 1 of. There's so many ways to recycle that card back. So losing the Drifloon, not the biggest deal in the world, but keeping those Ralts and those Curlias is really important.
And especially because Michael doesn't even intend on taking a big knockout right now.
Yes,
Like,
definitely.
he doesn't need to. Oh, do I have a play for us, Brian?
What are you thinking, Dan?
It is not complicated.
What's is it just Boss Curlia?
Correct. Actually, it's Boss Ralts.
Boss Ralts. Okay.
So I want Senior to do something very simple. I want you to bench an Ogerpon. I want you to attach an energy to the active Raging Bolt. I want you to boss a Ralts, and I want you to murder it. Excuse me, knock it out.
And what is the main reasoning of picking Ralts over Curlia, Dan?
Because you only need to use one energy. So you can be a single
very
attachment
good.
away
Yeah,
from
okay.
taking a knockout next turn.
Awesome, yeah.
And by using the boss's orders, you're not going to have many opportunities to use boss in the
Yeah.
game. You're going to rely on Pokemon Catcher when you're trying to use Sada and stuff like that to reload.
Yeah.
So by using the boss, excuse me, now, Senior's going to be able to take advantage of all those more important trainers later. Or we can absolutely ignore everything I say and play the Pokemon Catcher, followed by using the boss anyway.
Yes.
And we do see the boss.
Ooh,
we do see on a
go for the
Curlia.
Curlia, though.
So, Brian, tell me, do you think Curlia is better than Ralts or worse?
I feel like it's fine. I feel like either way, if you pick Ralts or Curlia, it's not that big of a deal. It's just, it kind of limits, it's just like if you want to limit Michael's draw a little bit more.
And I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
But also, look at this. By knocking out the Curlia, Michael still has 2 Curlia down.
Yeah, exactly. So he's still going to be able to do as much drawing as he was if he didn't have it.
But the tricky part now is Senior needs to hit a Sada.
Yes. And this is the big part, playing the stamp. The stamp is huge here.
The
The stamp is huge here without using any refinements yet. And that's really important too, because I mean, Michael's going to be able to see like 9 cards here.
a lot.
Yeah, he's going to be able to see a lot.
The one advantage Senior has with that stamp being played is his hand was horrible.
Yeah,
It was atrocious. He was
Yeah.
doing nothing except Radiant Greninja.
exactly. So I mean, I don't know how much better it's going to get with only 2 cards, but
It can't get much worse.
yeah. It
So
can't-
there's
yeah.
that going for
Yep,
him.
you are completely right about that.
So let's just see a Sada off the top. Do we have...
Ooh, energy
okay.
retrieval.
Okay. So we are going to draw at least 3 cards with that energy retrieval.
Yeah, and how would you like that done? Do you grab the grass and something else, and you Ogerpon and Greninja? Is that what you think?
I think it depends on the top deck.
Yeah, definitely.
In general, though, I think that's really good to have something to Greninja and Ogerpon, but I would like to Ogerpon first, because then if you see Sada, you can use that other energy got for a manual attachment.
Definitely. Okay.
By
so
the
we
way,
see a
onion rings are
refinement.
delicious.
Yes, onion rings are delicious.
So we see the draw with refinement. Michael just setting up. Do you think Michael's trying to take a knockout this turn?
I don't think so. I think he's fine with losing another prize here because he'll be able to go down to 4 to match Senior and pretty much trade up from there. So, even I mean, if anything, the most that Michael will be able to do here is just get like like a singular smack, you know?
And that's exactly it. All
Yeah.
Michael needs to do is be in a position to go 2-2-2. And as silly as it sounds, just win before Senior does.
Exactly. And honestly, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but like if Michael really wanted to, I think he could get a knockout. I feel like if he was able to get enough energy in the discard, if you search out Bravery Charm and Ultra Ball to get like more damage onto the Drifloon, that might be like a legitimate like threat. Either that, or if you're able to get I keep forgetting the name of it, Screamtail, and then
Yes.
you can Roaring Scream onto the Squawkabilly with no Bravery Charm. That's also
Yes,
another.
that would be huge. And
Yeah.
Michael did just refinement into 2 Buddy Poffin, which is
Yep.
not ideal, but good discard fodder.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of like when you would do the same thing with Battle VIP Pass.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely love that.
Mhm.
All right, so we actually see the Gardevoir EX come down. So there, with that counter catcher, there is an opportunity for a knockout on a lot of things
Yeah.
on Christian's board.
Yeah, I definitely like the idea of knocking out Squawk really early because, I mean, if you're able to cheat the 2 prizes out, might as well. And then once your board's more developed, you can kind of take advantage of the other 2 bigger 2 prizers.
And I think Michael's doing this with the intent of saying, Christian, you don't got it. So I don't have to worry about Pheasantipity right now.
Yeah.
So it's better for me to.
Oh, okay. And this play I can understand too, just because if you take advantage of the Monkey Dory, you can set up a play where you take 4 prizes the next turn.
And you can also knock out the Ogre Pawn here,
Yeah.
which is a huge deal. We do
Yep.
see the Ogre Pawn knockout. Now, the only thing to note is, we're not knocking out the Ogre Pawn.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he's going for the 4 prize turn, I think. Yeah,
And that makes complete sense. Do you agree with that decision?
I do. I've seen it a lot where you're able to get around Iron Hands that way, and it turns off Pheasantipity. It's huge.
Which Christian just top decked, which
Yeah.
is like credit to Michael for playing around that, even banking on Christian not getting it. So just
Yeah.
what a good play.
So, do you agree with this play, Dan, of getting the nest ball before the retrieval play?
I do, because what else would Christian be looking for?
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess Sada's the only thing he really wants.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
better to thin the deck out before you draw. The
Yeah.
other thing to note is right now with that second Ogre Pawn down, Christian would be able to knock out this Gardevoir EX.
Yes, definitely.
So we would need 2 Teal Dance, we would need Sada and an attachment, and we would be able to, even with the retreat, get to a point of knocking out that Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, definitely.
And Christian, I think, making the right choice here.
Yep.
We're going to Teal Dance first.
See that? Night Stretcher?
Night Stretcher's a great pick.
That's definitely a good one.
And then we'll see
Greninja.
the Greninja. Do we see a Sada?
Ooh,
See, I don't know.
Ooh, Catcher.
Catcher, okay.
Okay.
Not quite what we are looking for.
Yeah,
And Iono, unfortunately, doesn't really help very much because it just puts
Yeah.
Michael back at 6 cards.
I know.
But we can Night Stretcher to Teal Dance.
Teal Dance again.
Or,
or we can ignore you and not do that.
actually, I don't think there's any grass in discard.
Oh, okay.
With that in mind, Attach
Oh.
Iono is not terrible.
Yeah, it's not terrible. I mean, Michael still will be back up to 6 cards, but I mean, this just really shows how rough this matchup can be sometimes because even though like you're supposed to fall behind and like come back, it's just like it feels like Michael's kind of in the driver's seat at this point.
100%. Because
Yeah.
Michael's board is so set up right now.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot that Senior can do. We're just going to either.
Yeah.
So he's a choice between Burst Roar or just passing.
Yeah, I think he. But oh man, it's tough though. So I feel like if you try to get that Ogre Pawn out of the active, it just gets Monkey Doried, and then whatever goes into the active is getting knocked out the next turn.
So that's exactly it.
Yeah.
This is such a tough position because Michael's setting up in a way where he can take a sweep turn.
Yeah.
But honestly, I would like Christian to thin his deck out a little bit more, but I think this Burst Roar is the right decision.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. Now I'm like wondering if he just goes for the Burst Roar here. Yeah, looks like it.
All right. So maybe there's nothing in deck that he wanted to thin out with that Ultra Ball. All right, but we see go to Michael's turn. We have the Earthen Vessel, and then, I mean, are we taking a knockout this turn?
I think so. I mean, 2 energies will come out, 2 more will get discarded. If Michael's able to draw into Bravery Charm, I think this Raging Bolt in the active is getting knocked out.
And you would go down to 2 prizes remaining, but Briar doesn't matter because you're only taking 3 prizes anyway at most with an Ogerpon, and then immediately getting 1 shot right back.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, I think Michael's just in the driver's seat right here.
Yeah.
There's very little that Christian's going to be able to do.
I know, and it's tough to find a way to uptrade with him when you don't play any single prizers. That can at least attack. I mean, Iron Bundle is a single prizer, same with Radiant Greninja, but those aren't really going to be the things. And look at that. That's exactly what he needed. Bravery Charm, and he's got the 4 energies.
Exactly. And at this point, and we knock out the Ogerpon. Yep. We'll retreat into the Drifloon. And at this point, too, Senior used his only Disruption card already.
Yeah, exactly. So this thing's going to get knocked out. He's going to go down to 2 prizes. And, I mean, Senior's got no more... not really any more attackers that he can really use. Yeah.
No, Fizzle is completely correct.
Yeah, I think you are. I think he's correct. I mean, you got some Pokegears you can work with. I don't even know what you promote here.
I don't think anything survives.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I would honestly just like to motivate for the fun of it, but this probably is the correct choice.
Yeah. And I'm thinking the list that he probably provided today was probably in order to like really win hard against stuff like Lugia and Terrapagos, because it's like all through the 2 prizers, and didn't really factor in Gardevoir. And I mean, Gardevoir really wasn't really a part of our meta. I don't know if we had the chance to share the our meta sheet yet, but we do have only 2 Gardevoirs were here today.
And one looks very likely to move into the finals.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so that's what we got for today. I mean, 7 Raging Bolts, 7 Lugia, 6 Terrapagos, 5 Charizards. Oh, wow. So we definitely had a very diverse meta.
We did. And not a lot of them filtered into top 8 here.
Yeah.
So, other included Scovillain, which is cool, Ancient, Conkeldurr, as we saw. There was some interesting stuff. But yeah, it really came down to Guardy, Raging Bolts, Lugia, Control, and Regidrago V-Star.
I like the way that you emphasized the Control.
Control is an insane card.
Yeah.
Insane card. Insane deck. There are so many ways to play it. It is so powerful, and it's a tough way to phrase it, but it preys on inexperienced players.
Yes.
Like, it is a deck that immediately gives you a higher skill ceiling for your opponent more so than you. Like Snorlax, I think Mo was talking about it. A lot of the skill expression is not on your end.
Yeah.
It's on your opponent's end. And can they play around it?
Exactly.
Well, we get Briar, which isn't that helpful.
Yeah. I mean, Briar will take, like, what, 2 prizes, 3 prizes max?
It will take 2 prizes on this Drifloon, but that's not going to be enough. All right, and so we do see the Vessel come down, deciding what energy to get. But like you said, Brian, I don't know if we get out of this match.
Yeah.
Also, would you like an onion ring?
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Getting rid of the Sada here.
He does have 2 other Sada in hand, so we got some margin.
Yeah, I mean, and the deck is looking really thin now, too, so not really much more he can do here.
I also don't think he has more than 1 turn remaining.
Yeah.
Which I know is a little morbid, but it is legitimately something to keep in mind when you are looking at your resources. Is, do I really need to pound pad in these 2 Sada if this is the last turn of the game?
Yeah.
Or is it better to just try to hit what I need?
Exactly, and this could be a good lesson for those who are going to be going to, like, regionals like Louisville and stuff like that, because you need to know how to manage your time in a best-of-3 match, just so you know, like, if you're, like, a kind of deck that needs to have all 50 minutes in order to win the match. You never know if you're going to go to three games. What if you have a long game 1? If you lose that, then you have nothing else to do. Like,
Basically, and
Yeah.
it's a very real concern. I know I've tied a lot because I played Lasso and Giratina where
Yeah.
you could win at the very end of the game after going down 5-1, 6-1.
yeah,
Right now, though, I don't think Senior has a win condition.
yeah, I don't think so either.
And we'll see. We'll probably
Is this
play the
is this
Briar.
the Briar.
We see the Briar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have
We-
seen a use of Briar on stream.
Wow, look at that.
All right. And then Senior immediately loses.
Yep.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Briar, bad card.
Yep.
Not worth it.
Briar,
Don't include
bad
it.
card.
All right, so we are going to see them shuffle up, get ready for the next game. Brian, I'm not going to lie. I'm not holding out a lot of hope for Senior here.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Because this is tough, because without a single prizer, with Briar is cool, what else do you do into this matchup?
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, it kind of just comes down to the list that you prepare.
Right.
And
like-
then, Bryce, do you have an update for us on the other game? Oh, Mo's up 1-0 in the Stall versus Drago matchup.
All
So
right.
while they're setting up and thinking ahead, do you know anything about the Stall versus Gardevoir matchup at all? Do you know who's favored? What kinds of lines are typically important?
Oh, goodness. It is one of the most complicated matchups.
Yes, I can
So-
just envision it.
Evan Smith, stall player extraordinaire, when he was playing Snorlax, he played one picnic basket. And the reason was, for Gardevoir, in order to reach for knockouts, you needed to use Drifloon. And you
Yeah.
need to have a certain number of damage counters on it. So when they put sufficient damage counters on Drifloon in order to knock something out,
Mhm.
you would play picnic basket and pull something up. Because you would clear all the damage off their board.
Yep.
They would not be able to remove energy effectively, get stuff knocked out, whatever it may be, and they can't do enough damage at that point. And so this looks like a very good hand.
Oh, wow. Starting Klefki's crazy.
Starting Klefki is insane. So,
Yeah.
Brian, why is Klefki so good in this matchup?
Klefki's so good because it shuts off all the basic abilities. So right here, right now, all right. Christian can't do anything.
just can't.
Yep.
And look at that hand. There's really nothing going on there either that would allow him to shift it.
Yeah.
And so for Fluttermane, you can use Iron Bundle to get around Fluttermane. You can't use Iron Bundle to get around Klefki.
Yeah.
I'm feeling much better after eating, by the way, guys. So happy to be here and energized.
I know. I was getting to the point where I think I might need to stand up just so I can
That's
get
very
for the energy.
All right, so we do see two Ralts come down. Michael, setting up a strong board. Aside from starting Klefki, what else do you want to see from Michael?
That's just really it. I mean, you need the minimum of 2 Ralts just so you can get around the potential knockout. And just starting to get maybe like Greninja would be really nice. Actually, no, Greninja won't work here.
Greninja would not work here.
Yeah, Greninja won't work here. So maybe just an attachment. Just start getting some energy into play because we're going to need them in the discard pile in order for Psychic Embrace to take advantage of that.
Agreed. And that's going to be the big thing for Michael's setup is it's not just Pokemon on board. It's how do you get that energy in the discard so that way you can use the attackers you want to.
Yeah.
So I think knowing that Senior does not have any attacking basics in the list, why do you think Michael is okay putting Artisan down there? Is it just if I set up, I win?
Yeah, it's pretty much one of those things where it's like, I mean, you're not going to get any use of this, so I'll take advantage of it.
And that makes sense. I
Yeah.
think when you're setting up well and you have that lock with Klefki down, kind of to viewers, I would caution allowing people to set up and play around your lock unless it would limit you from playing the game.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because even if like Senior would grab the Iron Bundle off of the Artisan, it can't even be used.
Exactly.
Yeah, so there really is nothing that he can do
And just pass over to Senior. Senior, honestly,
unless there's a gust.
need to find a Pokemon catcher,
Yeah,
but we got none of that.
yeah, we don't even have a Pokemon.
We literally do not have a Pokemon. So we will see this Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, I think this is fine because I think he needs to get Iono.
He does, but I think he wanted to get rid of the lightning energy first because you want to be able to get something in your deck so that way if you do get a way to find some Pokemon, you can actually use the Sada.
Yeah, definitely.
And sorry, I
And-
say deck, I mean discard, but
Yes.
yes.
And Theo, I definitely agree. I mean, Gardevoir is definitely a deck that I've struggled against, and I've only played against it twice in majors. And one time, we only played one game just because, Gardevoir, only one
Yeah.
game. And then the other one, I was playing Turbo Iron Hands, so I was able to just
Oh,
run him
that's-
over. That game,
That's very fair.
that set only lasted 15 minutes.
That's fantastic. Amp.
Yeah,
Oh
amp.
no, amp. Oh no. So and that's actually one of the things with Gardevoir. I played it a
Yeah.
couple times at Worlds, and
Yeah.
it's a very good deck if you can't play around their single prize damage manipulation
Yeah.
game plan. But if you're Dragapult, if you're Reggie Drago, Gardevoir is a very good matchup for you.
Yeah, and for me, I don't know why, but every time there's a championship point event at Pastimes Games, I always just think, maybe I'll play Gardevoir this time. And every time I've brought it, I always get paired into mirrors, and I have no idea how to play it.
Well, at least we know.
Yeah, at least we know, and that's why I'm not touching the deck anymore.
Very fair. All right, so if Senior does find Iono Counter Catcher or Pokemon Catcher, we could be gaming. Well,
Yeah.
we found a lot of catchers.
Yeah, we got a lot of catchers and no supporter.
No. So now Michael doesn't play Rare Candy. So Senior has at least another turn, but dude, this ain't looking good.
Yeah, it's not. It really isn't. At least the first game, he was able to get some attacks going, but right here, I mean, it's just showing how good this Klefki tech is into this this current meta. Because I mean, like for other matchups too, like for the Lugia matchup, it locks down Luminion, Squawk. For Charizard matchup, it locks down Rotom. So there's definitely a lot of things that it can help against.
It is. One thing I should note too, just from a sequencing thing, and call this out not to criticize players, but more so people watching can know.
Yeah.
Christian did not use that Artisan to get Iron Bundle out of the deck before using that Poke Gear.
Oh yeah, definitely a big like sequencing thing, because especially towards like the end of the game, like sequencing gets really important just because like there's certain pieces that you need.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, especially this early, he desperately needed to hit that play.
Yeah, definitely.
Like you needed Iono in order to play the game, and unfortunately, because you whiffed it, I think you may just lose.
Yeah, definitely. And this is why Michael's fine with just the pacing that he's at. Like he doesn't need to get any like sort of attackers ready or anything like that. As long as he's able to use Evo and get the Curlias in play, that's all he can really ask for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we'll see that, get the two Curlias down, and then next turn, all Michael's going to need is an extra energy in the discard pile, and then a dark energy, and he wins.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's simple as that.
Yeah, and I mean, with the amount of draw power that Michael has with his deck, that's not really that hard or too much to ask for.
It is not. And so we'll see what Christian Sr. takes off the top deck. And again, if he tops Iron Bundle, like, that's just going to hurt a little bit more.
Definitely.
All right, so we see the cut, and then
Let's
Senior
see what
going to the
Senior
top deck.
can do.
It is a
Greninja.
That's not very helpful.
That's not very helpful.
So it does extend the game a turn,
Yes.
but that's about it.
Yeah, that's really all we can do.
We do see the attach, and then the pass over to Michael. Dude, starting Klefki is a huge deal.
Yeah, it definitely is.
And we will see the refinement. So honestly, for Michael, it's not guaranteed game over for Christian, but it is just going to be, if Michael hits Gardevoir EX, like, we're good.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the dark energy.
So we can use Monkey Door in order to get to the damaged movement to knock out the Ogerpon.
Yep.
But Michael acting like he doesn't have an out right now. But to be honest, he could also just play Iono. Oh, we have Arv in hand. Never mind. We got it.
Yeah.
We're golden. So the question then is, do you go in with Gardevoir EX or do you go in with Drifloon or something like that here? What do you think?
I think, honestly, I think either one is fine. I think I would lean towards the EX just because it would require a lot more work to get off the board.
I what was I going to say? I actually disagree only because if you go in with the EX, there is an opportunity for Senior to just have an utter pop-off turn
Yeah.
and respond. And if he responds on the Drifloon, you don't really care. If he
Yeah.
responds on the EX, you still probably win, but it could make you work a lot harder.
Definitely. Yeah, I can definitely see that.
And it looks like we are getting Vessel, which means we have EX either in hand or easily accessible.
Yep.
Oh, so we are going to go in with EX with double Monkey down. And so let's see that EX. Oh, we have an Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball double energy? Yeah, and we are cruising.
Cruising.
This is rough. I mean, Brian, is this a reason to play Gardevoir right now?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I feel like everybody's kind of like obsessed with Terapagos, and I feel like Charizard's taking somewhat of a small hit to play.
Yes.
I don't know if that's completely correct or if that's like a good like view on the meta, but I don't know. Charizard just didn't really impress a lot of people at Dortmund. So, I mean, if Charizard plays down, that could definitely help the Gardevoir play.
Absolutely. And honestly, the only thing I have concern about with Gardevoir is if you are going into a meta with a ton of Dusknoir, that's where I get kind of scared.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and Dragapult stocks are going to be on the up and up, which
Yep.
I agree with.
Up, there's no attacker.
All right. But we are able to use Greninja.
Yep.
Would have liked to discard literally any other energy.
Oh, boy.
All right, and scoop it
Yep,
on up.
scooping it all up.
So Michael, with Gardevoir, takes down the win.
Yeah.
Brian,
Michael versus Mo.
Oh, did Mo already win?
Yep.
All right, so we have Gardevoir versus Stall, the matchup everyone expected to see today. I mean, Brian, any thoughts on this matchup here?
It's gonna be interesting. I'm actually like really looking forward to it, just because watching it from a top-down view, I can definitely learn a lot from it.
I like that you said that while literally watching the camera. Like, I love it.
It really is. Like, it's definitely an interesting matchup, and if I ever decide that I want to play Gardevoir again to a pastimes event, I'll learn how to play the matchup.
There is a niche for Gardevoir. It is
Yeah.
pastimes. No, I agree. I think Gardevoir is a fantastic deck and definitely worth picking up and looking at. So.
Yeah, and it's one of those decks that rewards really good play. So if you're able to really sit down and learn how to play the deck, you will be rewarded with it.
Absolutely. So, Bryce, did we have another stall deck or just a control one?
Yeah, we can take a look at that. That'd be interesting to look at, just to see what kinds of pieces that that Stall uses versus what like Pidgeot Control uses. Because even though they have similar aims, like
Say that again, Bryce.
Oh, just Control.
Throw up
Okay.
Control then, if that's all right for the moment. We'll give these guys a couple minutes to get set
Yeah.
up. But so, Brian, if you don't mind, I'm going to go through a couple pieces that you'll find in stall, talk through it, and then I want to get your thoughts on like what will help in this Gardevoir matchup.
Yeah, definitely.
So for the Snorlax control, we have a bunch of Mimikyu, just from the walling perspective. Snorlax, which has the block ability, which says that if this Pokemon is in the active spot, your opponent's active Pokemon can't retreat. They usually play 4 Penny, 4 Arven to set up. They play 1 to 2 Rotom V. They play Pidgeot V, so they never deck out, and they can use Forest Sealstone. Eerie, Misfortune Sisters, both to discard items. Area out of your hand. Misfortune Sisters out of the top 5 of your deck. Silene, just to continually loop a bunch of Pal Pads. Mo, as you saw, was playing the... Mo, as you saw, was playing the Secret Box, which is huge for setup. And then otherwise, just basic consistency cards and 4 counter catchers. So, Brian talked a bunch of key pieces, which is going to help the most into Gardevoir.
Yeah, into Gardevoir, definitely the counter catchers, just because you can kind of work around energy placement. And like, for example, like if you're putting all of your energies onto like the Drifloon or onto like the Screamtail, if you're able to gust around it and put your energies somewhere else, that's definitely like a good idea. And I mean, Michael Davidson, as Zero was saying, he only runs 1 Turo.
There is 1 Turo
in his deck, and there's only 1 Turo, and there's no Palpad. So that's the only switching out he'll be able to have, unless he's able to find a way to gust and retreat. But yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup for him. But I'm wondering how much time Michael has put into this matchup.
Honestly, it's Michael. He's a high schooler. A lot of time.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of time.
Yeah, he definitely knows what he's doing in the matchup. But there's still like things that are like out of your control when it comes to the matchup itself.
So that's one of the reasons, and you guys are going to figure out a trend when I complain about things. That's one of the reasons I don't love Snorlax 2 is because between Airy, Misfortune Sisters, the Flute, there's so much variance and randomness in those that it removes some of the control of the game that you have as a player on either side.
Exactly.
Michael, what's going on, my guy?
Oh, yeah.
Just
definitely.
settle, take a breath. All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well,
look at that.
Oh gosh, I'm definitely not getting divorced. This is great. So let's actually open this up a little bit, Brian, if you don't mind. So we have a bunch of you lovely people sitting here. We've got a couple extra minutes. I would just love, what questions do you guys have about the stream so far today, the games we've seen, about Dortmund, about Louisville? And let me start off, Brian, and ask you, any thoughts on what we want to play for Louisville?
You know, I think any of the decks in the top 8 are going to be good plays for Louisville. You know, I think the right Terrapagos list will be fine. I really like Bennett after seeing what Ryan was able to do on his game 1. Like, I was talking to him earlier. I was like, man, this play here like blew my mind. The way he was able to take 4 prizes. When there's a lot of decks out there that are really like relying on items, you can really do a lot of damage with Bennett. Bennett's really good. I definitely think that it's a deck that I definitely want to try out a little bit, see if I can. I still think Lugia is a good play. Dragapult's definitely not on fraud watch anymore because it won the regional.
Not in the
Yeah,
slightest.
not in the slightest. Yeah.
I mean, gears are pretty good in the deck, so I think that's legit.
Yeah. Ooh, but Adam mentioning the Salvatore.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So tell me about the Salvatore, Brian. Why is that
Salvatore, we were
helpful?
talking about it. Where
We
it's-
were.
Where if it's on your turn, on your turn 1 or your whatever,
Any turn
you can play it on, that you can play a supporter on, you're able to play it and you can automatically evolve.
Absolutely.
From the moment it was placed in, but it has to be.
It cannot have an ability.
Yeah, it can't have an ability, and Benetti
Thank
X
God.
doesn't have one. So, yeah, it's able to do that. So crazy ability that it has on that card, and it allows for going second, turn 1 item lock.
Which is absolutely disgusting, especially into a field of Dragapult, of Charizard, of even Noctowl.
Yeah.
It's so hard to like find anything you need with that.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're locking those decks out of their items, they won't be able to really do much. And I mean, we saw it on the Dortmund stream if you watched day 1, that there was a Bennett and Zard list, and whoever really evolved first was the one who won the match.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so one thing that's nice is for Charizard and then for Dragapult too, excuse me, it's a deck that plays middle evolutions.
Yes.
Also, there are some Charizard lists playing the Grand Tree.
Yeah, the Grand Tree is definitely crazy. But what like Emily and I were talking about earlier is when you play the Grand Tree, you can't use it for Charizard because Infernal Rain has to be played from hand.
So you can use it, but you can't use the ability.
You can't use the ability. Yes. So most people are just using it for Pidgeot.
Which makes sense.
Yes.
But into Bayonet, if you get a manual attachment down on Charmander, you can just manually attach again, evolve it straight up in Charizard, and then Bayonet does struggle if you one-shot it turn 2.
Yes.
Which
With
is tough.
weakness.
With weakness is tough.
Yes.
But yes, and using it for Pidgeot, using it for Dusknoir is also fantastic.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
I would also not be shocked, Fizzle, if Pult and Turtle go up, because, man, that is going to be – those are both decks that have really overperformed in Dortmund.
Yeah, definitely. I was speaking facts about all this stuff here, just because I know that both like Bennett and Charizard are decks that he's pretty comfortable with. So
yes,
definitely knows both sides to it and how to play those matchups.
Edwin, fantastic player, by the way, everyone. So thank you for joining us here, Edwin, for a bit.
Yeah, definitely.
Have a good one, Senior.
Yeah. I mean,
we can start whenever you guys are good.
you guys are ready.
Yeah, take your time if you want another couple minutes, but whenever you're good.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have time for you to go get food, but I'm sorry, Mo. I could have requested you Burger King as well.
Yeah.
All right. Mo is playing stall, though, so he can just sit there hungry for a little bit and he'll win.
Muscle milk.
There you go.
Yeah. So, Kev.
Kev, we have Mo on
versus
Snorlax
Michael.
versus Michael on Gardevoir EX.
Yeah.
I know. It would have been nice to have you, Edwin, but we'll definitely be
Yeah.
seeing you around. And
Nice. That'll be cool if you can come out on Thursday, too.
And then what turtle variant?
Best turtle variant? I think the best turtle variant is the Terrapagos and Dusknoir.
I actually will say I think the tanking Terrapagos is
with the
best.
boof?
With the boof. Because you still use Dusknoir. Actually, Torterra, correct. The correct answer is indeed Torterra.
The best turtle variant is Torterra.
Y'all, if I decide not trying for Worlds, I'm going to make Torterra EX happen. With Teal Mask, Ogrepon, Area Zero Underdepth, oh baby.
Evo Press.
Yes. So I think the tanking version is better just because we all saw today throughout the day how much decks try to use that perfect math to win the games. So even though we saw Ryuku, I think it was Ryu, in top 8 beat Tord,
Oh,
which I
this is the
believe
Tord.
this
This is the
Tord's
Tord
list.
list. Yeah. This was interesting because I was looking at this morning before I came here, and I was very intrigued at the 3 rare candy.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean Tord is the kind of player. It's crazy. Like a lot of his decks just have these like weird one ofs and like smaller counts, but he just makes it work.
And that's the thing, Tord always
Yeah.
varies between a bunch of one-ofs or playing 4 Tapu Lele.
Yeah,
Like, it's
I
one or
know.
the other with him.
It's either like straight consistency or you are going to get a little bit of everything.
Yes, and I do honestly love the 11 Ball Search cards for a deck like this.
Yeah.
And honestly, the 13 Ball Search cards in
Yeah.
general, I think is really good. For Dragapult yesterday, I played 4 Poffin, 4 Nest Ball, 4 Ultra Ball.
Yeah.
And if I could have fit in a Capturing Aroma or 2, I would have done it.
Yeah, definitely. And I do like the double fan Rotom as well because it is
Yes.
one of those cards that you do like to have on turn 1. And especially if you're going second, I mean, it does 70 damage with 1 energy attachment as long as you have a stadium in play.
That's really
That's
good.
pretty good. And I also like the Thornton too.
The only thing I don't love is literally 4 draw supporters.
Yeah.
Like, there has to be something you can cut for a 5th draw supporter.
Yeah. And it's cool though. It's like I like having the 2 Buffalon, but if one gets prized, it makes me wonder if it's even worth playing.
Well, and I see the 1 heavy ball, but honestly, with this many basics, maybe 2 heavy ball isn't the worst thing in the
Yeah,
world.
Maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. It's kind of hard to fit when you have a deck this tight already. Like, I'm just looking at this. I'm just like, there needs to be a little bit of consistency. But I think you can get around that by only playing double turbos as your only energies.
Well, and also 16 basic Pokemon. You're prizing a basic Pokemon every game almost,
pretty
if not more
much.
than one. So heavy ball in that scenario ends up being not a like dead or prize checking. It basically is a nest ball.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is really, really nice, especially with Fan Rotom, where you don't need to search it from hand. You can just slap that straight on the board, and
Yeah.
you're able to draw and get your Pokemon out. So, Brian, how about you? What do you think is the best turtle version?
Yeah, I think it's still the Dusknoir one. I really liked the one that Josh Frink was playing at the online
Yes.
tournaments earlier, and I really like that variant, just because it's kind of like with the Palkia Dusknoir, except you don't need the extra step of evolving to a V-Star in order to, really make the most of the deck. I mean, you just
Yes.
attach double turbo, and then you can use your rare candies all willy-nilly, however you want.
Yes.
Yep.
Edwin, I had not because I was throwing all these slides together this morning at like 7 a.m. So I got
Yeah.
nothing.
You
But
talk about
we'll
Robin
pull up.
Schultz?
I assume so.
Yeah.
Robin and Philip, who are both
Yeah.
insanely good at the game.
Yeah.
All right, so I could see that. 1-1 the 1-1 Drago for the V-Star is glorious. But
Yeah. Ooh,
after
Sonic
this,
Rhodey.
we are going to get into this game, and we are seeing Mo playing against Michael with Snorlax, and that flute was not very good.
Mo's always a jokester. Him and Shukri are like,
I know, exactly.
you can tell that they're related.
Listen, they are always fun to play against,
Yeah,
so
they are.
always appreciate it.
I know.
All right, so Mo checking his deck. We have Mimikyu, we have Corner Pond, we
Snorlax.
have Snorlax. And I mean, I gotta imagine you just throw a couple Snorlax down.
Yeah, that's what I would think. I don't really know how useful some of the other like tech Pokemon would be, like the Cornerstone. I mean, it's not.
Cornerstone really doesn't help here because
Yeah.
of Dreamtail or Drifloon.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's the same thing with like the Mimikyu, just because those other like real single prize attackers can just take care of it for you.
Absolutely. And Mo, saving the other Nest Ball, I think you had in hand, just because, like, Michael's probably going to play down Artisan. This way you
Yeah.
can just save it for whatever you need.
Yep.
And we see the instant charge.
Yeah. And you can definitely tell that like Mo is pretty comfortable with this deck because like the way when we watch Evan play, it's just like very good pacing. Like he's able to,
Yes.
really take advantage of it because he knows that the time is going to be a big part of this matchup.
Evan is one of the few stall players where I feel confident he will never tie a best of 3.
Yeah, because I mean he knows that he's on a limited clock here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he always complained that his game line or game plan was always dependent on how fast his opponent played,
Yeah.
never him.
And that bottle definitely went in the trash can.
Totally.
Yeah,
Yep.
it definitely did.
Definitely.
And interesting seeing the Fluttermane come down because it blocks the Snorlax ability.
It does. And also,
Yeah.
it's a very good attacker.
Yeah.
And Michael can go into it right now and prevent the instant charge from Mo, and he doesn't mind just having it as a board on the board as a free retreater that Mo will never gust up.
Yeah, definitely. So it'll be interesting to see how Mo goes around this because the moment that Michael takes a knockout, the counter catcher will be on, and then he'll be able to gust around maybe to like one of those Ralts or anything else on the board. So I definitely feel like Michael needs to be very careful with what he decides to bench, just because some of those Pokemon might end up becoming liabilities.
And Klefki
Ooh,
is also an
Klefki.
incredibly good
Klefki's
Pokemon on the
awesome
bench.
as well.
So why is Klefki so important here?
I mean, it's just like what we were talking about last round against Christian Senior. I mean, it shuts down the basic Pokemon abilities. Um, it shuts down the basic Pokemon abilities.
It does. And we
Yeah.
see Michael here just going in to try to find that Buddy Poffin, and all he wants this turn is to fill his bench with things that Mo can't trap.
Yeah.
And so we're going to see, I got to imagine, double Ralts come down. And then the only question is, does Michael have something else in hand he can put on the bench?
Ooh, I wonder.
Because otherwise, there's going to be a slot remaining. And so Mo will have an opportunity to use one of those flutes to yank some stuff out.
Yeah.
Oh, and going for the heavy ball rather than the Buddy Poffin, we see an Evo TM.
Ooh.
Oh, we see a
Ooh.
Ralts and Ninja's Prize, which is
Yeah, that's
actually a great thing.
Yeah, it's actually more of a benefit than anything because a lot of the times Radiant Greninja is one of the reasons why Stall's able to take control over this matchup.
It is. And so the downside is with only one Ralts coming down, there's going to be 2 bench spaces that Mo
Yeah.
could fill. But I don't know if there's really a ton of threats.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know, is there any sort of thing he can do after here?
And just passes over to Mo.
Yeah.
Mo's going to play the Arven.
Yep.
See what we're going for here.
Yeah, might try to go grab I don't know if you try to get that Rotom out of the active or if you go for the flute here.
I'm thinking we go Flute and then we go.
Yeah, I think that's flute and fan.
So Klefki can't be trapped by Lax because Klefki turns off all basic abilities. So if Mo tries to gust it up into the active, Michael can just attach and retreat. It's the same way with Fluttermane. It turns off the Snorlax ability, so Michael's never going to have to worry about those getting trapped, and he can keep his energy on the other attackers.
Yeah, so what do you think are the kinds of Pokemon that you want Mo to trap?
Anything that is a water type.
Anything that's a water type, okay.
Basically.
Except for the one that's in the prizes.
Correct.
Yeah.
And does Michael play Manaphy?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so does Michael play anything that Mo could easily trap outside of Greninja?
I don't know, maybe Monkey Dory?
Monkey's not bad to trap.
It's got an easy attack.
It does. The other
Yeah.
thing that Mo can do is as Michael attacks, keep moving that energy to useless attackers or onto a Curlia or onto a Ralts and just keep stacking it up.
Yeah.
All right, so we do see Curlia come down. And honestly, this is going perfectly for Michael right now.
Yep, and it actually makes these matchups easier now that Stall doesn't have something like Echoing Horn.
Yes.
Because I remember, like, you can't get around, like, keeping your bench open just because, like, decks like that will just take advantage of Echoing Horn and just bring up your liabilities again.
And this is the perfect board for Michael.
Yeah.
So being able to get Ralts, Curlia, and in this scenario, Michael's going to want to evolve up this Curlia into Gardevoir EX and just stop.
Yeah.
And this is the only board he needs. And so we will see. I think Michael's just going to pass here, though, right?
Yeah, I think so, too. I mean, he's not really in much of a rush to win this game. It's not like there are any sort of resources that he's going to get really, like, milled out of that he needs to play the game. It's pretty nice because Gardevoir's a pretty resourceful deck. I don't think it really has the same kinds of tools to, like, mill him out.
It does not.
Yeah.
Gardevoir is going to have to take 6 prizes. And
Yeah.
we do see the retreat into the Klefki. And what a good move by Michael. Shut down Rotom. Give himself a chance to try to get into this game and take prizes quicker than Mo can stall him out.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm wondering how Mo will approach this now.
So we'll go with the
Ooh.
Misfortune Sisters. And it's look at the top 5, discard as many items as you want. Only one.
Yes. And I think an important difference here to know is Accompanying Flute versus Misfortune Sisters. Because when you look at the top cards of the deck, one is public knowledge and the other one isn't. So when you play Misfortune Sisters, your opponent doesn't know the cards that you see. And when you play Flute, it's public knowledge. So whatever is being like looked at, both players will know what's being looked at.
That is a very good point. So
Yeah.
Flute says reveal.
Reveal, yes.
And then Misfortune says look at.
Look at.
Okay.
Yes, and that's important too because like if you have a deck where like it's like early in the game and you haven't had a chance to do a deck search, then you know that could be important information that you don't have access to.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so in general, coming to this matchup, I would say Mo is pretty favored.
Yes, I would say so as well. But the way that Michael's been approaching this and the way that he's set up his bench, I mean, it shows why he's the level player he is.
And that's the thing I was going to say is right
Yeah.
now, this is giving me hope that Michael could be in a spot to win this just because of how good this setup was.
Yeah, definitely.
And Fizzle, yes, Michael is not going to evolve the Ralts. He is going to have a Gardevoir EX, and then this is just going to be his board.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to see the
Ooh, Silene.
And I think really just going for
Ooh, one heads.
and going for the Misfortune. I love that decision. What do you think?
I like it too, just because I think Mo wants to take a more aggressive approach. And he wants to start, milling out those items.
And also, I think he knows the flute's not going to help anymore.
Yeah, the flute isn't going to help. So this is really just going to be like pass back. He's like, whoa.
What a surprise. And see, do we find anything good?
There's a Poffin.
Well, another Buddy Poffin. Not especially the most
Yeah.
important card.
Yeah, but let me see if I have Mo's list here, just so I can take a look at what the supporter line is, just because there are other cards like Palpad, and if he plays the Team Yells Cheer, that are really important, just because when you play this many supporters, you need to have ways to recover them and ways to keep recycling their use.
Yes.
Let's see here.
And Michael just top decked an item, so clearly Mo just whiffing on those Misfortune.
Yeah.
And then Michael clearing it out. So one thing Michael's doing, I think, is smart, is he is actively, when he is using Curlia, discarding item card. Because he
Yeah.
knows those are the things that Mo's going to be able to mill out with Airy or with Misfortune Sisters. And now Michael has access to energy. I think this is probably where he starts attacking.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely is. And it really shows how important patience is with this matchup, because I know
Yes.
like a lot of people like think that they're on some sort of like clock with stall, just because they need to be able to win before they get milled out or before they run out of resources, or if the deck runs them out of resources. But Michael knows like the pace that he can play at, and as long as he's making his actions appropriate, he's able to do whatever he wants.
And I think you're right, where you are indeed on a clock, but the clock is not as short as most people think.
Yeah.
All right, and
The joust.
The joust to discard the handheld fan. What a move by Michael.
Yeah.
And so now Mo gets to make a decision of, do you play this Pokegear? Do you use something else you have in your hand?
Yeah, and I mean,
Just
Yeah,
passes.
just passes. Yeah.
All right, and so we see the discard with Curlia. Getting, again, a couple more items. And so we're going to joust again.
Yeah.
See the heavy ball for Mo.
Get another Snorlax from it.
And those prizes are Penny, Charm, Gear, Heavy Ball now, and I think one or two other things. Wow,
Ooh,
Kevin,
Kev.
good for you.
2 Joust knockouts.
There's
Crazy.
a lot of jousting here. But honestly,
Yeah.
getting rid of that handheld fan is so important, because that's one of the main ways Mo's going to put Michael in a bad spot.
Yeah, it's just by moving those energies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, so now we have more energy in hand. Michael is in a place where he can start attacking with Gardevoir EX whenever he wants.
And the hand is so big.
It is.
He's got a lot of cards in hand.
The one thing, too, in Mo's favor, though, is Mo also has plenty of time.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so we see I think we saw the secret box there, and Mo basically just saying like, yo, keep drawing as much as you want.
Yeah, got hand trimmer, low taper fade.
So I think Mo has an Airy in hand. And I
Airy.
think Mo is waiting until Michael's hand was sufficiently
Yeah.
big enough.
Do we have Mo's list anywhere? Because I want to also see like what Fizzle was saying with the 06. I want to know if he plays that.
His list should be right over
It's
there.
not in here.
Is
There's-
not?
There's only 6 lists in here, and there's
Oh.
supposed to be 8 players in top 8.
Well, that's problematic.
Yeah.
Bryce, is the other list by you by
Yeah.
any chance?
I don't know.
Would you
maybe-
mind checking with Michael on that?
Yeah, because I definitely want to know what Mo's supporter count is.
Yes.
And all of that.
I don't know if Mo plays Zerosic, but that
Yeah.
could be interesting.
That could be a really good card, because I mean, look how big his hand is. He'll
know.
need it to go down to.
No, don't ask Mo. Ask Michael. Oh,
Oh.
okay. Sorry, I saw Mo stop like you're
Yeah.
asking him. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna look around one time. All right, this is Shukri.
He may
is
have. We
Martin.
may have just lost. We'll find
Yeah,
it in a little
we
bit.
lost
But
it.
regardless,
Yeah.
Mo now got
Tyler.
that fan and that Poke Gear, so be able to play the game a little more. And currently, Michael's still doing 10 damage per turn.
Yeah.
So I think at this point, Mo's probably going to be digging for that Eerie. Again, just knowing that the more resources he can get out of the way, the better position he'll be in.
Yeah, and Dan, what do you think are the kinds of items that you would want to discard with that Eerie?
Super Rod.
Super Rod? Okay.
Like, I think Super Rod, just that is the biggest thing because Mo has time. And Michael just
Michael
hands
just
him-
hands it.
like, I'm not going to lay this down here. You can take a look.
Yeah.
And so this is the thing where Michael does have a lot of time. Michael does not have unlimited time.
Ooh, I like Stretcher too. If you're not able to get rid of Super Rod,
Stretcher
getting rid of
and
Stretcher
Rod
is really
the
good.
big deal.
Yeah.
So Turo, weirdly enough, is actually less important right now because Michael's board is filled so effectively.
Yeah, definitely.
So the issue is Michael's going to keep all of those energy, all those Pokemon, all those supporters in hand, so he has plenty of time.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm wondering, oh man, Michael keeps going deeper and deeper into the deck. I mean, there's not many cards left here.
So I wonder what he's looking for.
Yeah.
Any ideas?
I have no idea.
And we're just going to joust again.
Yeah, I mean, eventually it's going to get to the point where he's going to have to Iono all those cards back in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I mean, if something like 06 was like in the deck, man.
All right, so
Yeah.
Mo debating if he's going to Palpet in that Eerie and that Misfortune.
Yeah.
With the Iono in hand for Michael, like, he's got unlimited time.
Yeah.
Because
pretty
he's going to
much.
be able to Iono 3-4 times, something like that. All right, we see the Eerie and the Misfortune go into the deck.
Yeah, but do you think at this point of the game, like since Michael hasn't taken any prizes yet, do you think Michael should be concerned yet?
I don't think so, because Michael could have taken prizes.
Yeah, and do you think there's going to be more than one game?
That's a great
Yeah.
question. I don't know, honestly. And I think both Michael and Mo know that, so they're not worried about, and we top deck the
Ooh,
Super Rod, which is a big deal. So now it just depends. Does Mo have another Eerie?
Yeah, I think at this point, Michael is kind of thinking, maybe do I play that Iono now?
Right,
Because
just to
he-
protect the
yeah,
Super
just to
Rod.
protect the Super Rod, put it at the bottom of the deck.
And to be clear, the Super Rod isn't an issue because Mo's going to, like, knock out Pokemon for Michael. The Super Rod's an issue just to buy Michael additional turns.
Yeah, definitely. Because, I mean, you're going to need to have ways to get energy out and play. And just having those extra resources is very important.
And Michael's still continuing to thin his deck, which I don't mind.
Yeah.
But I wonder with what purpose is the question. All right, so we do see that Vessel. Just debating on playing it. We'll
Yeah.
play it. And we have Energy Supporter and a Counter Catcher in
Yeah.
deck. Brian, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
and
not
that's
sure
fair.
either.
And honestly, I don't think Michael's slow playing. I think he's playing
Oh
efficiently.
yeah, Michael plays at a very good rate. I mean, I've never really heard anything about him slow playing. Like, and even with like my experiences of playing with him, like slow playing's never been a problem.
No, and
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
So we are actually attached. So
Yeah.
Michael is really just thinning out his deck here.
Yeah, and interesting. Now he's starting to get aggressive, and maybe he was waiting just so he can get the more clean knockout. I don't know. It's not like he really needed any sort of differences. Oh, what's going on here?
I am intrigued.
I am very intrigued as
And
well.
knocking out the Curlia. There we go. So we are going to take prizes and give up prizes to Mo in order to make this Iono stick further.
Yeah.
Knocking out the Curlia again. Mo looking to win the prize trade here. And we see the Drifloon.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Michael apparently does not have any Pokemon that he is scared of getting benched now. And maybe that was part of the idea is now his bench is purely Pokemon he wants to attack with.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe he's thinking that maybe there's no way that, Flute will be able to grab anything at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
And there isn't. All the basic Pokemon are gone.
Yeah.
And so Michael is going to draw 6 off of this Iono. The one advantage for Mo is even with this, like, he's still been able to put in work, and Michael's thinned
Yeah.
down a ton of his deck.
Yes.
So
we have a lot
he
of
did
questions
not
here.
knock his Pokemon out with Embrace. He put 80 damage onto a Ralts with Bravery Charm on it, and then evolved it into Kirlia. So when the damage was placed,
Oh, the Bravery Charm only works on the basic.
exactly, Bravery
Yes.
Charms only work on basics. So it was allowed to have 80 damage. When it evolved, the Bravery Charm turned off, and there was no longer an opportunity or the Kirlia didn't have enough health to sustain it.
Yeah.
All right, we go into the Snorlax.
And that's definitely a very heads-up play. And when we're looking at, oh, what is this? Oh, Flute.
Flute. So
Okay.
now we took the Greninja. Does Mo play Erika's?
He probably plays it as a one-up.
I would think so. Reduce the Airy.
Well, so now he knows.
Well, yes, now he knows.
Yeah.
We get 0. Oh, we get the counter catcher,
Yeah.
which hilariously was active last turn.
Yeah.
But now Mo knows he could dig for Erika's.
Yeah, and do you think he tries to go for maybe like a catcher play here?
Erika's is in the deck. It's at the
Yeah.
bottom of the deck. So this is an aggressive decision, knowing that Michael has a boss's orders in hand.
Yeah.
But at the same time, who cares?
Yeah. This is definitely getting really interesting now, just now that we've seen this last turn, like how it turned out.
Yeah. All right, so then we will see instant charge. Mo hoping to hit that Erika's. Michael needing a way to discard the Erika's. We see the Arven. Is there an Ultra Ball in deck? There is an Ultra Ball. So Erika's no longer going to be effective because we're
Yeah.
getting that Greninja into the discard. And Michael still plays a Turo, so even
Yeah.
if something happens once, he can get around it.
Definitely. And this is getting really intense now.
So Mo, I think, at this point, is in a bit of a scary spot.
Yeah, definitely. And he's not really much of in control anymore.
Correct. Agreed. We see the knockout from that Gardevoir EX. We see the Rotom go up. And I'm curious what Mo's thinking here. My guess is we're going to see a penny if we've led the Rotom.
Ooh, no, I guess not.
Ooh. So we have
Yeah.
the Arven going in our deck. We get the handheld fan, which is good. However, Michael's going to be able to, well, I guess Mo gets to choose where to move that energy. Oh, the Bravery Charm is a great thing to put on the Rotom here.
Yeah, definitely.
And so looking through Michael's deck, what resources he has, how much energy is in the discard, what do you think Mo's plan is from here, knowing that Michael has put himself in such a clean spot?
Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing really that he's able to bring into the bench or into play that he can just stall into the active.
Exactly. There's 3 or 4 energy in the discard. Gardevoir EX has 3 energy on it. So this is tough. But we
Ooh,
do have
Cornerstone.
Cornerstone.
I don't know how much use Cornerstone will have. I guess unless Mo is like he knows a lot about the amount of energy in play or anything like that, but I don't think that really makes a difference.
So the Cornerstone could just come in handy if Michael then decides to commit a large amount of energy to that Drifloon.
Yeah. Okay.
But in which case, there's still an out where Michael has that Professor Turo.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to gust up the Drifloon.
Oh, okay. So this is the Drifloon play. Probably
Attach and retreat
Yeah.
into Snorlax. And then just instant charge. So what do you think Mo's checking here?
The amount of
Number
energy, yeah.
Okay.
see how much potential that he can that Michael could attack for, and probably look at the Bravery Charms, see the amount that are in there. I think both of them have been used already because for the double knockout on
Yes.
himself.
So this Bravery Charm on Mo's end is actually going to put in a ton of work.
Yeah, definitely.
So there's 1 boss's orders left, which Michael's going to be able to use.
Yep.
Retreat.
Knockout.
Knockout.
Okay, back in there.
All right. So there is a Professor Turo left for Michael. And that is going to be his out if Mo tries to stall something else here.
Yeah.
So the good news for Mo is I think Michael's out of Gust.
He used the boss already.
He's
and-
used 2 boss.
Yeah, and Counter Catcher is not going to be a.
And Counter Catcher
play.
was discarded by
Yeah.
Mo.
Yeah, and he wouldn't be able
Oh,
to
is
play
there a
it anyways.
vacuum in Michael's deck? No,
Vacuum?
there's another
No.
Counter Catcher, but that's
Yeah, it's not.
unhelpful
It's
here.
not going to. It's not going to be able to be used.
All right, we see the
Arven.
Arven. Are we playing the Arven? We're an Artisan.
Artisan, there's
This
catchers
is
still.
tough.
Yeah.
And so right now, Mo knows that Michael can't actually take a knockout on this Snorlax.
Yeah.
Unless Michael benches a Monkey Dory and attaches to it.
Yeah. I think that's the only way out.
But Mo also knows that Michael has no Monkey Dory in play, and I believe he has 2 in the discard pile.
Yeah.
And so, Mo's in an interesting spot here. I think if Mo Aries, Mo may be in a really good position, actually.
And what do you think? What's the reasoning behind
If
it?
we get rid of the Super Rod in Michael's hand, Mo can begin to penny loop Snorlax.
Okay.
Because if Michael has no way to get Monkey Dory out, his damage cap is 190 or 180 with Drifloon.
Yeah.
So let's see. We
This
see
boss.
a boss on the Drifloon.
And I feel like that penny loop would just end right the moment that Turo gets into play, or would you?
No.
No, just because the damage cap is still the same, right?
And if Mo Turos his EX, there's no way to accelerate to Drifloon.
Yeah.
All right. However, with the Dark Energy, Super Rod, and Ultra Ball, Michael, I think, would have game here. Because we're able to go 180.
Yeah.
And then bench Monkey Dory, attach to it, use its ability to move the energy off of Gardevoir EX, and then, wait, hold up. Michael's got to search for it. Can you yell at him?
Artisan.
Oh, Artisan. You're right,
Yeah.
Artisan. We're good.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go. So Michael takes the win in game 1. Like, an incredibly good start for Michael.
Yeah,
Prizing Greninja's best case scenario.
Yeah, definitely. And I wonder how that's going to change going into the next game. Because, like, you never know how you can start. Like, I mean, like, there's always going to be that one Pokemon that you just never want to start, right? You know, like,
Right.
a lot of decks don't like to start Ursaluna. You know, a lot of decks don't like to start Lumineon. But, you know, in this case, like, starting something like Greninja, it could definitely be something that Mo can hope for.
And honestly, I think that's going to be the biggest thing in the matchup is, does Mo find Greninja?
Yeah, definitely.
If Mo can flute out Greninja or Erica's out Greninja, he's going to be in a great spot.
Yeah.
So is there any other starting Pokemon Michael has that is bad for him?
I don't think so. I think you'd want to start Ralts, Klefki, or, like, Fluttermane.
Even Screamtail's
Yeah, even
fine.
Screamtail's fine. I feel like the only thing you don't want to start is Greninja.
Monkey Dory is probably
Yeah.
not ideal because the damage cap on that is so low.
Yeah.
And Michael did not find a starting Pokemon. Which Mo's just probably saying like, hey man, I'll just go ahead and throw
Yeah, works
Greninja on
for
the
me.
top of your deck. That'll be fine. All right. So Brian, do you mind checking with Michael how much time we have left?
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
I'll take a quick bathroom break while we're at it.
You know
too.
what? Perfect.
Yeah.
Efficiency is key. And so Michael did, Fizzle, like you said, played that masterfully. He played that so well. And Michael, part of the Dead Draw Gaming team, a lot of excellent players there. They make sure that they test and grind for every event. Oh, and we almost had a catastrophic start. 35 minutes? All right, so we have 35 minutes remaining. So we have absolutely enough time for a game 2, maybe for a game 3. And if Mo can just luck into... Oh, but we have the Ultra Ball in hand to get rid of the Greninja right off the bat. And Mo's very sad about that. So Michael going in, getting a Ralts more than likely, able to bench a Drifloon, or just going for a Curlia and saying, you know what, I'm not going to fill my bench. That seems like a fine move. So Michael then with the Nest Ball, I would say probably getting Klefki at this point, unless there's no way to retreat. And even then, it's probably not a bad grab. So we have Klefki. Do we have Fluttermane in deck? We have Gardevoir. We have plenty of energy. We have at least 2 Curlia. We have Turo. We have at least 1 more Monkey Dory. We do have Fluttermane. So, I mean, honestly, Michael has the pieces he needs. And most importantly, he was able to get rid of Greninja. And I don't believe Mo plays the Mantine or whatever it is to get the Greninja out of the discard pile. So, this is going to be a really interesting round for Mo if he can try to steal this game. So, for those in the chat who are watching, like, what are the lines I'm not thinking of for Snorlax? Because my understanding is you flute, you Erica's, and then you just say, I gotcha. And that's about the extent of it. So, Brian, Michael did start Greninja in hand, but went first and was able to Ultra Ball it away.
Wow.
Which, what a start for him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's definitely the priority is like getting rid of those liabilities right away.
Yes.
And I don't know, after seeing that last match and Mo now knowing like his like main strategy, like is there a way for Mo to take advantage of that?
I don't know. And this is the tricky part because with that main liability out of the way, even if Mo shoves a bunch of Pokemon onto the board, it's not going to be super easy for him to play around that with Michael.
Yeah, definitely. And it's like the flute's not really going to do too much now.
And that's the thing is a Lucky Flute is a very interesting thing because there's not a ton of Pokemon in there that he wants to find.
Yeah.
Ralts is good. Ralts is definitely a good find.
Yeah.
But now I think Mo just wants to find a monkey. Unless, Brian, is there another Pokemon you're thinking of that Mo wants to hit?
I don't even think so. I feel like everything else is pretty good for this matchup.
And so I think that's just a pass from Mo. Flute's definitely a good card. Getting that Ralts down is good, but just not a lot else going on.
Yeah. I mean, it's like even though you can trap something that Michael doesn't want, there's many ways around it, right? Because as long as Michael isn't evolving all of these Ralts to Curlias, he's doing fine.
Agreed. And I think he's only going to evolve up one, just like we saw last game.
Yeah.
All right, so Mo has Airy in hand. Michael has a Super Rod in hand.
And the moment that one Curlia that gets put into play gets knocked out or gets stalled into place, it just evolves again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we are going to Teleportation Burst, which is a big deal, and go into Flutter Mane, which is able to retreat fine.
Yeah.
All right, so Mo, we see Airy and Super on a Vessel. All right.
That's a good start.
It is, it is. So the tough part is Mo doesn't have a lot of way to thin anything that's not an item.
Yeah.
And we're just going to Instant Charge. And now for Michael, is it the same plan as last time? You're just going to set up for a combo to clear your board?
Yeah, I think so. That's definitely the move. And it's really effective because I mean when your main goal is to just play from behind and then get everything in the discard, it really is something that just like comes at you really quickly.
And this is just a perfect board for Michael. So 2 Ralts and a Curlia, Flutter Mane, and then Klefki, and then Drifloon. So a way to take a one-shot if Mo tries to stall with something big, 2 Pokemon that can retreat, 1 Pokemon that can get rid of Klefki or get rid of tool cards, and then a card to draw. Exactly, Fizzle.
Yeah.
This is a perfect board. And yeah, Mo's got to be feeling it here because this is exactly what Michael wants. And then now, if you're Michael, you're just going to continue to thin, pass, set up your board. And then we see the Arven from Mo.
Yeah, I don't even know what he can really grab here that can be that effective.
So it's probably going to be Pokegear in order to find other supporters.
Yeah.
And then,
A
Secret Box. The handheld fan is not the most helpful because Joust can just get rid of it.
Yeah, definitely.
So, Brian, I mean, what's the game plan here?
I don't know. I feel like Michael just has such a good understanding of this matchup, and it's definitely like not like what we expected.
Well, actually, the move with knocking out the old Ralts is definitely something like very good strategy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's kind of gone as expected. You
Yeah.
just try to put things on your board that aren't liabilities, get rid of Greninja, and there you go.
Yeah.
All right, so we are going to use a Forest Seal Stone here. What is Mo getting? Any ideas?
I don't even know. Maybe don't even know what he would grab here. Maybe Gust already? Or he's just starting to go for the Misfortune Sisters here.
And so this is where it's tough because what is Mo's win condition?
I don't know. At this point, it might be just mill out. But I feel like with the 4 Ionos, it's kind of hard to do so.
And that's the issue, too, with the mill is there's no way to mill energy or trainers, or excuse me, energy or supporters or Pokemon.
Yeah, only items.
Right. So as long as Michael keeps his deck full of those, he's going to be able to just Iono time after time after time.
Yeah.
And agreed, Michael will probably win even if it goes to game 3, barring Mo making a rapid win here.
Yeah.
All right, we see the pass. So to be fair, it's been a very fun day.
Yeah,
Seen a lot of very fun games.
definitely.
This is not one of them.
Yeah, this is definitely not one of them, but it's funny too because I think the last cup, Snorlax did win.
Did Snorlax win?
Yeah, Ryan.
Oh, you're right. Ryan
Yeah.
did win with control. That's
yeah,
right.
and I think it was the Nerd Rage finals too.
Oh my, yes, it was
yeah.
Revolve versus Ryan.
Yeah.
God, guys, I swear we play stuff other than control here.
Yeah.
We see the Ultra Ball. Also, I will let you all know, I am religiously opposed to playing control or
Yeah.
stall, so you won't ever see it from me if I'm on there
Yeah.
playing.
I played it once to an NRG local, and I never played it ever again.
That's very fair.
yeah, I could not bring myself to bring it with me again.
I think I mentioned before, but I played Zorok Control to Dallas Regionals in 2018, and it was miserable. I didn't
Was
have
that
fun.
Zoroark GX?
Yeah, Zorok
Oh,
GX.
wow.
Like, I didn't have fun. My opponents didn't have fun. No one
Yeah.
enjoyed it. And actually, I wouldn't count Quad Thorns as control. Quad Thorns, to me, is an attacking deck that utilizes ability lock. So, I don't have any problem with it. We're going to see Silene here from Mo.
Silene.
And
Double
one
heads.
One heads. Oh, is it double heads?
That's double
oh,
heads.
it's double heads. All right.
Yeah, the funny thing with those Pikachu dice is like it shows a head or a tail.
I mean, that's
the
fair.
number is like very small, but you can tell if it's a head or a tail.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, so we have this draw. We have a Night Stretcher. We have an Arvin. Adam, I get it.
Adam, I totally get you too.
All right, so we do see the Misfortune. We see Unfair Stamp, but who
Ooh,
cares?
the stamp.
Yeah, but Mo's not taking a knockout.
Yeah.
All right, so Michael just continuing to set up for that play. So the only way I think Mo has an out is if Michael didn't have double Bravery Charm. If Michael does get Greninja stuck, but I think Michael has access to double Bravery Charm.
Yeah, I think so too. I feel like if Michael didn't, he would have worked around it a different way.
I would tend to agree.
Yeah.
And just pass over. So now we are going to see Eerie. And Mo's going to see if the double Bravery Charm is indeed in there.
There's a Night Stretcher and a Super Rod.
All right, there's one Bravery Charm in there.
Yeah.
So Mo's got to be thinking, do I Iono myself if I can? And also, I hate Lugia, so I fully support. You know what? Maybe I just play Thorns to Louisville. We'll see how the day goes. All right, pass over. Michael draws for turn. Michael hits Iono. And so now it's a little sketchy.
Yeah.
Because does Mo play anything that actively mills? Not just trainers, not just items, but
No,
actively
I don't
mills.
So.
We're going to see a nest ball from Mo. Oh, and this is tough. We see the Pidgeot V. Not something Mo wants to bench with that Klefki there. Sharper, I agree. And we'll see what Mo decides to do here.
Yeah. I feel like if the only way. Interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why we put the Pidgeot V into play.
So Michael just passes it on over. I'm not really sure either. We can't Ericas or
Yeah.
anything. We are in a tough spot here for Mo. We can Secret Box, and we're going to do that. What supporter do we... I think we do want Iono. So, and the reason I say we want Iono is I think we want to continue to have turns to burn through Michael's deck before he can do anything.
Yeah.
Oh, and I like the Misfortune just to see the rest of his deck, and maybe we get a little lucky here.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So what do you think? Is it Iono? Is it Misfortune here?
I think you Misfortune here. There's no harm in doing it.
Let's see it.
Oh, both
It was an Arvin and Energy, I believe. Chi-Yu would go extremely hard here.
Yeah, but I feel like Chi-Yu requires a lot of commitment.
Oh, does Mo play 3 energy?
Why? What is your thought process here?
Because Mo could take a knockout on something with Pidgeot V.
Oh.
And if Mo knocks out a key piece for Michael and all the super rods are gone, then there is a chance that...
And what is this key piece that you're talking about?
Well,
Is
it could possibly be the key.
Is it the key in the active?
So I actually think it's either Kirlia or Drifloon.
Okay.
But this is an interesting decision by Mo to put down that Pidgeot. But I guess saying, like, you know what? having that extra liability down, it's going to accelerate the game a bit, but it's not the difference maker. All right, Michael Ionos himself 2-6. Plenty of supporters in hand. All right, we see the Gardevoir EX. We don't see the Bravery Charms. I think Michael actually only has one Bravery Charm available. And maybe that's the reasoning for this approach.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see now.
And so if Michael only has one Bravery Charm available, I guess Mo did flute out the other Ralts.
Yeah. Oh, so that's why, because there's 3 Ralts now, so the double charm wouldn't really work out too much. So one of them can get stalled into the active then.
Exactly.
Oh, this is interesting. This definitely got interesting really quickly.
It did. So actually, that flute, even though we didn't think it was too catastrophic, is a big deal.
Yeah.
Michael's going to have to take a prize and hope that it is that other Bravery Charm in order to clear his board.
Yeah.
So the good news for Michael is he has cleared out any Pokemon he doesn't want to see from the board.
So he does have charm.
He does have charm. And we'll see the pass over. Mo plays Eerie. And there's nary an item in the hand. And just followed up with a pass.
Wow.
This is... So I know this seems like, oh, they just pass back and forth. This is actually a remarkably, intricate matchup.
Yeah.
Since Michael trying very carefully to enact his game plan and going to have to make a very careful decision here on what to do.
So... It's interesting, though. I think he's just trying to go for this play here of the knockout themselves, but I don't know. Is this too soon?
I don't know if he has a choice.
Yeah.
And he has thinned out any other basic Pokemon from his deck. So there is very little Mo can do to get a basic Pokemon from the hand.
Interesting. And I wonder why he decides to go for the attachment of the Psychic here.
Of the Dark?
Oh, yeah, the Dark, yeah.
I'm actually not sure either.
Yeah.
I think he's actually trying to play around Mo going for a 2-shot with Pidgeot V.
Oh, okay.
Which is an interesting choice, and I don't mind it. Now we will retreat with Klefki because the ability shuts off Snorlax.
Yep.
We will accelerate energy onto the Gardevoir EX. But now, by taking a knockout, they are even on prizes. And Michael's just hoping it was a Bravery Charm. It was not.
Ooh.
It is not the Bravery Charm.
So how do you think Mo goes around this now? Does he just boss up Curlia?
I think so. He can't counter catch it right now.
Or yeah.
He can't counter catch it right now.
Does he have boss?
He may. But to be honest, Gardevoir EX hitting into the Snorlax is not that bad. Because it forces one of the energy to the bench, and Mo's just going to slap it on Drifloon.
Definitely.
All right, so we see the Arven. Play the Arven. I'm guessing it's a Pokegear? What do you think here?
I think it might be Pokegear. Yeah, I see him eyeing it up. Pokegear and then Bravery Charm.
And Bravery Charm seems like a good choice.
Yeah.
It keeps you out of range of Gardevoir EX.
Interesting. So now I'm wondering, too, because if this is going to be an angle where Mo decides to switch cart out the Snorlax into the one on the bench, or if Michael's going to go for this next knockout here and hope it's the Bravery Charm.
So I actually don't think Mo should have changed because now he gets to move a Psychic Energy to the Drifloon.
Yeah.
Yes, to the Drifloon.
Good.
There you go,
Yeah.
Mo. Yes.
Good job, Mo.
Great job, Mo. All right, draw for turn. And I think the thing that Mo doesn't mind here...
Yeah, now he can go for the Gust here.
And so Michael will be able to Teleportation Burst, and Michael will also be able to use Turo at some point. But we're getting scary time here.
Yeah, definitely. There's only limited outs that he has to those cards.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so we have Penny. At this point, do we pick up the Pidgeot EX or Pidgeot V? Or do we shuffle it back in at this point?
Does Pidgeot V have 210 HP or 190?
It has 210.
210. So I feel like you can leave it out a little bit longer.
True.
Yeah.
Maybe, though, what you want to pick up is the Rotom, unless you're instant charging.
Yeah.
And we are still instant charging. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like Mo needs maybe a handful more cards in hand until he can feel comfortable doing that.
All right. So
oh, yeah, and then the Pidgeot also does have the charm on there.
It does.
Yeah, so interesting.
So we are going to see an attachment and a teleportation burst. And Mo is going to ship that energy straight onto Drifloon, I believe.
Yeah.
and Mo apparently forgot he can put it wherever he wanted. And I think you want to...
Ooh, interesting. I don't know how I feel about that.
Actually, I don't mind that because Michael's never going to go back into it.
Okay, I can see that.
And so here's the other thing. Mo can gust up that Ralts again.
Yeah.
And again.
And again.
And again until Michael's unable to put additional damage on it.
Yeah, definitely.
And at that point, all the energy will be on Drifloon or somewhere else. And Michael still has Turo, but at this point, it's just wearing out resources. So, Brian, for Michael, we know the general game plan. It's going to be to continue to teleportation burst. For Mo, what do you think he's trying to do outside of just trying to force all that energy to inconvenient attackers?
Ooh, I don't know, actually. It's a good question. This part of the game is definitely like new to me. I don't really see this interaction very often.
Yeah.
So it's like interesting to see like how it turns out and like how I view it versus like what will end up happening.
So the teleportation burst into Klefki could be good, but why do you think that energy went to Klefki?
Probably just to spread it out, just so that...
So if there's a Turo, he's not able to retreat all of it off?
Yeah.
That makes sense. Teleportation burst into Klefki could be good, but Mo's going to keep counter-catching up something else anyway.
Yeah.
All right, we see the draw from Mo. We got the Pal Pad back, so we could put Silene back in and continue looping. And now Ralts is at 6 damage counters.
Mm-hmm.
And with the teleportation burst, we're going to be able to put that energy somewhere else. We're going to put that right there. Tycho, we will definitely announce standings at the end, and we'll show what the final ones are on stream, or at least post them on our Twitter.
Yeah, we'll post them on Twitter for sure.
Which is the NRG Pokemon Twitter.
Yes.
You should follow us, follow all our stuff. And also, because I keep forgetting to say this is our Twitch stream. You should like it. You should subscribe. You should follow the channel. We would love to have you be a part of it. We do tournaments every Thursday night, and we have our quarterly cups, and we are planning 2 really cool events coming up that I'm not allowed to talk about yet, but we will have some stuff coming up in the future.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to be super exciting.
It is. All right, so we see the Gust, and this is where Michael plays Turo. But the other issue is
no cards in
we
deck.
can't Turo and Iono.
Yeah, so I think we have to Iono here.
Which is fine, because Mo's going to shove 5 cards back in the deck. We're extending the game here, but we are not quite out of it.
Yeah.
I think he brought it back in case Michael took a card off the prizes that was a basic Pokemon. All right, so Mo gets his 5. Michael is going to get his 4. And then Michael's going to have to pass it over for a little bit. Yeah, just pass. With the boss's orders in hand, Mo's going to be really reluctant to gust anything else up because he doesn't want to give Michael a way to retreat. Not that Mo knows there's boss in hand, but he knows there's 2 bosses left to be played.
Yeah, definitely. And do you think there's going to be a point where maybe that Drifloon might be the one that's gusted into the active?
So I don't think so. And only reason just because of what I was saying about the bosses, right now that boss's orders is a route to retreat from the Drifloon.
Yeah.
But while the Ralts is in the active, unless Michael manually attaches from hand, there's no way to accelerate energy onto it.
Oh, wow.
And we see...
Double tails.
Not great for Mo. But we're just going to throw it right back in.
Put it back in.
And I think that's it. Just the Silene.
Yeah.
And so now we are truly seeing the stall strategy.
Yeah. And it's interesting, too, because we didn't see it at first. But, you know, Mo really playing to his outs is at this point where he's able to, you know, stay at where he's at.
And so Michael has an out with that Arven to go get a Vessel or something similar. Mo is going to just instant charge and go back to Michael. So I know it's just like a back and forth, but what are the key win conditions for each player here?
The key win conditions. I mean, for Mo, I think he just needs to make sure that he's able to mill out all of Michael's resources. And then for Michael, I think he's just looking for a couple more pieces to where he's able to stabilize his board like he was the first game.
I think Michael has 1 Dark Energy left in deck. So there is an out. All right, we got 1 heads.
Got 1 heads.
And that is going to be a Pal Pad, if I can guess. Yep. Yeah, so there was one dark energy left in deck. Also, Michael does have Professor Turo available in
Yeah.
deck. And we're getting close to the end of that, though. Yeah, pass on over to
Yeah.
Mo. Mo draws. We have the Pal Pad available. We see that Pal Pad to start. See Silene.
Do you think there would be any? Ooh, interesting.
I think Mo's just debating, is it Misfortune or is it Eerie?
I think it's Misfortune.
I don't mind Misfortune.
Yeah.
I think Eerie is good because he knows Michael has 2 items in hand. So it's
Yeah.
basically a -2 from Michael's deck.
Which is fair.
It is. And for those who are like, wait, Mo could deck out, Mo has Pidgeot V.
Yeah,
Mo is
Pidgeot
never
V.
decking out.
Yeah, Pidgeot V means you never deck out.
All right, so we do have the Turo. But without a way to discard.
Interesting. This is the route that we're going here.
So the reason for that is to put
Yeah,
additional
the
energy in.
Yeah.
And then to knock off that handheld fan. So now there's more energy available for Michael. The handheld fan goes away. But Michael now has a basic Pokemon in hand.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't think Mo has an Erica anymore.
Mo did put the Erica back
Oh,
in
he
deck,
did.
and I think Mo actually has it in hand. So we'll see the draw for turn. See the flute. Oh, there is the
Ooh.
dark. And there is that nest ball. And does Mo go with the Misfortune, with the Airy, or with the Erica?
I feel like it's the Erica.
I also think it's the Erica here. The tough part is with no handheld fan on the active, that energy stays on the Ralts.
Yeah. That's the difficult part about it.
Actually, I think the card you put up there is Drifloon.
Okay. Yeah, probably depending on the amount of energy that are left, right?
Because there is a possibility to still boss, but this is tough.
Corner
Ooh, interesting. So why do you think Corner Pawn is a move here?
Probably just to take advantage of the fact that the energies are spread out and that the Gardevoir EX wouldn't be able to attack.
I agree. Brian, do you mind checking on time real quick? Thank you. All right, and so we do see what looks like the loop of the... Oh, this is such a good move. So we're going to scoop up the Snorlax. We're going to go into the corner pond, and we're essentially going to say, you know what, Michael? Go for it. Take a knock on it. We have 10.5 minutes remaining. So Michael does have 2 boss's orders. We do still have a dark energy to retreat. We see the boss on the Rotom, and Michael's likely going to take the knockout here. That's going to go down to 2 prizes remaining.
Ooh, interesting. I feel like, why wouldn't you go into the EX
I feel
here?
like you have to go to the EX here. Go into the EX, take 2 prizes. We don't see a Bravery Charm, but that's okay. But now we see Snorlax. And what supporter is that? Silene.
Double heads.
Double heads. We'll see if that's enough.
I don't know. What do you put there at that point?
So it has to be at least 1 counter catcher, maybe
Yeah,
2.
Double catcher.
And we do see double catcher go up there. And then probably just a pass over, since that is supporter for turn.
Yeah.
Unless we go into want to gust up Drifloon or something. Oh, this is so tough. Guys, this is a tight game here. And so we hit for 190. Draw for turn. Do we have a penny? We have penny. That is huge. We get to go into another Snorlax. Michael has very limited cards available in deck. There is an Iono remaining, but whew,
On Michael's side, does Michael have
I think Michael has 1 Iono remaining.
Oh, wow.
But this is close, man. And this is where we get into Penny Loop time, and we see that Penny Silene going back into the deck. Mo knowing you can't bench another Rotom. Oh, man. And so now it's Michael's choice. And Brian, what does Michael do?
Oh, man. Iono?
I think that's the only option. Oh,
Oh, he just
And Mo just passes
Mo.
back. Michael ran out of Ionos. Mo just pass.
Mo just pass.
Oh. All right. So Mo had to think that one through. I think Mo thought there was actually something to happen there because I
Yeah.
also thought Michael had an Iono, but
Yeah.
Mo able to take game 2, even with Michael drawing pretty
Yeah.
well.
I think there's like 9 or so minutes left.
We're gonna have
8
8 to
I
9
think 8
minutes.
to 9 minutes left.
And this is tough. In Top Cut rules, all Michael has to do is take one prize in order for him to win the game. So it's really going to come down to, can Mo stop Michael from taking any prizes?
Yeah.
Brian, how does he do that?
I don't know. It's got to be like Greninja start and like prize 4 Ralts.
Probably pretty close. Well, honestly, I think it has to
And
be.
Turo.
It actually has to be start Greninja or get down Greninja, no Turo, and Mo goes lone Snorlax.
Yeah.
And I think it has to be lone Snorlax, which is absolutely bonkers. So
Yeah.
if they end time on equal prizes, the game continues until one player obtains a win condition. And a win condition is their opponent has no cards left in deck, their opponent has no Pokemon left on the board, or one of them has an advantage in prizes. So likely, and this is usually what happens with Starlight Control in Top Cut, as long as Michael goes up one prize, Michael's got the game. So we'll see what happens here. Mo can win. Odds are not in his favor. We have a starter. We have Monkey as a starter. Oh, and we have Greninja in hand.
Oh, Greninja in hand.
My goodness, there is a chance.
Wait, did he start it?
No, I don't think so. I thought he started Monkey. Did he
Monkey's
start
in the hand.
Greninja?
Oh,
he
he
started
started
Greninja.
Look at Mo.
Oh my
chance.
All right, so we do see the draw from Michael. We see no search for basic Pokemon. So the question is just, do we have Turo in deck?
Yeah.
Guys, I'm saying there's a chance.
There is a chance.
All right, so Brian, walk us through Mo's turn. What's the move here?
I think he just... I don't even know.
None of those are items.
Those are not items.
And now Mo must be wondering,
Yeah.
why did you start the Monkey?
Oh, so I guess we're going to have a search here.
Yep. We do have Nest Ball. We can still Arven as well. But Michael
Oh,
wisely
more
conserving
energy.
items. Ooh,
Yeah,
okay.
More energies.
We can just Iono. Choosing to Arven, though. How do you feel about that decision?
Oh, but now I want to see if there's the Turo. I can't even see it.
I agree. Don't worry. I think Michael's going to be checking for that. There is
Oh, there's the
Turo.
Okay. Turo's in the deck.
All right.
So now that he knows that Turo's in the deck, there's probably going to be a point eventually where Michael searches out an Ultra Ball and Turo's it up and then discards it.
And that's probably going to be the play. So Mo has an interesting line here. If Mo plays 3 energy, Mo can take a knockout with Pidgeot V.
Yeah.
And what may need to happen is if Mo gets into turns of time, Mo may need to take a knockout with Pidgeot V to win this game. And it blows my mind that that is the line for Mo
that's
here.
That's the line to win the game.
So we're going to see, we have Fluttermane, we have options, but just starting that Greninja is problematic. I guess it's not that problematic. He can just attach a retreat right now.
Yeah.
And actually, that's another thing to keep in mind. Mo is not going to be able to use counter catchers this game.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he goes
Yeah.
behind in prizes, Michael wins. And we go into Fluttermane and pass over. So Mo draws for turn. And Mo is in just such a tough position here. All right, so we see Arven. And this is where Mo's going to try to cause a few issues here by getting a Flute and getting some very annoying Pokemon out into the bench. And so I imagine we're going to see Flute for Sealstone, but Brian, hit me. What's the move?
Yeah, and I think the goal of that Flute is just to search out more of those Ralts, right?
I would think so, yeah. Or even Screamtail or something like that.
Ooh,
or Monkey.
But now Mo knows that the Turo's in the deck.
Yes, because he did see the Turo.
Yeah. It's public knowledge.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Okay, so the artisan comes out.
And I get playing down the
Yeah.
artisan if you're able to flute something you want,
Yeah.
because now it makes it a little harder for Michael.
Yeah, definitely.
This is so tough now.
And how do you think Michael responds to this? Do you think he puts the Drifloon down for that 5th spot, just so the 3rd waltz doesn't come out?
I don't know, honestly. I don't think it hurts to do so, but
Yeah,
we'll see what the option is. Oh, we have the Ultra Ball.
the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, and we do go for the Drifloon.
Yeah.
So now Monkey can attack, Drifloon can attack, everything can attack except for Greninja, obviously.
Yeah.
But there is a Turo available. So the biggest risk here for Mo is if Michael Turo's the ninja and takes a knockout, Mo is cooked.
Yes, Mo is cooked.
So, Brian, walk us through what other lines does Mo have here? Is there a way to get what he needs?
I don't know. It's tough. I mean, it depends if Michael's able to get both pieces that he needs on time. He needs to get the most important part is getting the Turo with the Ultra Ball.
Yes. Oh, and we
Alright.
have the Turo.
We have the Turo.
And we have the Ultra Ball in hand, too. And also, Michael has the Gardevoir EX in hand. So he's going to be able to take a knockout next turn, barring something wild. And with it, actually, with the Dark Energy in hand, there's no way for him to miss a knockout unless something gets stalled up.
Yeah, and I don't think Michael would have put both Curlia down unless he knew that he would. Oh, but isn't the Curlia able to get stalled in now?
So he'll be able to evolve one of them into Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, but the other one.
It doesn't matter if Michael takes a
Oh,
knockout.
if he takes a prize, yeah, that's true.
And because he has the Dark Energy in hand, he will be able to attach to Monkey Dory to move the energy from or damage from the Gardevoir EX to whatever it's attacking into.
Yeah.
And Michael just hit what he needed to try to close out this set. And so we'll see what Mo does. I don't know, Brian, is this a deterrent for you from playing these kinds of decks?
I wouldn't say deterrent, but definitely isn't my type of deck now.
I think that is very fair.
Yeah.
And we see the boss's orders, but with that Turo in hand, I think that's still game for Michael here.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're going to see Michael get a double cup championship weekend, it looks like.
Wow, look at that.
That's wild.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't even need the Monkey Dory. We're just going to be able to Turo up that Greninja, take the knockout. And Mo, with a whole lot more time left, may have had a shot, but this is a tough way to go out.
Yeah, definitely. But honestly, a very entertaining finals that we had.
Yes, that game too was very, very exciting and very close. And we are going to draw. What is Michael drawing for?
I don't know.
I don't really know. Michael is an extremely good player, to be clear.
Yeah.
I guess, is Michael playing as if there's going to be more than 8 turns after
I guess
this?
that's what the goal is.
Yeah. And we are going to Ultra Ball away that Greninja. Oh, we're going to Curlia away the Greninja.
Perfect. That's honestly even better.
It is. So we're
But
gonna
I
attach-
wonder if this. I mean, it's not gonna really matter. But if it opened up the opportunity for, something like the flute, but
So it
not gonna
definitely
matter.
does if there was enough time to finish the
Yeah.
game. But knowing there's not enough time to finish the game, I think this is going
Yeah.
to be about all shoe.
There
And
you
that's
go.
what Mo says. You got the one prize. Top coat rules. You're going to take it. Michael Davidson is the champion of the Nerd Rage $1,000 League Cup. And, man, you never think Stahl's going to have an exciting game, but those were 2 intense ones to end it.
Yeah, definitely, and it definitely was worth it. Like sticking around to watch the whole thing. They were definitely really intricate games, and there were a lot of lines that we definitely learned today. I know I learned a lot. So
Dude, Michael is an incredible, incredible player. He puts in the time and effort, so it is fantastic to watch him map out those games. And he's also been playing Gardevoir for forever.
yeah, definitely, it's definitely been his deck. And the moment that he found out it's good again, I remember seeing that he's been really interested in picking up the deck again.
Yes. And
Yeah.
Mo, congratulations to Mo, too, getting second place with Snorlax.
Yeah.
Uh,
What's surprising for him money wise for second place?
I believe they split in top 8.
Oh, they split in top 8.
Yeah,
Okay.
so everyone just took home their $100-some.
Oh, nice.
Mo, that was so close. I know you were.
Yeah,
just
we were
zoned
looking at
out.
it. Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, it's the hunger, bro.
You should get the food.
Mo is
Go get
hungry.
food. Now, to be fair, I think Mo made lots of really, really good decisions, and there wasn't much in your hands on that last one. Did you? I mean, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. It's all right.
It happens.
Yeah.
Mo was giving us a quick recap
Yeah.
here. No, agreed. Like, I think, and honestly, Mo's making a good point here. There is a lesson to when to scoop. So game one, Mo was mentioning that when Greninja got discarded, Mo recognized that there really wasn't a win condition for him. And so scooping immediately to allow yourself time for a third game is a really big deal, because in that game 3, even though Michael had the advantage because of prize and top coat rules, Mo could probably have won the game.
Yeah, definitely. It's like look at what Kev says: wins challenge and 2 cups, 150 points in 1 weekend.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that was more than how much I got all of last season.
Fair enough. All right. Well, we are going to close it down here. So, Brian, anything last you want to say about either the day, the tournament, anything else like that?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to thank everybody for coming out. Anyone who came out to play, anyone who came out to watch. We had a great day here. We had such a great time, showcasing a lot of the players in the area, and just having this awesome event. And just to make sure to stick around, watch every Thursday. We do have tournaments here every Thursday. And to sub to the YouTube. We got a YouTube now. Like, comment, subscribe.
Oh, God, we got to say all those things.
Yeah.
So, on that note, for the YouTube, I will be honest with all y'all. The point of the YouTube is to bring people right here. So, if you are already here, please keep coming back here. Also, sub to the YouTube. But we are trying to grow the stream so it becomes a community alongside our local community. So, y'all, attend, share this with whoever. We're going to try to have some really good content for you every time we have stream going forward.
Yeah, and the YouTube also gives us an opportunity to bring more personality to the team.
Yes.
Like it helps bring names to faces, and it helps us to become more personable with everyone in the community.
Absolutely. So thank you all. Thank you, Bryce, by the way, for running the show back here. Bryce is awesome. Brian, thank you for being with us.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Dude, absolutely. I love it. And then also thank you, Michael, Stacy, and Andrew, our awesome judges.
And Zeke.
And Zeke. Yes, Zeke is the MVP. Every single time we have an event here, Zeke keeps us in line. So if you see him when you come in for an event, tell him he is the GOAT.
Yes.
And also, thank you all for spending time with us today. We really appreciate it. So just a reminder, like, sub, follow the Twitch channel here, like and sub to the Nerd Rage YouTube channel. And thank you all for joining us here today at Nerd Rage Gaming.